A rush. Saves here again with the AWP.
Okay, how does Safe handle this? Gets his first. Oh, what? More than one. Just a single bullet required. What can you do? Mouse catches the lurk. Gets it! Job done! Fight's coming. Or PC destroys Hades, but there's a good cover. Now punishes Exit for trying to accelerate things.
Wow.
Mouth will close.
He's not even checking it. But there we go. Took a minute. 30 seconds now. The bomb is in connector and it's lost in here. Messinio crouches in and takes down Yakida. Bomb has made its way over. It's such an awkward timing. Sensu, how are you not ready for that? That was your only job. He doesn't plant it. He comes back out to fight him instead. Just on their side, and I think it's a necessity for them to have a good shot. But Sensu, against the world, clips one out in the open. It's so close to getting the next headshot. Just no coverage there. Smoke, he's behind him. It doesn't matter. Sensu still hits the shot.
That instantly frees up players to go back. 14 Spirit. Let's see if they can stick the landing. Donk seems to think so.
Yeah.
And Donk will finish it off with 4. Oh, that was a golden chance for Shiro. We'll realize it the second time around, but Kit on ZTR. Shiro has to close the distance, and he makes it happen. 1v2 for Shiro.
The stairs player. Oh my god, not like this, not like this. Okay, he's got the knife kill. He's been doing his best looking the rifle in this series. There's the first kill, and no problem for NQZ as he sinks both kills as they run into the site.
Hits his first back to wait. Takes off, put in a grave. Covered by Woody on the repeat. That should enable a plant for the 4-on-4. Hoopsy comes in from long side. There's Stown catching that late arrival of Pank. So they don't have that long prong. It's just side. 3 versus 4 on the retake. Woody just chip in to equalize. Here's another. Ready for the swing. Woody's AWP is the perfect weapon for the 4th as well. Quad kill out of Woody.
Like, obviously it's got its nuances like every map, but in terms
Yabi. Not gonna clear.
Not gonna clear.
Not gonna clear.
I think.
Oh, and it finishes with a stab from Stown. Oh my god, Woody can get a whole feast here. Gets 2 immediately through the smokes. By gets another as well. With an aggressive venture to immediately catapult them up to another round. Woody leaves with 4. Quad kill shut down up from Astralis.
They're up on the half wall, I believe, with Tamsin playing there. Hype missing a shot, but it doesn't matter.
Has to know that this angle could be posted on by the AWP, and he thinks that Hype is playing it deeper, maybe towards a graveyard position there, and instead another one for Hype to finish off the round.
Woxy gets completely deleted here. Baby could have swung 12 rounds, and they absolutely will. That's
Finding a gap and finding that entry kill, but still Alexi B is following in tow. 2 kills on the plate, he'll dine.
Back in the market, but right now they're locked out by a smoke. Lake's found crossing back in as Alexi takes matters into his own hands.
He needs to be ready to go through CT spawn, but here comes 50 seconds. Here comes the final play. It's going to be VP with a long lurk, but a short thrust into the site. It's going to be Flamus and Wrinkle going tit for tat, but Flamus stepping up. Flamus waiting. Shoosh. Oh, goes down. Flamus is having one hell of a pistol around here. Nice shot from Uterx. He couldn't get the second. And he's now caught in the open on the reload. So Flamus not stopping. He's got 4 in this pistol round. He's stepping up for the ace. He's coming for it. And Snappy taking body shots from the site, but it's Flamus with all 5.
It's a massive hurdle mentally for them to overcome.
Shush just doesn't stop. Another multi-kill opener. Oh my god, Shush. Okay, go and get all of them.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to amazing Astana as the PGL Global Tour continues, and we've got some great Counter-Strike action ahead for you today. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, super excited to be here, and joining me on the desk, it is my regular early morning crew. It is Blair, it is Yanko, veterans of the scene. How are you doing today?
Top of the morning to you as well, Richard. I'm feeling great. We had some great games yesterday. I'm just looking forward to how today transpires.
Doing awesome. Yeah, we already had a couple of shockers. NIP won a game. Right, Payne with a stand-in, trucking along G2 with a stand-in, not so much. So yeah, excited to see how things go on day 2.
It was a great day. You can see these are the results coming from the mainstream. Obviously, we were talking about these. It ended with Team Spirit overcoming GamerLegion. Not the full story there. 2 13-11s. The plucky young GamerLegion team doing work against the reigning major champions. Na'Vi overcoming M80. Perhaps not really a surprise there. Mongols 2-1 over FURIA, and Aurora, they lost the big and they looked sluggish and horrible, guys.
I feel like there were some very clear winners and losers from yesterday, right? We're talking about Big beating Aurora, obviously massive for them considering how they've been struggling so far. And then, yeah, for me, Na'Vi, with how convincing that win was, that's a good sign.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, I don't know. I also felt in Melbourne, they were primed to make a run. They had time to practice. They were going to be able to bounce back. They end up losing to Team Liquid for a spot in the playoffs, right? It was disappointing. Gave up that massive comeback to Falcons, which was also for a playoff spot. So them starting off with a dominant win, Bit playing well, I think are all good signs. In this tournament, they're probably a lock for the playoffs, but you want to see them. Can they potentially lift the trophy here?
I mean, look, this is another one that's, I'm already calling it from day one because, I like to be, reactionary like that in my CS opinions. Some of the teams that really should be thinking about winning the trophy, like Mongols, Aurora, they did not look good to me. They did not look prepared and practiced. And I think moving forward, I think we're going to see more shocks like we saw yesterday.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And especially for a team like Na'Vi, considering there were talks about them potentially having an era last year and how they kind of tapered off here. If they're able to get the win or at least make a finals run in Astana right before they jump into the major, it's going to be a real good morale booster for them.
Because sometimes it's also, you start losing confidence, right? I mean, look at FaZe Clan, for example. That's all that they talk about. So for Na'Vi, being able to get a win and get some of that confidence back into, the tail end of the season and just before the major kicks off would be huge.
I mean, look, and I'll also add the Spirit narrative that's going on outside, the noise outside of the tournament. It is not great, guys. I mean, I'm gonna just be real with you. We're hearing, I don't know if this is a Reddit narrative or a social media narrative, whether it's genuine or not, but we're hearing that, Donk's dissatisfied. They're selling Kyusuke to Falcons. It looks to be a done deal according to all the reports. Donk's apparently wanting more help in the team, doesn't want to be the carry guy for that. And it's like they haven't really won a trophy since the start of the year with Blast after, picking up the major. And so, yeah, I think Spirit need this one. I think they, out of all of the teams here, they're the ones that need to win the most, probably.
Yeah, they also have deeper problems. It does feel like that, winning that major was sort of a curse in a way, right? And Magix's performance and sort of them deciding to stick with that roster coming into this season instead of just promoting Kyosuke. Now he might not be there to promote, and you have to go outside of the organization maybe to seek talent in a way. And Donk is out of this world, no doubt about it, but no one can do it all by his own self. And I think you could even see, which was shocking to me in a way, that in Copenhagen, Shiro was trying to be a little bit more aggressive, and he was going for more openings and stuff, just trying to alleviate some of that pressure from Dong that it all kind of has to be him. Or one of the other riflers in Chopper and Magiskin, those guys aren't always, like Chopper especially, aren't always on point to get it done. So yeah, it's going to be an off-season with a lot of questions for Team Spirit.
Let's take a look at the results from the B stream as well. These games we didn't get to talk about so much on the panel, so I'm looking forward to this one. Payne beat HOTU, which we, even with the stand-in, we kind of expect to, as Janko said, they limped through. VP lost to NIP. We'll talk about that in a second. G2 with the stand-in. This is the big drama. No Hunter. Taz is back on the server. They did lose to MIBR, but if you're sat at home thinking, well, you know, I guess Taz didn't play that well, that's not what happened. Taz and Snacks were like, you know, fragging out on the maps at the end. MongolZ was the one that kind of went missing. So complicated stuff putting a team together, I guess. And then Astralis, they beat ODDIK. They've been given the gift. So let's talk about the NIP results. Philadelphia winners, NIP, they're here. They're here to do work.
And look, here's the thing. You know, everyone's talking about hate watching. That's the fun term of the day nowadays, I guess. You know, you're talking about, oh, I don't like that org. I don't like that team, that player.
You're welcome. You can also say thanks to Launders for that as well.
Fair enough. Thanks, Launders. Shout out to Moen. But you can't hate watch this NIP. Like, watching them yesterday, obviously Philadelphia, much weaker, you know, slew of opposition. But yesterday against VP, sure, they lost to one map, but the wins look so very convincing. And the player for me, the player of the day for me yesterday was Shush, right? Again, someone who's been spoken about so many times as an underrated player. The guy's not really spoken about even in the old heroic lineup. He stood up to play. And it kind of feels like this kind of motley crew of Snappy and old Saw guys. It's seemingly coalescing together. And that's a great sign for a beleaguered team.
They also played Virtus.pro. Electronic had 6 kills on T side over the course of 3 maps. That was like just shocking for me to see, and they've struggled. But yeah, for NIP, obviously, it's going to be a great result. They're just happy to be here, no joke. I mean, they've struggled to, you know, even qualify for any of the tournaments. They didn't have enough points, you know, forming the roster to get any of the invites. It just shows you how grueling it can be to have to start a team from scratch in this new VRS environment. And even Shush saying in an interview that, you know, it took a while getting used to being back on a LAN and seeing all the familiar faces and whatnot. And, you know, hopefully for them, this is their Super Bowl, no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
And they'll be able to, you know, maybe make the playoffs, get a couple of good wins so that they get into that invite circle for next season.
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule. Remember, it is a PGL event, so of course there are 2 streams. And you can see here, this is what we've got on the B stream. We're going to be ending the day with G2 Esports versus ODDIK, see if they're able to overcome that one with all of their problems. Aurora, surely. Aurora taking on HOTU. GamerLegion versus the new look international FURIA. We had a lot of fun watching and talking about yesterday. And then starting out the stream will be Virtus.pro versus M80. I guess we'll jump straight ahead. We can go to what we're going to have on the main stream, which is what we're going to be preoccupied with here. Working our way backward. Team Spirit versus NIP. There's your reward. That's what you get for coming back to the big leagues. But then again, you know, GamerLegion showed it can be done. Na'Vi versus Big. Astralis versus Pain. And I do want to say, I think Astralis have been given 2 gifts because you had to play ODDIK. They beat them. They did drop a map. They've been given Pain by the way. Yeah, of course, 13-2 or something. It was a disgrace. Then you had, you know, the fact that they've been given this layup.
Yep.
And then, of course, the main game we're going to be talking about now is Mongols versus MIBR. I'll toss this out to the desk. I'm kind of sick of watching Mongols. I'm going to just say it.
Why do you hate Asians?
It's not that, right? It's not...
Oh, no. It's assaulting me.
Right? It's not that, right? It's that they frustrate me immensely, Blair. They frustrate me immensely because...
I agree.
They should have won a trophy by now, I think. They should have picked up... No, they should have picked up one of these events, bro.
No, we're just being deceived, Richard. I told you. We're being deceived, right? By everyone struggling. You know, Nico departs G2, you lose a contender. Falcons were not good enough yet, you lose another contender. Na'Vi started sucking this year, another contender gone. FaZe gone. So you only had Vitality, really, in a way, and Spirit.
And that's the only team that played every time.
Yeah, and then there's this chasm, right? And Mouse stepped up and filled the gap. And that's why we're talking about the Mongols and Aurora as contenders. That's the only reason. We've been deceived, we've been fooling ourselves, Richard. They are not that new exciting thing. They're who we thought they were.
They got so
and we let them off the hook.
They've got so much talent on the roster, and you know, I guess we can talk about this. Senzu obviously had an injury at an earlier part of the season. That's all gone now. Forget about that. That narrative is boring. He's back, Belay. He's back. He's playing really, really well.
He's been back since, you know, as soon as the injury got done. It's almost like in a Terminator 2, the T-800 replacing his arm, a mechanical arm just popping heads. The cool thing about Senzu is, you know, he continues to deliver, and the reason I picked this particular head-to-head is because on the flip side, if you're looking at the best player in this MIBR team, team is Insani.
Yep.
And
Everyone's
look,
raving about him.
I
Look at the
don't want to necessarily point fingers at him alone because everyone's struggling on the team thus far, but it feels like there's more reliance on Insani to kind of step up to the plate, and he seems like the sole carry for this team when the going gets really tough. On the other hand, sure, Senzu's going to pop off 1.3 rating from him yesterday. Let's talk about how Blitz was having a great map. Let's talk about how 910 can just take over the server. It does feel like MIBR is too heavily reliant on Insani, and Lukowski coming in, we had a lot of expectations of him just before the major, but it hasn't fully transpired.
Let's talk about your boy Senzu. You're lucky he does his best work in group stages. You know who's the lowest rated player for Mongols in playoffs this year? Senzu.
Okay.
And that's the problem why they can't get things done.
Yanko came with a stat. He's destroyed us.
I knew it, but just got waiting for we're in the group stage though. Like, we're not in the playoffs to get yet.
I just love, this is my best Dust impression. But yeah, I think for MIBR on the other side of things, it's just been a case of they've been trying to figure it out what the roster is, right?
Yeah.
Like, what is the lineup? Which are the 5 guys we can get? And the same way you're tired of watching the Mongols, I'm tired of watching the Brazilian teams play, because I told you yesterday, Richard, every one of these teams is still 2 more roster changes away from actually being competitive.
Well, I mean, it turns out maybe not, maybe 20 roster moves away at this rate.
I mean, this is just from September of last year, right? So
Jesus Christ.
Breno gets benched. They bring in Lukowski. This is Nak and Bit, the coaches. You know, sort of, you can see that Bit was there for 1 month as a coach, not even more than that, right? Breno comes back from the bench as drop. You know, he was the IGL. They bench him, give Exit the IGL duties back, bring in another coach, right, who coached, I believe, the FURIA female team. So, like, they're doing a lot of different things. Now, Breno has had a great series yesterday. Exit is back on the IGL, right? Lukowski safe, Insani. So now you're thinking maybe these are the 5 guys that we have, different coaching there, trying to create sort of a team that works, because it's some of the familiar faces being in and out and still just struggling to really break through and have that good result.
For me, when you look at all these South American teams, I'm going all the way, your Legacies, the Red Cannons, your FURIA, even your Pain for that matter, when they actually finally field their 5-man roster, MIBR seem like, at least despite all these crazy changes they've had so far, the actual complete team. It's like, okay, you have the pieces right now. You have Insani, you got Lukowski you picked up from, I believe, from Red Cannons or whoever it was. And it seems like the pieces finally are fitting in together. Breno's looking comfortable as well. But the question is, Rich, if you have the question of when are Mongols going to make deep playoffs runs, for me, so when are MIBR going to start getting proper wins?
Sure. Well, look, I'll do you one better. I'll ask Yanko this, because obviously you coached MIBR. You've been in the Brazilian scene. I know that you're well-liked out there and you have lots of friends and contacts. So what is going on? What are the fundamental problems of coaching a Brazilian team and trying to put together a roster of 5 competent players that all do their roles?
I think the biggest problem is in forming a team is just the buyouts, right? And it actually did start with when MIBR came onto the scene under the Immortals banner, right, in an organization rather, and then everyone was like, oh, the Americans, they have a lot of money, so we're gonna ask them for $500,000 for a player that has 5 maps on HLTV, right? And became ridiculous, and our good friend Lurpis was not gonna have any of it and was not gonna pay for these guys. So then you're trying to make ends meet. If you remember MIBR, the KNG roster, right, that turned to be Oplano, like, that was one of the biggest shifts, because that was them disagreeing about, you know, pay and whatnot. That team was like popular. They started going on a run. They ruined it for themselves. They couldn't come.
One of the biggest what-ifs in Counter-Strike history, right?
Exactly, right? And ever since then, you're struggling. So now you're having to try and develop talent. And I don't want to say that, you know, some of these guys are not good enough or that the coaches aren't doing a good enough job. It's just difficult a little bit to be able to, you know, be on the road so much. You see how many changes that they're making, and it's hard to find consistency.
Which is even more impressive because despite all, you know, we've spoken about all the buyouts and how impossible it is to build a very competitive complete roster, they've been able to do that. This is something I want to just touch upon before we jump into the maps, before into the games. I think this is going to be a very straightforward map selection coming out here. Ancients should be the pick coming in from the side of Mongols. It's their best map in my opinion. Anubis the pick. That's when things going to get a little interesting. It's MIBR's best map. They look very good on it. We saw where Mongols struggled on it yesterday, and I feel it's going to be a very clear-cut Ancient, Anubis, and Mirage. These are 3 maps where we know how these 2 teams like to play.
I don't think it's going to be Mirage.
No?
It shouldn't be Mirage. If it's MIBR, you should ban it in the second phase, but we'll see. But I think also, Richard, one more thing. Just
Inferno is going to be a bloodbath.
Well, you'll find out if you're right any second now.
I think also the lack of IGLs is an issue, like has been. You've been struggling to find even MIBR. Like it was exit and they put
Just
drop
passing
on
the
it,
ball along.
then they bench and they get the other guy in. So that and the operas are a little bit thin. Save is probably one of the better ones that you have available to you. But yeah, we see the Mongols actually go for Mirage over Ancient.
So they ban out Ancient.
And then MIBR gets rid of Ancient in the second phase. That's an easy ban for them. That Inferno Decider, no surprises there, really. And yeah, I think for Mongols, could have gone either way, Ancient or Mirage. They just probably feel really good on Mirage at the moment.
Fair enough.
And they're always going to pick to their strengths, really.
I would like, the thing, my biggest gripe in Mongols and why I feel their map pool has been so predictable and a little bit stagnant is because they always go for these picks, which is completely fair when they're going up against, you know, some harder opposition. But I would love them to mix things up a little bit. I feel like they can be a little stagnant over here. That being said, they're the best Mirage team here.
Ancient is a pretty good punish too. That's why, like, I feel like Mirage and Ancient are the two best maps for the Mongols. Inferno lurking around there potentially recently, but yeah, in any case, we'll see what they have in store for this.
I feel like for this particular map, Rich, if MIBR want to pull off something crazy, it has to start early on, build a momentum on the CD side, because Mongols they do their best work on the T side here. They're so hard to go up against. And when we talk about how Mongols can sometimes struggle in their defaults in certain other maps when they don't, Anubis, for example, the T side, they were just going for contact plays, not really having an idea as to how to want to approach the defaulting. Their defaulting in Mirage is like top 3, top 4 in the world. It's phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, I think they should get off to a good start here. Obviously, the problem is, you know, over the course of the series, what happens when we saw them, you know, play these maps yesterday, Anubis was diabolically poor, but Mirage not so much, right?
Yeah, well, there's no Fallen on the B bomb side to abuse here, right? It's Lukowski and Breno playing towards that side of the map. So we'll see what the approach is from the Mongols. And also, you know, they feast on Brazilian teams. You know, it just seems to suit them really in a way. So I'm curious to see if that continues.
I mean, the last time MIBR beat this team was a double overtime 2. I think it was EPL. There was Henny in the lineup. There was Turtle in the lineup. So it was a long, long time ago. Made in Brazil.
Sounds like a party.
Yeah, indeed. Don't tell.
Careful.
Don't tell everyone about
Don't tweet that.
So I mean, listen. I think Mongols should feel pretty good here
outside of Techno
with this series.
Not feeling that great, Richard.
No, well, I think that might be.
I think it's a stylistic choice.
Stylistically,
yeah,
no, but I think they're feeling pretty good with this series. Mirage should be a strong start for them.
It should be. I mean, on paper, it should be like a 2-1. It should still be Mongols. For me, it's more about Anubis. Kind of make it a 2-0 because they've done it in the past. But Mirage should be an easy one for the Mongols.
Yeah, I think Mirage definitely a lock for the Mongols. Have no problem starting on that T side, and they're just relentless. You know, they're going to do their thing no matter what. It's up to MIBR if they can stop them.
All right, well, I'll bring in our commentators, a hip, new, young pairing that we're calling Danders.
Danders, not the most creative thing I've heard yet. I think we can come up with something better, but I appreciate it nonetheless. We're hip and young, apparently. Nice. You know, redefining what age means, Dan. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I love that. I also appreciate that. And I mean, the problem is, do we do that back to Richard? If Brady needs it more.
Yeah, I think so. We'll find it. We'll come up with something. There's like a whole trio on the desk. I think we could come up with a name for the guys. But great breakdown. I share the disappointment with the Mongols that the desk was sort of highlighting, and I do also unfortunately think that Insani is going to be carrying a lot of this for MIBR if it comes down to it. I guess we'll find out right now as we do head into the game. The first here, day 2 in Kazakhstan. It's Mongols versus MIBR, and we will begin on Mirage. So setting up for a pretty early A execute. There's really no way out of this one. It's just straight out of spawn call. They probably don't even really care what the CTs are doing, although I do kind of sort of hate the shifting around, and they must hate it too, because the longer this takes, the more the chances are that there is at least one CT at top mid who's going to say, well, there's nobody really here. But for the minute, it is the plain 3-man setup at the A bomb site, so we'll see what the dualies could do.
Yeah, the dualies have been doing a lot so far. Oh my god, okay, just 1 kill from Save there. Nice entries for the Mongols. You wouldn't expect anything else. Nice shot at range though from the Lukowski, really making this retake a possibility. Event is not operational. Blitz on the other end of that, locking that one down. Oh, okay, Lukowski still doing some damage, giving a chance here, fighting chance in this 1v2.
Breno walking in, creeping up. In fact, he's going to get the first kill almost for free. Doesn't make it any easy. He's got 7 bullets left. He hasn't reloaded yet. No kit either, so going to have to try and tap that bomb and force the fight right away. And Sensu, that's all he had to do. He's won the round as soon as he doesn't die to that instant headshot. Now he can try and find the kill. Even if he doesn't, it doesn't really matter. He's already won the round. The only chance there was really for Breno to get the instant one dink on him, and obviously that was going to be very, very hard to do. So the Mongols will pick up the early round here, and it's not special, it's not exciting, but it does work.
It does. And I feel this matchup really does have that. There's certainly that upside potential. I think there's obviously been that conversation going around with Mongols for a while, as we heard on the desk as well. You know, it feels like they can do more, and MIBR certainly a dangerous squad. And I feel like the Brazilian teams just have historically had that aggressive style that I think it just at least should make for a very fun matchup.
Oh, yeah.
We have a potential move into the stack here. The Mongols, close range against the pistols. Mostly USBs though, and that danger is slowly but surely maybe starting to be dealt with. That Deagle over the top. Not going to find its mark, unfortunate.
It's a nice try, though. I mean, it's worth those little tricks just to get, you know, anything on the board if you can. USP here. Ooh, he actually is going to get a kill on Blitz. That's kind of interesting. Thought he was going to go down right away, but also be the only casualty on the Mongol side to begin with. So nothing too exciting to start with here, as MIBR just slowly getting into the game. Haven't really got many interesting kills or anything like that, but the M4s are coming up. We won't have the early AWP on the CT side, so you know, but just a bit of a downgrade potentially. It would be nice if they could have that early on.
Yeah, I'm actually always a big fan on Mirage as well. I mean, hopefully you can win the round with the M4s, but then it being able to bring out the AWP in a moment when the other team can't predict it. But going to that point later on as to how the AWP impacts the team movement, because this actually might not be kind of that slow mid-take default. We're looking at a lot of presence here from the Mongols towards the apartments. And on the other end of that, Breno does have the support by the pillar in B. Oh, peeking from Techno. Perfect timing, finds it. The Kalsi has to deliver the defense now, and looks like they'll be able to get a couple kills there in that defense. 9-10 and Sensu left.
It's only working out a lot better than I was expecting, to be honest, for MIBR. I feel like losing that first player, there's no head armor, so the MAC-10 just completely blew him up, and they didn't seem like they had a great job defending it, but they did take down the one player that was coming in from the catwalk position. Sensu, that's not a player that he could really see, just safe going down at a distance. Suddenly, 2 versus 2. The bomb much delayed, as the Mongols are happy to just wait. They've got 50 seconds, so if MIBR offer another potential mistake, if they try to push forward and walk into one of these AKs, and that would definitely make things easier. 40 seconds now, and eventually they have to move just a bit closer. Deep Molotov here will put Insani out of any chance to stop the bomb plant. He maybe could have swung for it. That would be such a baller play if he just decided, all right, I'll tank the damage, but he can't necessarily know that the bomb actually was being committed on the other side. So Afterplant now coming into effect, and 9-10. Timing is insane, and so is the one tap. He's dropped Insani. That is so casual and just such a slap in the face exit. Getting a bit closer now, and he'll get the exact same treatment. 9-10. That's just a beautiful round.
Yeah, the star power of 9-10 certainly being flexed early this morning here in Astana in just beautiful fashion. And I mean, you wouldn't expect anything less from, you know, Europa. Such like savagery on the one bullet accuracy. And there, once again, we see that key entry. And I mean, the defense wasn't bad at all from MIBR. You know, they created a very doable scenario.
Yeah, more than I was expecting initially, to be honest. So, not bad at all. It's 3-0 in round number 4 here. It's also for MIBR to get that first buy round just slapped out of your hands. It just is never a good time. I'm seeing a lot of smokes though on the MIBR side. I'm kind of curious what the plan is here. The only other time that I could really think of that many smokes being purchased in a round like this one will be on Inferno, where people just try and block off Banana forever. But on this map, it's not really going to be possible in the same way. Like, maybe you can buy an extra 20 seconds with 3 smokes like this, but probably not more than that. All right, boost again. Didn't really work last time, but they are here. This time they will get the headshot on Senzu, so not bad.
Yeah, I like that they were not discouraged and went for it again. 4v4, obviously, a lot to be desired. That AK, I'm curious if that's going to be collectible at some point. We'll have to see. No, okay, brilliant. Look at the due diligence there, not leaving that one too accessible for MIBR to grab. And MIBR now rotating across, thinking that A might be more of the selection, but they would be wrong.
Yeah, just to say as well that there's an insane overrepresentation going B from apps on the Mongol side for this particular map. It's something that they do quite a bit more than some of the other top Mirage teams. It's fun to think about. You know, samples. I think they played a lot in the last 2 months. I think nine maps in total played on Mirage. So they have, you know, a bit of warm-up on it already. This is the only downside, is when you stay mid to try and hold the rifles, it also means that this team is super split up. And now as a result, it's kind of worst-case scenario. You've given up the AWP and the AK anyway. And that was because of that earlier choice, which I think is still, it makes sense to do it. It's just that they were already so far apart, with 2 of them going B, 1 in connector, 1 in middle, and then they just slowly get picked apart. So round is obviously going to be still lost here for MIBR, but it's a really great loss for them in that sense.
Yeah, it's a massive value. There's no doubt about that. And we talked about the AWP being on board. Obviously, the Mongols will be. They'll know it. And one of the points I was making previously is that Mirage is cool for the CTs in general because you have so many options for aggression, and that makes the AWP, when it comes online for the CT side, really interesting because, usually you need to try to use utility to make a certain angle safe because an AWP could be on it. But when there's so many potential angles that could be pushed, it kind of changes how the T side should move around the map once they know the AWP is out. So it'll be interesting to see, firstly, what MIBR decide to do with it.
Yeah, it's kind of an underrated point, and I think as a commentator, it's not so. I know I've been guilty of this in the past. You end up always highlighting like AWP versus AWP. Who's going to be the better AWPer? It's like that's fun to think about sometimes, but a lot of the times what you said is true. It's about how the riflers can move around on either side of the map, and obviously they know that the AWP is in play here for the Mongols. So we'll see if they can still find a way to make it through. Oh, Reno, the early nade damage there, and then the follow-up. As 9-10 immediately goes down. Again, it was going to be at least another test towards the B bomb side. They had the bomb ready in case they find the opening. Oh, imagine if he would have hit it. It's actually really easy to get the lineup up against the van position there. But obviously, someone has to be on the other side to receive.
Now about a minute left on the clock. You see the bomb being rotated back out of the B apartments. Gun disposed of by Techno, and the Mongols now regrouping to go towards A. And the A defense feels fairly decent here. I mean, there's a deep position for exit. He could get isolated should there be some smokes here for the Mongols on jungle and ticket.
They have a lot of Molotovs too. Very easy position to throw a Molotov too. And that in itself could kind of force his hand. They make a jump out there. Safe with some damage, but not quite the kill, and a really deep grenade that lands. They haven't really burned out that shadow position just yet. Swing comes in, and the timing is so good. It's safe to throw the flashbangs, and they get a couple of kills just like that. Blitz gonna end up going down too. He must have been throwing the grenade. He must have already pulled the pin, and then the grenade killed him afterwards. What a wild turn of events. But nonetheless, it's MIBR picking up the round here, 4-1. Really great stuff. I especially appreciate the timing of the flashes that were thrown in from Safe. Otherwise, that fight can go a lot of different ways, but I think they really set it up nicely for themselves. And a bit of comedy at the end with the grenade going off after he'd already died, basically. Timeout.
Yes, a timeout indeed, and I'm liking a lot what I'm seeing from MIBR. They're finding value in difficult positions, and it was cool that they get that early pick. And the thing is with the early pick, it's always about, okay, you have the advantage, how do you convert, how do you play it? And MIBR certainly getting a good read on the timing. The Mongols just really keeping it basic too, we're just going to go for an A hit. And I think MIBR proving that you need to do a little bit more lifting or convincing of rotations, or maybe creating more of a hole, just finding a pick before you hit a site, because both A and B have been defended quite well by MIBR if you just leave them to their own defensive devices.
Actually picked up 2 AKs as well on the CT side. which is slowly going to make this MIBR defense a little bit more interesting. Just Techno going down early on. That was on the A ramp, and now 3 of them pushing through the middle. And honestly, with the weaponry here, they probably will just go really fast at it into Insani as the power of the AK. Great spray down, and Tech or Senzu here probably going to be dead as well. Oh, yeah, the timing is close though. Just Messinio left. He will drop to safe, and that's a very, very clean round. They probably upgrade a couple of more guns there. By the way, the economy here for Mongols, another sign of that earlier round where there was an AK and an AWP saved on the MIBR. Like, that's the casualties from that round for the Mongols. It means they ran out of money, even if they won 4 in a row, much sooner than they normally would have. So
yeah,
it's kind of all coming together here for the Brazilian side.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Yeah, the Mongols also looking like they're lacking a bit of that, I think, classic Mongols kind of just steamroller effect. I feel like this needs to come online here. And they're going to take the pistol straight through the apartments, but a Molotov to slow things down, or an incendiary. And the Mongols will be stalled out a little bit. And MIBR, they made the previous round where those full AKs look like they were pistols, just demolishing that push in the mid position. But here the pistols go.
Breno, just stay alive. Yeah, disengage. Really good. Smart play. Lukowski tapping away. And Breno kind of recovering a little bit of confidence. Sick round from Lukowski, but maybe not technically the hardest kills to get. I'm just happy to see Breno, you know, again, fall back from the position. The only way that can really go bad is if he dies really early on from fighting too much, and then there's a bomb plant and M4 back there. It can spiral pretty quickly, but none of that happened. Nice recovery from MIBR, to be honest. I felt like at the beginning this had the potential to be, you know, like that steamroller kind of effect, but I feel like they've managed to stabilize the game quite a bit here, and they need to on the CT side, right? They have to get quite a few rounds. I would say for MIBR to feel really good about this, probably up to about 7 rounds in the first half, and that's quite a distance away still. Trade in the middle. Oh my god. I don't know how he missed it either. Safe. Gets shot in the back. In fact, it was 9-10 getting that one. And Breno and Exit left 2 versus 4. Disastrous scenario playing itself here, unfortunately for MIBR.
What can Breno do here? Oh, the timing's good. Open plant, that's an easy kill that. 2 players left. They've got to pick up the bomb. Oh, plenty of time, of course, to take this slowly and make sure that you don't allow Breno to get any more damage. The drop is going to be heard here. Sensi on the other end of things. This is a hard spot to check for, and it is completely under. Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. Breno makes it happen. Senzu, what was that? Breno continues the movement now. Again, position still known as Mzinio left on the site, and once more, Breno not sure where this second player, or the final player, is as he starts to close the distance. Utility creating some more space here. Making it a bit harder, but Mzinio, good timing on the peak, takes Breno down, and oh, that Senso moment there, Anders, feels that's a worrying sign.
That was about to go down as one of the all-time fuck-ups. If they had failed a round because of it, could you just even imagine how that would have been received?
Damn, you brought up the F-bomb from Anders. That's how.
I don't know how else would you describe it. I can only lie so much, Dan. You know, I have like my own limits. This just was like I didn't know what else to say. Yes, you should feel bad. That's the only way you'll learn, though. You know, you learn to just don't ever like. That's how you're reminded. Like that feels such a terrible feeling that like I'm never doing that again.
Yeah, I mean, it seems highly uncharacteristic. Senzu's mechanics are pretty unbelievable. So you only miss a shot like that once you sort of get into your own head a little bit. So it'll be interesting. You know, this is the first map. These are the first 8 rounds of this series. That could be 3 maps. So
I hope so.
See if the nerves can stabilize there for the Mongols.
Yeah. I mean, right now it's still a really good first half for them. 5-3, double AWP on the MIBR side, but can they get anything more done with it is the question here. Will afford them the luxury of having Lukowski up here. And it probably means that Breno is going to be able to play much closer to the catwalk and middle. Classic, you know, upside of having double AWP on the CT side here is just having a little bit more of a relaxed B defense. It's an interesting thing to see Blitz with the MAC-10 here. It's 9-10 to go down early, but that MAC-10 could do something. Annoying weapon to be up against. Some damage through with the Galil. Somehow, it sounded like it with headshots, but they must have been like through the wall because they did almost no damage.
Yes. Oh, okay. And Zenio straight out the Palace position. That's devastating damage, evening things up to a 3v3. Just under a minute left. Now Bomb is coming back through T-spawn towards that A side of the map. And MIBR, they are fairly dispersed. Insani is moving into the site here for committed defense. We'll see what he's able to do.
So it's kind of sick. It might be hard for them to check this. Unlikely that he's going to be this deep in. Still a 3-on-3 with 30 seconds left. All right, Breno confirming. Still up in the palace waiting for it. So Insani, he's got that bit of info. He's going to be just hard spotting this angle. You don't have any more grenades left to clear him out of the corner either. The Molotov's been thrown elsewhere. Oh, such a clean peek coming out. Messinio, another one to add to the tally. Breno going for the peek here. The bomb's being planted right in front of him, but he doesn't swing wide enough to actually see that. And as a result, the Mongols now with a great chance to win the round. Breno and MongolZ, they've got a choice to make as well. They can't afford to lose too many guns here, so they will immediately pack it up and just try and carry this double AWP setup. So it's a lot of money on the line if you are going to lose it. They might anyway. As Senzu was already out hunting. Pretty aggressive stuff here.
Some defensive shooting there from Breno. Angle held. Senzu gets revenge. Interesting. It's funny, you know, Anders, earlier we set up how, you know, with the AWP, you don't know on the T side where it's going to be, and so you might just run into an angle where AWP's holding it, and that's an easy kill for the AWP. And then we saw that happen in the Palace position, and the AWP just completely whiffs.
Yeah.
So, okay, never mind.
The theory of it was correct, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Messinio, actually last time when we saw the Mongols yesterday, we didn't get to see too much out of him. But he obviously is a super sick player as well. Kind of burst onto the scene. Young player and I think captured a lot of people's hearts in some way. Sometimes called a babyface killer.
Nice.
For good reason. Deep Molotov or incendiary to try and hold them back. The flash is insane, and so is Insani. Blitz and Techno both going down. That setup was just remarkable. It's his own flashbang. He set himself up for a bit of victory there. Breno crouching in and taking down Messinio. And MIBR. They swing back. I appreciate the attitude here. They're not letting themselves get rolled.
Yeah, and given that the Mongols just won a round and they didn't really recover any economy yet, this is a great way to get a 6-6 finish in this half for MIBR. Protecting the bomb. Setting up the perimeter. Edge of the smoke, and the MongolZ will finish that off easily. 9-10, all he can do to try to hold on to this AWP. And I wonder, you know, what MIBR would decide to throw at this, if anything. You know, some teams are very well. Breno's like really coming to play today. Really is coming to play. So again, good signs of life from MIBR, and I feel like a 6-6 is really so very doable now for them.
It's definitely a strong option for them right now. They've got the economy on their side, and the Mongols. I do think they will be fine with having, you know, 6 rounds on the T side. I don't think that's disastrous at all. But you're right, they really haven't got off to that steamroller kind of effect that we've seen in some of the other games. Smoke in the middle, smoke towards top mid. There's 4 of them going to be showing up here for the Mongols to try and take a bit of a fight. Random taps coming out, but here we go. Insani trying to set himself up once again, this time with the HE. Kind of uncomfortable in the position. Backup is there, though. And he's not really panicking. Even if that was maybe a bit awkward, he's still just kind of sticking around.
There we go, there's a rush through connector. The pistols closing the distance against the rifles. It's exactly how you do it, and it's causing problems for MIBR. Playing too close, getting punished. Now we need a hero effort from Safe and Breno once again. And I don't know that they want to risk it at this point. This is just not the round you want to lose. We're talking about the 6-6. Right now, MIBR not looking good for that.
Super uncomfortable from a very clear path to tying up the scoreline to now all of a sudden potentially risking almost everything here. Huge difference right now for the Mongols, picking up even one more round, and they absolutely will in this one. Smasino going down, but it's all to try and save, maybe not even so much the AWP, but especially the AK, because I think they can actually repurchase the AWP no matter what, but obviously the AK, not quite the same thing here. Safe, kind of getting hunted by Blitz. Ooh, okay, it's a good flick, so at least they'll have that, but that's 7 on the side of Mongols.
Yeah, an unexpected round indeed, and we'll see for MIBR. I mean, I feel like MIBR, you know, we are having hiccups here and there, but overall, I don't feel too concerned. We'll see what they can do to recover in this final round. They have a decent buy, to say the least. Pretty much everything you would want. The AWP's still online, and we haven't seen too much in the way of shenanigans from the AWP in terms of those early pushes. The one time I think was in Palace, and it just went horribly wrong. But that feels like an anomaly.
Yeah. But you're right, it's not been too crazy. Probably feel like they don't necessarily need so. I mean, I do kind of agree with you. I feel like the defense has mostly been okay. But the Mongols, definitely, this kind of round is one of the ones that, you know, if you're MIBR and you do want a bit of an upset win, which it definitely would be, then you can't be losing rounds like these. You just can't allow for it. Well, we started the whole half with an A execute towards the, you know, and the pistol round early on, and looks like we might finish with one as well. Keeping it simple, keeping it pretty plain. To be honest, if they get exit right now, they probably get the bomb plant almost immediately. Although, Massinio, because of the smoke here at the ramp from the CT side, he's going to go back and check that there's nobody flanking immediately. So that smoke actually really dissuaded them.
And Breno does have a deep position on the B apartments, so MIBR now have to be asking some questions. Breno still fairly deep there. Smoke in the window. Typically, I feel like MIBR have been winning rounds like this, but the Mongols haven't been getting a pick and just sort of walking around looking for a spot to burst onto. Now checking the underpass. As you say there, they have to sort of question everything at this point, as they gave up so much early map control.
Yeah, this is the kind of default split you normally do it right at the start of the round, and they're doing it much later as a result of that smoke. Another smoke going down here, so Senzu being put on a bit of a hold. Now, they're going to be smoking jungle themselves, so that's going to land behind Insani, and they'll actually keep throwing some more smokes to try and create a bit of a path here for Blitz to see if he can get out. Oh, that's been spotted, though, and that's the bomb. Leading with the bomb that deep in, it takes away all the element of surprise. Insani, he knows everything. Techno ends up going down, and I think the rest are going to follow pretty swiftly. 20 seconds here. 9-10 getting the kills. Not going to make a difference. Insani with 3 in the round. They've spotted out Senzu. Oh, the flash. Otherwise, would have been sick for the setup. But it will be another round at the end here for MIBR. It's better than nothing. It's still competitive, even if the Mongols are going to go into the second half, I think, feeling pretty good about all of this.
Yeah. It's one of those halves where, you know, both teams like, yeah, feels all right. Could have been a lot better, could have been a lot worse. I think both teams are kind of in the same place. So we'll see how the pistol falls and how that might decide the early rounds of the second half. But yeah, I mean, it was interesting to see that Mongols kind of struggled to get openings in the way that we saw them do against FURIA yesterday. I felt like it was a very different dynamic, and FURIA very actively fighting for that mid control. But in this game, the Mongols didn't even really heavily try to take mid like they did against FURIA, and I felt like it was working for quite some time against FURIA before FURIA figured it out.
Speaking of pistol rounds, though, MIBR have a cool A split that they do on this map, where they boost into the window. So just trying to end up going, you know, window, connector, and then A ramp, maybe palace as well. It's really fun. I just enjoy the you know, the slightly more elaborate kind of plays.
Yeah,
it's always, I mean, you can always argue that doing some of those plays in a pistol round is always like the chances that someone gets screwed up is really high.
Yes,
but it's fun to watch, you know. Single, some more utility here. So that, you know, the extra utility could definitely mean it could be one of those, you know, boost kind of strategies, because you do need the extra grenades to make it work. But right now, every single one of them headed for the B bomb sites. And still, smokes are going to be interesting to see where exactly they land. It's Techno moving up. He's going to be the first point of contact, instantly deleting Lukauzi, but a really good return. Next up is Senzu, who is not quite as accurate or swift with the kills, but the backup is there, Dan. They're already in the site.
Yeah, more headshots required here. Senzu defending by the pillar. There we go. Nice headshots, and another deletion on the sites. Okay, Senzu's back. He's woken up. That connector, I'm not sure what to call it. Snafu has, you know, it's long in the past now. And now Exit looking to try to take on 4 players. Not sure how likely that is. The Mongols whittling him down. There we go. The Mongols with the pistol, 8-5. Exactly what they wanted.
That's actually really well played, especially because he did miss the first couple of shots there. But I guess you could see from the setup as well there on the Mongols that they had a really good read that there was going to be some sort of a B-Apps play, because they had 2 forward players, a 3rd player in the back of the bomb site. So they just had so many people in position, or at least nearby to rotate, that they kind of had done a little bit of research. They must have known that at least there was an opportunity. And it's kind of rare to have that much of a double presence in the B hallways anyway. Typically, if you're going to be stacking the B bomb side and the pistol round, you're going to be having most of those players on the catwalk, because it means they can go in the middle and the A bomb side if they're wrong, basically.
Yeah.
But if the Mongols had been wrong in this round, then they would have been disastrously wrong. They would have been really far away from the A bomb side if it had played out that way.
Yeah, and I do like that point. You know, it is a good way to think about it. Even if you don't have any data on the other teams, you know, that one of the sites is going to be easier to retake than the other. And you can kind of, you know, sometimes make a decision off of that and how you stack. And the Mongols have some deep control here in mid. And MIBR maybe trying to think about a timing, but just with Glocks, it's going to be a tough one. And obviously no bomb plant.
Yeah.
Is maybe the difference for them in not going for a force buy in this round?
Yeah, definitely. They can't. I mean, they can, but I feel like it would be a really crazy move. Prefer this way. They're just waiting, probably having a bit of a conversation, and obviously hoping that the more grenades can be used for the Mongols. Trying to waste their time as much as ours, Dan. They're wasting my time. How dare they?
Time is money.
Yeah, exactly. Get on with it, why don't you?
Well, there we go. They heard you, and they're all dead. So, 9-5. And the AK is surely to follow.
Yeah, let's see what the first call here is going to be. Pretty common for some of the defaults to come out at the beginning, I feel like, just to establish whether or not that's going to work and kind of get us a read of it. It's tough in MR12, though, because you can see it already. There's not a lot of room for mistakes here for MIBR. Even if the first half, it wasn't a disaster. 5 rounds on the CT side. I mean, it's not what you're looking for, but it's enough to sort of stay in the game. But at this stage here, if they fall early on, if they lose the AKs in this one, it will be a really big problem. Decent timing on the smoke. Good depth on the grenade. Doing damage to Lokauzi. Love the position up on the railing here, but it's dangerous. MP9 will defeat Breno. So not the ideal start here. Flashes are coming through, and the trades will continue. Sensu's taking down Exit. That's at the top of mid as well. And Safen and Sani now 2 versus 4. It's not looking good here for T side.
Yeah, just caught in the different parts of the default, isolated from one another. The MIBR players, it's one of the best ways to win around against the Ts. If you can find a good timing and good plays as they're setting up, as they're moving forward into position, but not yet in position, you just get a situation like this, a 2v4 with no map control, and the Mongols can give up mid because they've got the numbers advantage. They don't need the map control.
It's also the Mongols winning this with a FAMAS and 2 MP9s. We call this a bonus round for a reason, basically signaling that even if the Mongols had lost this round, they probably wouldn't care that much. But winning with this kind of weaponry just means you're going to be rich, super rich.
Yes, definitely, and you have those extra rounds in your lead as a buffer to feel like you can take bigger risks than maybe otherwise you would. And it's the kind of thing where if one of those risks pays off, you might just kind of win the game off of it or get into a game-winning advantage. And for MIBR, it feels like any single mistake could be you giving up that game-winning advantage. So in terms of the pressure, it is fully on MIBR. No doubt about that. Techno. Oh, I thought he had an inkling, but just going for the AK gets it, which is a huge steal. So very happy, I'm sure, with that.
Just actual theft happening.
Yeah. As we have said, there's no justice in Counter-Strike. There's no police. I mean,
they are on the police side.
Exactly. Yeah.
Who do you call when the police start stealing, Dan? What do you do?
Yeah.
Obviously, can't. You know.
Can't do anything.
Just have to chat that at the point in time. 10-5 scoreline here. The Mongols with 2 AKs, 1 AWP, quite a bit of money in the bank as well. MIBR, not the best of times. I will say, when all else fails for this particular team, MIBR, I've noticed, they do love just an A split with a lot of ramp presence, which I guess we just call it a default execute on the A-bomb side, but it is something they do quite a bit, and there's nothing wrong with it. Just because it's a normal thing and everyone knows what it looks like doesn't mean it can't work. In fact, the fact that you run it a lot can also mean everyone is so well drilled in checking every angle. Like you kind of, you're just going through all the motions. You know exactly where to look, and there's no real confusion. So maybe we could see one of those kind of strats being played out. They will set up a double smoke in the middle, so it's going to be window and top mid smoke. So pretty common stuff. Although they're doing that, and they're just essentially waiting for a Mongols response. They want to see, is anyone pushing underpass? Anyone pushing top mid? Nobody is. Spoilers.
Spoilers. And there is a sense that, as you say, the other team, in this case Mongols, kind of knows some of those preferences MIBR might have. So MIBR sort of conditioning util to be used elsewhere. And we actually did see the Mongols throwing very early timings on, for the incendiaries. I mean, that's fairly common as a standard practice. And they're so far ahead, they don't need to really try to cut any corners.
Yeah, just keep doing it.
Play it safe.
Interesting position for Blitz here. I kind of hate everything about that play, if I'm being totally honest. But he's fine.
Gets info. 3 players spotted. Late mid-take coming on through, and it's Blitz just running into that one.
Why? Actually, why? The whole thing is so crazy. They have flashbangs. He could have been flashed in from a teammate. Techno has one at the B bomb side. You can throw them over the wall if you want to.
I thought that was what was going to happen. But now it's I mean, the MIBR against the clock hit. They got to start moving real quick. So the pressure really is on them.
Yeah.
And they've making their way across to the site. Nice shot by a 910. And the rest of MIBR are following.
Yeah, but there is a bit of a crossfire. There's still a player at Tetris right now that they haven't even realized. It's Messinio. Good with the spray down. Breno is going to die no matter what. A good double kill. You're right. The clock probably ultimately what defeated, MIBR. Assisted with some of the AK bullets there from Messinio, but still, just not enough time to clear everything and kind of make it work. And it didn't seem like that really dawned on them until it was way too late.
Yeah.
I have to just say, whatever it was Blitz was doing in the window, I just don't want to see that again.
Well, the funny thing is that when he jumped across and survived getting the info, it's like, oh my god, that's like you've already had a huge win. And given the clock, just not dying maximizes your chances to win even more. It's like
I don't even know why he was there to begin with, because he's in a corner that's going to get Molotov so much. He didn't have a smoke to escape either. Like, the whole thing's just super confusing to me. Like, just don't be there at that point in time. If you have somebody else who can throw a smoke, it's fine, whatever, if you want to, but that seems super risky. But I am also criticizing a team that's winning 11-5, so...
Yeah.
What do I know, Dan?
You are a nitpicky person.
That's what I get paid to do, you know?
That's true.
Just complain.
With that.
Complain about Counter-Strike.
We care about excellence.
Well, listen, I'm not going to complain about Senzu. He's 18-9 right now, so that is super sick. We've seen like a couple of missed shots from him, but obviously massive output at the moment. I do think Yanko brought it up and said Senzu can't really be like the lowest performing player on the team. Like he has to be up there in front. Maybe one of the reasons why the Mongols still haven't found those trophies. Richard said maybe that's something that could be disappointing that they haven't. I kind of agree. I feel like they need to do something more. Here comes the ramp execute that we mentioned in the previous round. So here we go. Pretty standard stuff. Let's see if it works.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it might be somewhat of a paper tiger, given that there are only pistols behind this, really. Just one Galil otherwise. And the Mongols are pretty prepared for this, but, I mean, you've got to hit the shots as well. Hello. Oh, the lineup for Blitz. Beautiful. Didn't expect the second player dug into that position. 9-10 operating from Ticket at the same time. And following up quite nicely. Acceptable losses for the Mongols.
Huge power in playing that double shadow position because you clear it out, you get the first player, and then you're like, oh, that's it. Like, there's nobody else. Also, I think they had a Molotov down that they must have thought the Molotov cleared the entire corner, but it didn't. So not only did they actually did kill Messinio in that position, or near that position, they also had a Molotov that they thought would have cleared the entire corner, and it just didn't. So,
yeah,
kind of getting wrecked in 10 different ways.
Yes.
MIBR, we've tried to sell this idea that things have been okay, even if they're behind. I don't think we're able to do that any longer. Also, Exit has only got 3 kills. That is obviously not acceptable. Actually, it's kind of weird when you look at the rest of the scoreboard for MIBR. It would suggest that they are a lot closer. It's like between 11 and 14 kills on everybody. So they're getting the kills, they're just not getting the rounds here. Yeah, maybe it is like secretly a more... Like it looks like a really one-sided scoreline. It might be a little bit closer than that, but it won't actually save them from losing the map here. It's a 4 versus 4, and they are trying to get back to the bomb side. This time splitting through connector. Lukauzi, very nice pickup. Leg shot as well. Blitz. That's just so cold. He knows he's got the kill. He's not worried. He's not jiggling around. Just pulls out the USP. Incendiary to get rid of exits, and a little bit of a flick here. Deep grenade to end the map with. Blitz blowing up safe, and it will be the Mongols to pick up this early game on Mirage. That is really, really well done. I really appreciate that.
It's a nice sequence with all the util there for just each like respective kill, like the op shot, into the USP finish, into the incendiary, into the op shot, into the op shot, like into the AG. Lovely stuff, but looks like it's time to send it back to the analyst desk, see what they made of that first map.
It is, Dan. Yes, we're here. And look, I'll tell you what we make of that first map. It's pretty much just what we expected, right, guys? I mean, we did say this is Mongol's best map. They might be the best Mirage team here at the event. We expect them to run over teams like MIBR, and there was no surprises here. And Yanko, your group stage merchant friend, Senzu, with another big performance.
Yeah, true to his name. And I just love this map because it shows Counter-Strike, if you get the fundamentals down correctly, it's a much easier game, you know. And if you take care of the basics, pistol rounds with advantages, right? Like that's the majority of the game. And here for Mongols, it was, you know, 4-0 start in the first half. In the second half, they didn't lose a single round, right? 6-0 starts as well, and just make the life for yourself so much easier. Even MIBR at the tail end of the game just went for these buys time and time again, which, you know, they weren't great. There's always a pistol in there, a Galil, not all the utility. And the Mongols didn't really have to work too hard for this one.
Yeah, even individually as well, you could see Blitz starting a little bit in the final round despite the heroics from Senzu, who was looking unplayable. There was one round where, you know, 2v1 where he got a little bit overeager trying to go for a knife or something, but forgivable if you're able to pull off something like this as he does regularly. Here's the thing with Mongols and Mirage, all the criticisms that we have of them on certain other maps, like where are your protocols, where are some of your defaulting and whatnot, you look at what they do in Mirage and it's all there. They look so good on it, but if they're able to copy-paste some of the ideologies they're applying on this map, it'll be so much better than the other maps, man.
I don't think it works like that, you know. Usually, whenever a team is really, really good on a map, the main reason for that is probably all 5 players are really comfortable with the map and really familiar. They're not good because they have some openings that no one else has, or their tactics are better than everyone else. Everyone copies everyone anyway, right? First time you do it in a game, it's there for everyone to see. It's because your reactions are so good. Everyone is really confident in their moves. You know, you saw the 3v5 round where Mzinho goes out of apps and gets a double kill. Like, it's plays like that that you're able to go for on Mirage that just aren't there for you on other maps.
I mean, the frustrating aspect for me with Mongols is, if I had to kind of like put it in all layman's terms, it's just it doesn't seem to be a plan B, like ever in any game they're in. Like, plan A is excellent, and when it works, it's good. But even a good plan A doesn't work 100% of the time, and it's like, where do you go after that? And then they'd start taking late fights, not flashing, etc., etc.
You could actually segue into a couple of rounds here. We're talking about plan A and plan B. Let's take a look at the round you just brought up right now. Round number 9. It's a 3v5 advantage for MIBR. This should be a round done and dust. And Mzinho, the A Palace lurk. So you're going to see a couple of early kills here. Some nice openings being found. You know, little lackadaisical from Mongols here to give a couple of kills early on and trying to go for a contact place. Now look at Mzinho. The timing is perfect. The Opera gets a kill, swings out wide. Just, I don't even know. He's just like, he just knows as a player playing up close to a trap. Gets a second kill. Look at Insani now. He catches the timing to sneak in all the way into the bomb site. But Mzinho, he's aware there's an opportunity to a CD for a snuck in, because I genuinely thought Insani from that position would have got both 9-10 and Mzinho. Round would be lost. But just the awareness, and that's what I mean. Like, the individuals, that's a plan B, Richard. The individuals had a plan B and a plan C. But sometimes when it doesn't work out for the individuals, that's when things fall apart. I call
that the concepts of a plan.
All right, then. I think that, yeah, this is another round where it's just to highlight when they do have a plan A, Rich, it's going to be a fast play coming in. This is a half fight coming out from the Mongols, and you can see Blitz top mid is going to be holding a couple of flashes over there. And when they just kind of group up together and deathball their way into a bomb site, the protocols are so very good. They know exactly what the pathing is going to be. They know what the first player is going to be looking at, and just completely, this should honestly on paper potentially be the 6-6 half, but just because they had a good plan A in that round, they're able to just pull away with that round.
We talk about fundamentals, that's a reset round where MIBR loses a 5v3.
I was going to say, that's pivotal to the game.
Exactly, right? And they already had to play from behind, losing the first gun round and the pistol, and it was just funny. Mongols did the exact same thing in the first gun round they did yesterday against FURIA, so some mind games there, not really changing their approach whatsoever. But yeah, I wouldn't say that they don't have a plan B, or if I just think I would put it as there's not too much finesse to their game.
Okay,
right?
yeah,
it's not super,
I can revise my opinion.
Yes,
I can come aboard for that.
Yes, I'm a master at that, Richard.
Thank you. You're very persuasive.
The grand manipulator, actually. But yeah, and that's the thing, and that's fine in a way, right? Like that doesn't necessarily have to be an issue for them. And I don't think that's the thing holding them back from having better results or deeper runs or anything like that. If anything, it's a pro for them, you know, because it simplifies the game a little bit for the players. Everyone's on the same page. It's crucial that you do go for plays and take initiative in that, and that you're fearless, and I think you can definitely say that about the Mongols.
Let's just quickly set up Anubis, because you know, we're pressed for time. Obviously, it's MIBR's pick.
Yes.
We've seen this one before. We saw this yesterday. You know, Mongols, Brazilian organization, we move into Anubis, etc., etc. You've heard this one before. Are we going to see an adjustment here, Blair?
I'm actually excited. I think this is going to be the real test for the Mongols, because we can see something really good from them or something really bad. What I like from MIBR yesterday against the game versus G2, yes, sure, they had Taz as a stand-in and all of that. This CD side, you know what they like doing over here? They like playing the extremities. You're going to see Breno, you're going to be seeing Safe, playing A main deep. They like giving up mid. Insani is going to just poke a little bit, play way more passively, but they like being proactive on their extremities on the CT side. If Mongols have done their homework, they should be expecting this, so I want to see a bit of a switch-up from the Mongols to make this competitive, because otherwise, I think we're seeing a map number 3, honestly.
Well, yesterday, that's how they lost on Anubis, right? We saw a team essentially get very aggressive, proactive, as we're putting it on the CT side, make these strange pushes, strange timings, and the Mongols just didn't have an answer to that. And I think they got, what was it, 3 rounds on T Anubis?
Yeah, exactly. I think it was just FURIA was quicker than them. You know, they had better reactions when they would play for the sides and leave mid, and even if that's where Mongols did go and found an opening, they just weren't quick enough to capitalize on the space. You know, FURIA was able to rotate back. There was a flash play in there, you know, re-clear it, get information, get some kills. So we'll see. I have no doubt that, you know, Blitz will try to take space there and maybe be able to be a nuisance. But let's see for the Mongols. I don't expect them to put up 3 rounds on T side again.
Yeah, I mean, it's the perfect practice they've had. But you got to say it, the Brazilian teams, they've embraced this map. And, you know, we're going to find out which version of Mongols is powering up through the tournament.
And I think that's going to be kind of like a tell of what Mongols are going to be seeing come, you know, day 4, day 5, maybe even the playoffs of this event. So I'm very curious about how this map's going to play out.
All right, then, guys, as always, a pleasure to hear your thoughts. For now, we are going to a break. When we come back, it'll be Anderson DDK bringing you the action. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s. I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
MIBR are ready to take on the challenge that Astana has to offer them. X is joining me for the interview here. How are you doing, man? You're back to being the leader again of the team. You've had a bit of time now to get into the role again. How has it been to kind of, you left it, took it over, now you're back to it again. What's that whole experience been like for you?
I'm feeling great, to be honest. I think when I stopped being the IGL, I was missing it in the start when I was not calling anymore. I was like playing lurker positions, so I was not calling anything almost all the time. And I was missing it. But when we started to play, I didn't think about it. We were playing good in the end of the last year. And now I'm back. Drop left the team, and they asked me to do it, and I wanted to do it, so it was okay for me, and I'm feeling great.
Did it take some change for you though, as a leader, as a player, to like leave it, now come back to it? Was there some like relearning you had to do, some changes?
Yes, I learned something, especially with Drop, the way he was like calling, the way his leadership was. I got something from him because he was a good IGL. He had great ideas of the game.
Now, I look at the MIBR roster. How far away do you feel you are from being able to have the success when you've got these players coming out of Brazil and being able to have success? Because it still feels like MIBR is underperforming, if I'm being honest.
We are trying to figure out why we are not performing, because in my opinion, we are one of the best Brazilian teams. We have the best talent. Insani for me is the best Brazilian player right now. So we just need to figure out how to work things. And we need to show in tournaments, because we were practicing and we are doing good. We are like evolving, improving. And we just need to come to this tournament, and we say to each other that we need to come to Astana to play good, to be at least in the playoffs. I think it's the minimum goal for us.
What do you think is missing? Do you understand like what the small details might be?
I think we just need to play more tournaments. We just need to play more calm.
Do you feel like at the moment MIBR also has not just the players, but like the staff that you guys want around you in order to have success? Because I know like you made coaching staff changes as well. There has been a lot of change going through it. So do you feel like you have everything you need to get to where you want to be?
To be honest, I think we have a good staff. We have good people behind us. We have a new coach now, JNT. He's bringing new ideas to the team. He is not a coach for a long time, but I think he's bringing new blood. He's doing a good job. And yes, I think we have a good staff behind us.
Now, you mentioned that you want to be aiming for playoffs as like the minimum for you guys right now. Looking at the teams you have here, how realistic do you feel that is based on the preparation you had and how the team feels before coming into the event?
I think it's easier to us to be in the playoffs. I think that it's more realistic to bring this goal to us. We were practicing in Portugal now. We had some days to play against European teams.
Ooh, how many days did you get?
It was like 10 days of practice.
So I guess you went Melbourne straight to Europe?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we are going there after the here, because we are going to practice for the major. I always say that being in Europe is the best way to get better in CS, because you play against the best teams. We didn't practice in only one day because there was a blackout in Portugal. I don't know if you know that. Yes, I saw
that on the news.
Yes. We didn't have lights for the whole day, so we couldn't practice.
What did you do on that day instead?
Man, nothing. We
No,
were like
just chilling.
playing soccer, but
That's good. Yes, some exercise. I like
and then
that.
we were talking in the house. We were like trying to.
FURIA.
So it was, I think, the only one day that we didn't practice, and I think it was good practice. I think I had more time to be better as an IGL, and I think we were prepared.
Well, hopefully that preparation pays off for you, even with the one blackout day. You survived it all, and it's good to know that you're being able to practice from Europe, man. So thank you for all the insight, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much, man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's map number 2. It's day number 2 here in Astana, and we have the Mongols versus MIBR. The second map is going to be on Anubis, which I think will be actually rather interesting. I hope that MIBR get to show a little bit more. Obviously, it just was not enough, and they kind of get blown out of the water on that first one. But they also did pick the map here, so let's see what they've got. They're going to be starting on the CT side. It'll be the Mongols on the T side, and I will just reiterate again, I do think this could be a very treacherous map to be picking. Even if you think you're good on it, you start on the CT side, and sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yes, obviously the Mongols running into a great CT side from FURIA yesterday. You know, I'm sure there were some things that the Mongols probably discussed and could benefit, you know, from that loss going into a T side today as well. So into this pistol, we've got the split there, going through mid, going through A long. MIBR kind of keeping tabs on the rotation here. Nice fight there. 2 entries on the long position, but Blitz with that headshot, that unlocks the site, and the bomb goes down.
It's actually so interesting that the Mongols go for this kind of an A split, because it's something that MIBR themselves love doing on the T side. So it almost feels like the Mongols have kind of stolen a bit of a pistol strat here coming out from them. And I mean, if it works, it works. Who cares? 3 versus 3. Potentially a very tough retake coming in. There's no kit either picked up on anyone at the moment. Don't know if there's one on the ground, but yeah, they've already lost Lukowski. He was the flank on this one. Now Techno going to try and hold it as they are dropping down, making a lot of noise. Nice shot, and Techno will just close out the round. 3 kills on him. And yeah, that just was good timing. Pretty straightforward stuff. As soon as they were in the middle, they pretty much just had a quick run to the A-bomb side.
Yeah, nice and simple and straightforward. And with that, you know, obviously it does give the Mongols a much better position to work from based on what we saw yesterday. Obviously yesterday, you know, not winning the T-pistol, not getting off to a good start. But instead here, they can dictate the pace. Full save for MIBR. They've been opting to do this so far on both sides. We've seen that's generally be the preference, whereas a lot of teams these days would often force here. Got a mid-stack for MIBR with those pistols. A single flashbang, the single flash. And I like this from the Mongols. This is a very good way to win around like this. Just get the bomb down ASAP.
Oh yeah. Techno on the spray down. It's going to be really swift. I still think having the single flashbang for MIBR is good little detail.
Yeah. Like how I threw to you, and then one guy sprayed, and then the round was over.
Yeah, listen. Get it done quickly, you know. I just don't want this round to drag on, Dan, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we don't like...
Just keep it going.
Yeah,
keep the pace up. None of that slow Counter-Strike.
We do not want drag. Maximal aerodynamic Counter-Strike.
Well, listen, we've got the M-Force back. Still no AWP early on here for MIBR. It's no surprise. One of the things you saw with FURIA, like you mentioned on this particular map, they had a great CT side as well, and it was a lot of that aggressive pushing that was coming out that really made a big difference. They were quite good at it. Hopefully we could see something similar here. They're going to have an early fight. It's against the MAC-10, but ooh, running in with a grenade in hand. Blitz was not ready to get peeked from that position, and this has worked out remarkably well. So much damage being dished out. Even if Safe does go down here, they've still done a lot. Deep incendiary to really force them back, and everything going according to plan. It's Lukowski way from the other side of the map, by the way, in connector, shutting down Sensu. Just a couple of players left now. This is the kind of early round you absolutely must win if you're MIBR. Again, the CT side here for the map can be really brutal, so they've done a fantastic job. Safe, wide swing, he gets a third one. Well done.
Yeah, really, really good to get a start off like this. And, you know, I'm thinking back, you know, if we're thinking about some of the things that worked for FURIA against the Mongols yesterday on this map. Something that comes to mind is when we saw MongolZ picking up the AWP early on, getting that pick from E-Box, finding ways to essentially disrupt the Mongols before they can really get going into their default. And MIBR, if they're able to find those choice aggressions, I think things will go quite well. I think one of the issues for the CT side on this map is it's hard to get aggressive well. It's one of those maps.
Oh, yeah.
And then secondly, if you decide to not do it because it feels risky, well, it's always going to feel risky, I suppose. But you know, if you decide to play passive instead, then the T side can kind of set up pretty brutal takes. You know, the B side obviously, especially, is quite nasty. So we'll see how those dynamics play as we go into this next round.
Just a bit of a pause here to sort out a couple of things. It's Techno with 7-1. That's quite a couple of rounds for him at the beginning of the game here, but I think one of the weird things about yesterday when we saw Anubis was the lack of really a lot of the mid-aggression that we're normally used to seeing. I feel like both teams yesterday just decided it was better to just go fight connector and fight at the A-bomb side with a lot less mid-presence for the T side. And I feel like commonly, the kind of modern meta, at least in European Counter-Strike, we do see a lot more, you know, heavy mid-control where, you know, you do get like 2 or 3 Ts in there to try and fight early on. A little bit like we're seeing now, which is shaping up to be a bit of an A-split coming out for the Mongols. I think the reason why this works so well is it's one of those situations you just need 1 kill. Whether it's on Insani here or it's in the A-bomb site. But I mean, if Insani just gets pushed back, if he gets Molotov off this corner, then that A-bomb site is almost certainly going to fall.
Defense on the other side of the A-long smoke. And the Mongols want to go. They want to go fast, but they have to pick their moments. In position now on mid, so this would be the moment the split comes through. Breno with the flashbang knows he's got no time for that one, and Techno, MC Neo bursting on through the long position. This split looking quite nice, and now the bomb's going down. 2v4 retake now for MIBR.
Yeah, they can't. Could try to stick around and do some damage here, but actually fighting for the round is not really an option. And I must say, it wasn't even that really Insani was pushed back. He just decided to walk away before he really found anyone. And I think, unfortunately, that left his team in a really, really awkward spot. Gonna lose one more M4, so exit. Does have a kit if they were being, you know, super crazy and running away from the bomb site. Again, it could be fun, but not gonna get any fun diffusers here, which is kind of a shame for us. 3-1 though, and I just... Unfortunately, I think that kind of a defense, when you have those 2 people, they're falling back from the forward position on the A-bomb site. And maybe that's... Oh, wow. They actually get exit right at the end too. But that's fine if they have to stay 2 at the A-bomb site, but when... I feel like the timing for Insani to fall back just left them so vulnerable. Like, they had to fall back and try and defend, you know, the cam connector, and also the push that was coming in from the other side. I don't like it. And it didn't work out for them. Immediate timeout call for MIBR.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, like you said, you know, they pick up that early round, and that looks really promising. But you kind of have to convert the next one. And you know, it's cool that Mongols kind of just went for something really simple, able to kind of leverage just a really nice split. And part of the reason why they're able to do that is because, yeah, just that passive approach to mid allowed them to kind of walk up and set up the split. And this is the point that I just made with what FURIA found successful, is finding ways to disrupt that defense before they're in position. Because if they're in position to go for a split like that, it's going to be hard to defend reliably.
Some upgraded pistols, some smokes being set down. I mean, 5.7s on this map. There are definitely a bunch of places you can get close enough to have that be a pretty lethal pistol. Also stacking. So just, I mean, there's no way for them to force them into the stack here, but you can hope. You can hope that someone's going to be showing up. For the minute, the Mongols are being very, very careful to make sure that nothing goes wrong here. And they're not going to see anyone out there either. So, just mid-presence. Bomb is still all the way back towards T-spawn. So we just know that the Mongols have not made any choices yet. They're not really looking to do anything apart from just, you know, getting this early map control and putting a little bit of pressure on. Flash for the middle. Pretty nice, honestly. There's just no one far enough in. But I like the idea nonetheless. And they're going to try and see if they can hunt down Blitz here. But he will smartly run away from the fight. There's no reason why he should stick around. Techno and I, though. I mean, throwing the grenade is one thing. It failed, but I'm so happy to see the Mongols not engaging in that fight, because all you can really do, maybe you get a couple of kills on some pistols. Who really cares about that? Yeah. But on the downside, if you lose the AK, that's when things can go really bad.
Yeah, and you have all the information as to what the CTs are doing. And so you know that there's so much space clear on the map. And we've talked about this a lot. When you're against pistols, or really half-buy, just getting the bomb down as quickly as possible, like finding the shortest path, the least risky path to get the bomb down, force them into a retake. They don't have the util, they don't have the kits, they don't have the, really any way to do anything at that point. So you're just winning the round off of positioning alone, and that just keeps it simple. That's the lowest risk, highest return way to play this type of a round. So yeah, good to see that executed here.
exactly what you love to see. 4-1 in their favor as a result, and MIBR kind of back to struggling a little bit again. They're going to be picking up M4 one more time in the next round, but again, it will be without the AWP. It'll be out some of the luxuries that you normally love to see here. So that's kind of another thing. It's delaying the opportunity to get that sniper out early, and that means they are, they're going to be lacking that weapon if nothing else. It's not disastrous yet, but we are slowly starting the spiral that can happen here on the CT side, where you have such a hard time picking up any rounds, and suddenly, even if it's a map that you like and you picked it and everything else, it just doesn't play out the way that you were expecting. I do like this double setup in the middle, though, for the CTs. They're a lot more forward here. Would actually be super interested if they could do even more than just kind of hang around at the corner.
At least, the shutdown of that positioning is, for sure, yeah, it's a good sign. As that has been a hole that's been exploited so far by the Mongols. Perhaps fixing that Molotov. We saw that yesterday, that FURIA discovered that the Molotov was just like leaving a gap in the corner, so they actually managed to exploit that. And indeed, MIBR not giving up the position. Oh man, the header, not quite the thing you want to have exploding on you there.
What a flashbang.
Flash.
Blitz does get traded out, but then again, they get the Lucaozi with a grenade. So it's still pretty good. Dangerous position to be in back here if you are Exit, because it gets Molotov, well, every single time somebody attacks the bomb site. There we go. Deep Molotov, Exit, running out into it. Messinio, that's all he needed to do. Insani, it's a nice attempt to try and tap away here. Breno, alone versus 3, but the second spray down there, not working out in his favor. Instead, it's Techno to pick up a double kill. He's up to 11-1 right now. So he is having a fiery beginning to this Anubis map, and again, taking away the money. The fact that it's down close to this one, I just don't think it matters that much for MIBR. It is fine to do a little bit of damage, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about them accumulating some money on their own, preferably trying to get that AWP online at some point. They're in a lot of trouble right here.
And it's back to the pistols. I feel like this is too familiar of a sight. So just really emphasize the trouble you're describing that they're experiencing. And a couple smokes for delay. 3 smokes, actually. 4 smokes. I can't count.
Well, so the problem is now in modern-day Counter-Strike as well, they, sometimes they just pick them up from the ground, so it's like maybe you did have to count down right.
Yeah.
AK.
Accounting certification.
Who needs it now? We're always told, like, oh, you're never going to have a calculator with you at all times, but then we all have phones that have calculators, so, don't even need to, Dan. We've got AI now. It could do the counting for you.
I need that Neuralink chip in my brain. Connect that to AI, you won't have to do anything then.
I probably won't be the first person to get it, but, it is an exciting prospect. Here we go. Blitz. Good double. Kind of staying away from the AK. Well, they were. Lucaozi's finding the best timing possible, but they're still going to lose the bomb site. Doubt if Lucaozi can turn this into a victory, and in fact, given the fact they're on the CT side, I kind of hate the fact that he goes close. I wish they could have picked up, because Exit's going to have the other AK, so they could have had 2, and I think that's a more valuable thing than trying to do a 2v3 retake with no utility, maybe a little bit of armor, but also definitely no kit. I would have stayed away.
Yeah. I mean, seeing an AK away would be great. Would be really great. I think the question remains, though, as to where do MIBR get that early disruption or advantage? I mean, not necessarily even advantage per se, but just, losing the AK2. Unfortunate, but yeah, just trying to be get that information, have somewhat of an exchange, maybe force some util from the Mongols, just like be more present, in the very early stages of the round. It is of course really hard on Anubis to do that effectively. I think that's why how FURIA played yesterday was so impressive, and I think this is something I know that you've talked about in a lot of casts we've done recently now around this map, where that T side it's just so hard to fight up against because of the limited CT options.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing to complain about. By the way, Techno has as many kills as the entire MIBR team right now. Ooh, Lucaozi not ready for it.
Did not expect someone to be there, and I don't know why he wouldn't. I do like the push into the river here. This is really sick, but it doesn't matter. They've lost the B bomb side here. Safe. If he doesn't get that shot, he will be dead immediately, but the bomb, not quite there. So, weirdly for the Mongols, not quite reading how strong of a position they actually had at the start. It doesn't matter, though. 9-10. Nice catch onto safe here. It's Senzu holding the line just barely against Insani, and it will be another call here to recover the rest of the weapons for Briano and for Exit. They cannot go for this one. Just some really weird gaps in the defense there early on. And maybe especially for Lukauzi, who is 2-7. Walking into that open position, not knowing the timing for the T-spawn there to make a run for it. Sure, the T-smoke had been thrown down, like there was a lurk smoke that had already been thrown, so still, you have to wait until it's actually up before you can find any cover behind it. So, 7-1.
Yes, it kind of feels like there's just this internal bleeding happening right now, whereas there's no medical assistance. Except some band-aids, maybe. Nothing that's actually meaningful. Because it just seems that, you know, we're finding consistent advantages for the Mongols pretty much everywhere across the map. They're finding edges kind of wherever they go, that's always the worst possible thing if you're the CT side, because you don't know what to patch up at that point. And you don't even know how to, like, is there a way you can like play around it? Can you like stack the weakness? You know, is there some mind games you can play? That doesn't really seem to be the case when you're losing out. Senzu just being the lurk, catching the rotation frags. Pretty straightforward stuff from Senzu.
It's also, is kind of a freak timing in many ways for MIBR. They must feel the same way, because this was a round where they decided to go really aggressive, and then as a result, they just lose the B-bomb side. So kind of a bit unfortunate. I do think it's the right idea. There are a lot of really fun tricks you could do outside of the A-bomb side, where if you have a couple of people pushing out in that front of A position, where the beans are, I just call it the beans position.
Nice.
You're from the UK, Dan. I know you must love some beans.
Don't dare say it. You know, I mean,
you guys put beans on everything. There's the beans.
The beans. I think beans look really flat, man. Listen, those beans have lost.
I'm not from the UK.
Integrity. I mean,
so I just don't even care about it. But you might be right. I'll take your word for it. And it might not be beans at all. But I'll keep calling them anyway. But you can do some really cool setups where you have a guy inside of the A-bomb site throwing Molotovs or even flashes or even HGs to try and push those people out to actually fight, and it can be really efficient. Would love to see that, but I think it's probably very hard right now for MIBR to find the confidence to get many of those things done, because they just haven't been able to do much of anything, to be honest. They can't even defend the beans.
I mean, why would you? They look like they're well past there. I mean, they barely resemble beans anymore, I've got to say. So, spoiled goods, much like perhaps the CT side.
This B-bomb, there's nobody actually defending it. They're like, nah, we don't need to. Smoke this. It's going to be a clean bomb plant. They're smoked off, Molotov down, sprayed down. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, playing retake is one thing, but obviously on the B side, even full util and weapons is a hard ask. So it's a rough one. And you know, saving the M4, saving the Pyjamas, honestly, does feel like the best possible result at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe getting some exit kills, maybe steal an AK away. I mean, these are the only potential wins that are now remaining for MIBR in this round.
Exit kills, you know, pistol kills. I'll take, honestly, at this point, if I'm MIBR, I'll take probably any kind of kill you get. It might even take team kills if I can at this stage, just to get something on the board here.
We saw quite a few team kills yesterday, actually.
We did.
And I felt like it was just one call. Who was it? It was just one person. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Slacks on M80, who ended up getting 2 on Mirage. I think it was like 2 team kills in the same round, like back to back, which was funny. Yeah, this is sort of tragic. But I keep warning people. Keep saying it.
Anubis, yeah.
Don't pick Anubis.
Well, there are a lot of, there's a pretty healthy contingent of anti-Anubis people, right? Pro players and otherwise.
Donk said he hated it.
Yeah. Doesn't Dupree hate it? Did he say that?
He might have. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're right. I don't even really hate the map. I'm suspicious when people pick it, because I've seen this happen so many times. Even the teams that really objectively are good on Anubis.
Yeah.
I always I always worry that they're going to lose the pistol and then go on to lose everything else, and there's just no recovering it. They have double AWPs this time, so that is obviously a sick investment for them. If this doesn't work out, then it'll be tragic once again. It's 9-10 to start with, and why not keep the pressure on? You might as well. Insani here, it's so close. Imagine if he did hit it. Insani, the only one to try and hold the site. But weirdly for Blitz, he's got the bomb in the middle, so he probably doesn't feel like he can push up, because if he dies there, the bomb is going to be lost, so he has to fall back and be a bit more respectful. 3 versus 3, and one of the best chances so far for MIBR to actually pick up a second round. You know, the fact is, this is not over yet. If they can get an 8-4 scoreline here, they're still very competitive.
Look at the gaps.
Yeah.
It's just in the site. They have no idea. There's so many gaps.
Yeah, but the bomb is all the way at B. So Messinio is actually going to turn into a really long lurk. Senzu's holding Insani in the middle. If you're MIBR, you have no way to read this. You actually have no idea what's happening right now. And now they're going to go back. Instead of him being a lurk, he's just going to hold it, and the bomb is going to be brought back. The mid-rounding for Mongols here is so crazy. They have such a good understanding of what's going on and how to play this. Exit probably going to be quite surprised to find someone here, but still, that's a fight that Messinio should win.
Yes. That's micro-correction not working out on that flick, and now suddenly might be a chance, because the Kalsi has an AWP, and it just takes a good timing. It's looking at the right opening there. The right
Look at the fake. Just smoke and Molotov into the A-bomb site, trying to set it up, trying to keep somebody there. I think smartly Lukowski has not moved out, and that's the round-winning kill. Bombs on the ground, there's nothing he can do. Senzu, yeah, I mean, you can run if you want to, but you cannot win the round at that stage. So Lukowski, if he had fallen for the fake, because that was going to be calling for a teammate there, if he'd actually started running, then that was how they were going to win it. Honestly, I thought the Mongols had this one. I think if you replay that round like 10 more times, Messinio probably wins that like 8 out of 10 times, and then they just run back with the bomb, and there's nothing that MIBR could do about it.
Yeah, it was a great lurk, and yeah, great presence of mind for Lukowski to stay focused on the job there, holding the site and not giving the position away if there was to be some shenanigans, which there were. And the AWP is, you know, the double AWP, it's funny because that was the round of the double AWP, and the AWP is so good in certain specific scenarios, like, you know, whether it's like, you know, certain afterplant scenarios on certain maps, or in any situation where the other team, the T side, has no, or rather, let's say just a couple players, and they need to maintain the surprise advantage, so they can't give away sound cues, which means they can't use your E-fill to clear spots. They just have to walk clean, slowly, like this. Well, not like this one, but like 3 corners, but more like that one. There you go. The AWP is absolutely the perfect weapon. You get mega advantage. So perfect there. So a second round on the board at the very least.
Listen, it's the start. It's the beginning of something. It has to be all the rest. I do think 8-4 is sort of a minimum, given how much of a better team the Mongols really should be. Pretty common setup. With the double AWP here, you're probably always going to have 3 people at the B-bomb side, more or less, because it's just... The B-bomb side is hard to hold, even with 3 people. So the luxury of having, you know, one of your AWPers in the middle or at the A-bomb site, and then kind of doing the rest from there, it makes sense.
And you can see Mongols sort of targeting the expected weakness of that. Pressuring A long. But that could just be pressure. I mean, there's not a surefire way to know until the actual push comes in, which now it will. With a nice opener, but Techno has been so good at these entries, and this round is no different. 2 for him.
He's 17-3. It's an absolutely disgusting performance.
That's the entry, especially.
Yeah,
not bad.
He's been in so many fights. They can't even do it. Like, as much as you want to see them do this, is not an option. There's still plenty of grenades, like the Molotov just going down. If they try to retake it, that's all that's going to happen, is the grenade will land on top of them, and they will be slowed down, and they just won't be able to. I do sort of low-key wish, again, that they would try to go for like a really late defuse, and just, but they have to gather on the other side of where they are, basically go through a CT spawn. But I do think it's a bit of an option, although the Mongols actually are sticking around remarkably close to the bomb site here, so not really running far away at all, and they will exit towards CT spawn. No more fights happening in this round. 9-2, and MIBR. It's like a small spark. Couple of sparks maybe throughout this first half, but really not more than that, as they have been demolished by Techno.
And you can see also why FURIA, were finding some success pushing E-Box. You can kind of see like if you just take that round, for example, that round kind of shows the necessity of those types of plays, because if you just sit back and wait, and again, we talked about this earlier too, you allow the TC to set up, you're in for a world of hurt. So finding a way to know, do we have to have 3 players at B for all this time, it's going to be good. And we've got to push out
Nice.
B. So that's definitely, kind of aggression that we want to see.
Yeah, let's go. Even if they don't get the kill or anything else like that, just putting the pressure on, trying to suggest that we could be doing something over here. And if nothing else, when you come back, you have to go and check some of the corners, and you have to worry about the fact that there might be more aggression. I do like it. They take down Blitz at the start too. That was in the middle of the map. But you can see the Mongols are actually deciding to spend resources now to go back and clear it. It's going to cost them a bit of time, but Senzu, that might speed things up quite a bit. Nice kill. The bomb being brought on over now. Only 2 people at this bomb site, and Senzu's going to figure out immediately where one of them is. So, yeah, the battle is on now. Deep Molotov going to land back here. Dangerous jump, to be quite honest. But he wasn't getting punished for it this time, at the very least. Safe still goes down, and the trouble will just continue. Deep flashbang, exit. A little bit of trouble, maybe a lot of trouble back here. Does throw out a flashbang, but the bomb's been planted on the other side here. Round number 12, not looking good for MIBR.
Need some good performances here from Breno Exit and Insani. You got to just hit some great shots at this point. They've got all the positioning working against them, and 19 on the AWP as well. At least he gets traded by Insani. Looking for more discipline here from the Mongols, forcing him to have to go deeper for these peaks. There's the trade swing for Enzino, and now just Breno coming in from E-Box, seeing what he can find, announcing his presence with the HE through the angle, going aggressive, decisive, but Enzino is the one to get the kill. 10-2, strong half on the T side of the Mongols here on Anubis.
I would say very likely, also too strong for MIBR to really make it back from this one. I admire Techno for not taking the fight in the river there where he could have down the middle, because he knew that there was somebody coming in from that position. He's got 17 kills in the first half. Imagine being on that much of a crazy beginning, and then you don't take that. You've probably won the round no matter what. I think it was a 2-on-4 at the end or something like that, maybe like a 2-on-3. So he must have felt like, well, even if I die, we're probably going to win the round anyway. And he just still decided to play it the perfect way. Yeah. He notices, he falls back, he doesn't get grenaded. Even at the end, he falls out of the connector or out of the E-Box area and just back towards the pillar. Yeah. So he's never really taken that fight, in spite of the fact that he's, by a long stretch here, the best player in the map.
And the reason why that's really important as well is because you have to condition to always make the correct decision to make it as hard as possible for the other team. Yeah. No matter how much you're winning, in the vacuum of this game, it's not just about the vacuum of this game. You have to routine that into your brain so that when you get to like really high pressure spots against really sick teams where it's such a close game, that the pressure doesn't force an error because you've allowed yourself to break that conditioning from time to time. Don't give that a potential to exist. Discipline is everything.
I said the Mongols kind of stole the pistol strat from MIBR, because I said they do like this kind of a split fake coming out. This time they're going to be dropping down in the middle, trying to see if they get to the B-bomb side. Insani actually jumping past the corner and taking down Techno. That's a bit of a beginning. Shock and speed coming at them. MIBR. Winning the pistol is critical. If they even want a shot, even winning the pistol here and winning the first rifle round, it's such a long road back, but if you lose the pistol, there's probably not much of a discussion to be had. They are going back at range. Now, there is a flash, I think, somewhere. They haven't thrown it yet. 9-10 gets a kill, and now the dualies could be put into play. Not for long, though. Senzu trying to save the round and actually getting kind of close to that. 1 versus 3. He's not sure where the rest of them are. Senzu, oh, it's so delicious. Surgical strike there is taken down safe, but he does get dinked at the same time. So he's down to 2 health, and Lukowski will be able to drop him. For a minute there, I thought Senzu was going to be the ultimate heartbreaker, but it doesn't turn out that way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very hard on the pistol. So, all right, a little bit of a chance for MIBR. A long road back into this one. Can they replicate some of the success that the Mongols had? And ultimately, you know, a lot of that success again comes from the fact that MIBR were struggling to find ways to play more up in the faces of the Mongols, sitting back a lot. I don't think the Mongols are going to have that issue here. They've got a lot of rounds to kind of play with, to feel more comfortable taking some of those risky moves with. So
I feel like
they're in a tough spot.
I feel there's so many things that were left on the table in that first half that MIBR didn't really get a chance to try, and some of it, sure, you can sort of make the excuse and say, well, they didn't have quite enough money or whatever, but that's also just the fact of modern day Counter-Strike. That's going to happen sometimes, and you probably have to try and make some of those things work, even with MP9s and 5.7s and, you know, incomplete utility. On a map like this one, you almost just have to say, well, you should roll the dice and try and say we can't get that working because you're not going to have the luxury otherwise. It's pretty nice bursts, honestly, coming out. I appreciate that with a Mac 10. Techno going to be going down, so cleanup happening rather quickly. They do lose a little bit, but they will pick up most of the important rifles here. So it's 10-4. Now let's see what the Mongols can do here on the CT side. Maybe they can show us a better version of how to play this. I surely hope so, because if they end up losing the 10-2 lead, as happened.
Don't you even suggest it?
Listen, it's happened before. Can happen again, you know.
Wow. Okay. Anders over here trying to manifest.
Listen, I'd love to see MIBR make a bit of a comeback. I feel like they've, in terms of the kills, again, it's not that they're completely far behind here. They are doing something right. Aggression from Techno in the middle, and that deep smoke. If anyone had been nearby for MIBR, seeing that smoke going that far into the middle, it's an immediate sign that something is up. You kind of know, oh, wait a minute, that smoke isn't just to stop us from going, it's to create a little pocket for them to take the fight there. And you know that, but there was nobody there from MIBR because they were setting up for a much faster A execute, which they will just follow through. They say, okay, never mind, let's just go for it anyway. Blitz, I don't know how he's done it, but 2 kills, one of them without him being able to see almost anything. And the counter grenades coming down. I hate that peak from 9-10, but it does work out.
Yeah, it's just safe left, and CT economy looking really good right now if they're able to keep all these members up. Here's another 101. Techno moving on through. 20 kills now in this match as he picks up that one, and looking very calm and relaxed there in the Mongols camp. I think there were some moments in Mirage early on where there's maybe a little bit of stress, a little, you know, waking up still necessary, but they're definitely all the way going right now. They are
so locked in. Yeah, Techno, so critical at the moment, just making very few mistakes. Impressive KD. And they just need 2 more rounds. They won the first one 13-5. I still probably will defend MIBR a bit on that scoreline and say that's like a closer 13-5 than it seems, but it's not obviously a close game. Like, no matter how much we want to manipulate that, we're never going to be able to say that they could have won that map. They definitely couldn't.
Marketing team out.
Yeah, we're going to need the real spin doctors to make that work. Is a loss really a loss? You know?
Yeah.
Don't you learn more from
everything?
Yeah. Another really deep smoke here being set up. This time they will see it, and we'll slow them down just a bit. They're going to try and boost on over, but you can see already Blitz is well aware that could be a thing. He's actually just re-aiming it. How do you not win that fight?
That's kind of crazy. Like, you know, heads up stuff from Safe there to get that kill, because Safe looked just as ready somehow. And 4v4 now. Mongols. That's a trade, but 3 versus 4 for Mongols. MIBR doing some good work here in mid, but they need to close things down, and there are certainly a lot of chokes that they still have to contest to get to a bomb site. So still a lot of danger that could potentially be lurking. And with this push coming on through from Techno, I'll have to see what value he can get if he's got a good timing. You know, he's going to go back here to the front of sight.
He's heard them. 9-10's also rotating through CT spawn at the moment, so there's a bit of a sandwich effect going on. Bomb being planted in a great position. Messinio coming in, so each member of the CT side here got to be sort of playing on their own. It's a good beginning. Techno gets a kill. It distracts as Messinio comes in and shoots Breno in the back, and Techno, a sickening headshots, taking down Lukowski. It's so fast, and they kind of guess where exit is anyway. A 1 versus 3, another grenade comes in. That bomb is ticking away. He does have a Molotov as well. Could he find the angle to throw it? I doubt it. He's taken down 9-10, but the defuse is already through. And the Mongols just make it look easy. Techno on 22-5. It's not just Techno, but obviously if you're MIBR, that's going to be the excuse that you're going to be thinking about it. It's like, well, what do we do against someone like that?
Yeah, and you know, you highlighted it too, just so that this is like the core thing on these retakes, where the timing comes on, you get that first fight from Techno, and then suddenly everybody's looking, and in that moment that everybody's looking, then there's a back turned on Ebox, and that's where the next frag happens, so it just starts to fall like a series of dominoes, and I felt like that was obviously the best chance that MIBR were going to get. Now they have to make it work with a lot less. And for Mongols, 3B, 1 mids, 1A long at the moment. It's a typical start to their setup. Where is the opening for MIBR? What can they find here around A long? Are they going to just burst through, Anders?
I mean, it's honestly probably one of the better choices they have. They don't have a ton of utility to do like a lot of fakes with, so you know, a little bit of a push in the middle here to try to put on a little bit of pressure, but 10 spotting out one player. I don't know if you could see that range that was the bomb. I kind of doubt it. Flash going over. The Mac 10 flying past Babisinho. Surprised that he got the one kill. He could have easily got taken down. It's a very nice hold now with Senzu showing up on top of everything else. 2 versus 3 here. Safe and Insani doing the best they can to keep the dream alive for MIBR. 2 versus 2 on the retake, and Techno's already walking through. They finally find a way to kill him. Takes a lot, but they will actually get the job done, and they can extend this a little while longer. I don't know when you would start to believe in the comeback, but it's probably they're going to have to get like 9 or 10 rounds here to even have the conversation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't really seem like the Mongols are going to be giving anything like that away. You know, 12-5. It's I mean, because I really hate that I'm saying this right now, because I can already see like the compilation later where, you know, they take the soundbite and it's actually the end outcome is MIBR actually winning overtime or something. But
lean into it, Dan. Make it a strong statement, you know. Say they will absolutely never make this comeback.
Oh no. Okay, well, MIBR are challenging Ebox here. Pretty fast timing, much faster than we've seen.
I like it. The speed with which they do that catches Techno off guard. I mean, it's a really classic kind of play. It's pretty much worth saving, I think, already for the Mongols. You can step up with the pistols if you want, that's fine. But for the rest of them, just make sure to keep the rifles alive, because the real path to a comeback here for MIBR is obviously if the Mongols just never have any money. So really is all about that at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am curious, and is what we'll see from the Mongols in this tournament, because, you know, we talk about this concept of peaking, and we're really early in the Swiss system right now, and so there's lots of games left to be played. And, you know, part of the aspect of peaking is that when you have a team that's really good, like, you know, one of the top teams coming into a competition with a lot of different teams, they don't have pressure on them just yet to perform like they will have when they're, you know, later on playing against some of the better teams, when they're playing deeper into the tournament. That's when the pressure comes in, and then actually, you know, the dialing up of the nervous system is like pushes everyone's performance to the next level, and that's when you really see, you know, what stage they're in terms of their overall team level.
It's also been a real talking point around the Mongols is the fact that once they get onto the stages, they've, you know, that's when the pressure's almost been too much for them. And they haven't been able to really keep up with it in the same way, which has been, I think, people have been fairly disappointed to see that.
Yeah.
Also, just because they were sort of, maybe they still are, so like a community favorite sort of team. Everyone wants to see them do well. But at some point, that mood will sour, and people start to say, come on, you've got so many chances, like what's going on? Here we go. 9-10 taking matters into his own hands. Shuts down safe at the beginning. I love the idea. I almost even love the repeat, even if it's very greedy here. It's just they're trying to end this game before MIBR can pick up any momentum, before they can really get anything going here. 4 versus 5 to start this round with, round number 19. And MIBR, what do you do now? What's the decision? I mean, yeah, maybe just go back through connector in the B-bomb site, try and do it again. It's very likely that 9-10 will move across the map from that position. That's what Orphans do.
That's what they do.
Take a shot and move on.
Yes.
So like a... It's like an Vagabond, just alcoholic, just doing shots in different places.
I was wondering like which direction you take us.
I had much worse intentions, but that's where we ended.
Not disappointed.
Blitz, and Shockey's alive. Not for long though. Techno will get a good kill. And that's with the USP. The real weaponry hasn't really even shown up. Oh, he's trying with that knife. He stabs Breno. Oh, this might be the end here. Exit in a 1 versus 4. He's got no safety. He can't really. And he's being pushed back into connector instead. What an awkward position. 9-10 to take him down. 13-6. The blades have come out now for the Mongols. They don't even allow for the bomb plant. That is such a delicious way to take the victory. I absolutely love it. Now, you know, a Welshman and an Indian and a Serb has walked into the casting room. It's not the start of a joke. It is actually the desk that's ready for us, Dan.
I don't know what
Okay, then.
Well, I wonder where that was going. Like, I mean, yeah, it's what a wonderful example of a diverse esports community, Anders. That's what I would say.
We're very inclusive, Phil.
Indeed.
Yeah, Rich.
Anyway, what a wonderful example of how to play Anubis on both sides from Mongols. Nothing like yesterday. Although I will say, you know, there is a personality difference, a personnel difference, I should say, rather, in terms of just the overall skill levels. When Mongols win, there's always one guy that just seems to pop off.
G2 lost to this?
Well, yeah,
like
that too,
included,
right?
It's like kind of, I don't know.
Danko only looks at Counter-Strike through a G2 lens.
He somehow has to bring it back to G2.
Yeah.
Let Mongols have this, man.
Of course, it's like, it was on the B stream, so we didn't watch the game, but I mean, MIBR looked really flat. This was an easy day in the office for the Mongols. As we said on Mirage, didn't really have to work all too hard for this one, just playing standard, playing default, playing their game, and walking away with it.
One thing, like what they did well over here is we saw yesterday against FURIA, they'd get a lot of map control, but they didn't really pounce, right? There's a complete switch up over here. They were just harassing MIBR. I alluded to the fact, Rich, MIBR, they like playing heavy towards A main, and Mongols are aware of this. They did the research and they're like, cool, you're gonna fight A main? We're gonna fight A main. And Techno, he heard me talking shit, Rich, and he's like, all right, shut up, Blair. But you know what? I'm not gonna shut up. I wanna keep talking shit, because if he plays like this, I'm a happy man.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously he had a monster
The
performance.
esports double down.
Yeah, boy. Okay, listen, it's not by this point. It's a triple, quadruple. I don't even know how many down. But I mean, look, yeah, it's a monster map from him, and this is what Mongols can do. Like, sometimes, even when they just play their defaults, their basics, they have a personnel difference over most of the teams. One guy will have the pop-off game, and that propels them forward to these, like, you know, score lines where it just doesn't look close.
I mean, just ridiculous, the game that Techno has had as well.
crazy.
And you know, things are going well for a team when they whip out the double op setup T side on Anubis.
New
I mean,
tech.
you know, they got off to a good start, won the reset round early on, doing some A splits, and then they just had so much confidence. They were, you know, just punishing MIBR left and right, going for those aggressive opening individual plays, and yeah, there wasn't really much MIBR was able to do.
And like whatever praise I was giving MIBR with their CT aggression we saw from them yesterday against G2, you know, they're pushing the extremities of the map, playing heavy A main, sometimes going for those B pops. Mongols are ready. And obviously, you know, we're looking at a Techno 4K highlights, but you can't forget 9-10 on the T side. Once he started getting activated with AWP, he was just running in, and that's when you know when they're in that flow state, Rich, when they're not really having any much respect for your opposition, it's GG, it's over.
Yeah, the Mongols flow state is where I want them to be in every game instead of
especially on a stage.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen that yet.
Here's the thing, this was all expected, right? Like, Mongols, sure, very convincing, but anything other than a Mongols win would have been a huge surprise, right? It's from this point on where you want to see, okay, what will the Mongols do, right? They're in the 2-0 bracket. They're gonna get, you know, a Navi or a Spirit in there, maybe, or maybe an Astralis or Pain if they're really lucky, but I don't think they have the seed for that. And it's going up against those types of opponents first, where you want to see where they're at, and then even more so once we get to the arena. All right, is Sensor going to disappear again, right? Are they just going to individually fall off a cliff, start losing all these fights that they're winning? That's where the test and where the questions coming for the Mongols, not now.
Let's talk about MIBR a little bit. I feel like we haven't really done that. We set them up pretty nicely in the pre-show, and then there just hasn't been a lot to talk about, I guess.
Well,
very flat.
We talked about all the changes in the roster, in the coaching department too, and I mean, their T-sides have just been pretty weak this tournament at the very least. Against G2, you know, Nuke, you win 2 rounds on T side. Nuke is a very even map, right? Even with bad starts, you should be able to get at least, I don't know, 4 rounds, even with losing pistol in the first gun round. So today also really disappointing. Not a single T side round on Mirage right here. They won the pistol and convert, but then after that is very little for them, so definitely something they need to figure out and fast.
And even the Anubis, like, you know, the CT side yesterday, which was, you know, looking very good against the G2 right there. Once they realized what Mongols were doing, taking those fights with A mains and trying to get the mid-map control, they didn't really have a plan B, as you pointed out, Rich. They just seemed to stick on to whatever the game plan was initially, hoping was going to work out. It didn't work out. And they didn't go for what I saw from them yesterday, trying to go for some of those aggressive plays. And when they did, just got completely shut down. So it felt like they got a little, just fell flat at the end over there.
Final thought from you, Yank?
Just a little bit poor, you know, even when they could see what's coming, the reactions were just messy, right?
Sluggish,
like, the reset round where Mongols are doing the A split, it's sort of like Breno, and I can't remember who the second player was. You know, Breno's trying to flash for himself main, but it's too late. His teammate was already flashing for him. He gets caught, like, switching back to his rifle. They both just die. I mean, that's just a, you know, there's losing around, and then there's losing around. And that just leaves, you know, in such an important round, it's like a gut punch.
All right, gentlemen. We go to a break. Coming up next, Astralis, and by extension, their fans, are no strangers to pain. We'll see you in a moment.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s. I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back. As you can guess from my funny little throw before the break, Astralis is going to be playing Pain, and we're going to start by talking about Astralis. Something I love to do, something I've done a lot of historically. They're obviously just over there. They can probably hear everything I'm saying. So it's mega awkward. It's the most awkward death segment I've ever done, probably.
Say it louder, Rich.
Not the one you've ever done, though. Anyway, let's do it. Let's talk about Astralis. Obviously, I feel like every event they come into, there's always something. There's always a story, and this time it's the org is up for sale. We don't know what the future's going to be. Will it be new ownership, or will the team even move and go to another organization?
Yeah, from to the stars to the dumps, really, and not being able to make the last 5 majors for an organization that has the most majors is just an insane thing to say. You say that to someone in 2019, they'll say you're crazy. Like that's impossible. That's never going to happen, but just tells you how grossly mismanaged this organization has been ever since that lineup came to pass, you know. And this is just the list of changes under Kasper Straub, who
no longer with us.
No longer with
the Straub. He's alive still. Sorry.
You know, this is a team that before he came in 2023, they made the playoffs of Cologne. They were looking like good. They're looking like they were vibing well. Blames, Device, Buzz. You know, they were having like a lot of promise, and then all of a sudden trying to recreate Heroic in Astralis goes terribly wrong. The Device IGL stint, absolutely horrible. Bringing in Cadian never should have happened. It should have been HOTU from the start. Everyone could see it except for the guy that was on Heroic. And I think for Astralis, or whatever their name might be in the future, whatever you do not get a guy named Kasper to run your CS division.
No more, the No Caspers Club. Anyway, it is the return of the Giga Chad, Blair. HOTU's back.
Yeah, let's get it trending, am I right? So yeah, HOTU's back. And we saw an interview from him, I think for he gave to HLTV yesterday, where he said, I was never really that nervous when I was playing G2, which I don't believe, but he was like, I'm actually nervous over here, but the vibes seem to be good. I was speaking to Stan as well yesterday, and I'm like, how are you guys feeling? He's like, yeah, it feels like it's a bit of a refresh, no pun intended, for the team, so to speak. So yeah, and also, by the way, he's been putting in work in the gym. He said, only thing I've been doing is playing CS and working out, and he's looking good.
That's why Richard is nicer to him.
Oh, yeah, well, exactly, yeah. I mean, look, put it this way. If they do go through 3-0, which, I mean, it's entirely possible, I think they're going to win this match, by the way. We'll talk about that in a second. I've already said, like, I'll get HOTU on the desk. Like, people don't seem to realize it's an entertainment product, guys. These are opinions about the game, but the people,
he definitely
all love
each
other, right?
And he's coming in a, you know, weird situation, to say the least. You guys alluded to, you know, whether they're going to remain on Astralis or not, like what's going to happen with that organization and all of that. And on one side, it's super exciting because you get the best Danish team. You know, you get some of the best players in the country. You get to reunite with Yabby from your time on Copenhagen Plays. Ice is there, right? Stair is incredibly talented, and maybe you can, you know, help Stan in some way, who did play a great first series. So it's one of those things where it can go great or it can all go horribly wrong.
Well, I mean, look, they've been given a gift, in my opinion. They got to play ODDIK, now they're playing Pain. Pain have had just an insane time of it lately. I think this is like the 3rd event out of 4 they've had to use a stand-in. And they were on a terrible streak of results, play.
I mean, it's almost funny, like, you know, Pain, the meme, the GIF, and the image right there. A 9-match loss streak. Sure, you know, the caveat being a couple of days were kind of close. There were some overtimes here and there, but still, it's so rough. And then you come in over here to the beautiful country Kazakhstan, and guess what happens? You have to play with a stand-in. Your newest player, DGT, visa not approved in time. He should hopefully be coming in if they're able to make it a little bit deeper. So just a unfortunate series of events for this particular Brazilian team. And it just feels like at this point, Big Zero is just cursed, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, cursed, but, you know, sometimes you make your own circle of hell to live in. He's clearly decided
you know about it.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Call it esports. It's pain for life is Big Zera's philosophy. And, you know, he is a great fragging IGL. He's been there a while. And obviously a veteran of the scene. And, you know, has constructed wins over Astralis in the past.
Yeah, highest rated player of the tournament after that performance yesterday. But yeah, they're obviously familiar with Astralis, played them 2 times already this year, but it is going to be difficult for Pain, right? Having to have a stand-in, at least this time it's not for the IGL, which should make things a little bit easier, but obviously on the back foot.
I'm just looking at the maps over here, like the options for Astralis. I'm thinking, are they going to go for Train, right? It's a bit of a punish pick, but no. Actually, sorry. Pain's going to go for Nuke. It's a usual perma pick. No big surprises there. My question is, are Astralis going to go for Inferno? Here's the thing, right? You're looking at the numbers, you look at a percentages, and like, oh my God, Pain have really struggled in Inferno. But you look at the losses they've had on this map. They beat Mouse. They beat Mouse in Copenhagen, 13-11.
I've been saying for ages, though, I think that's Astralis' best map. I think they flattered to deceive on Ancient. We saw a horrible Ancient performance.
No, but here's the problem, Rich. It's also low-key could be maybe the third best map for Pain. It's just been a bit unlucky. They lost to FaZe a couple of times, 13-11. They beat Mouse. Again, Mouse are really top 3 team for me right now, if you ask me. So I feel like this could potentially bite Astralis in the butt. But then again, if you're Astralis, you're playing it safe. You're just playing a comfort maps. You know you're going to be going up against a team with a standard.
Nuke's got me a little bit worried, though, Yanko.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't go for Dust or Mirage. Those would have been the
new IGL coming in, new ideas, short term.
Also, on the other side of things, they didn't get to play Nuke yet, Astralis, yesterday. So Pain just going with probably something that they're comfortable on. Maybe they feel like Rix can do better on that one.
Yeah, pretty much. But look, let's be real here. Just, we were looking at the map videos and everything, etc., etc. But this should be Astralis taking it, right? As you said earlier, Rich, they've been fortunate to have that match against ODDIK yesterday. Despite the fumble in Ancient, they look convincing on the other two maps. Group stage Ston activated as well. So this, for me, is Astralis. They should be looking at this map. Just try and, kind of coalesce together as they look to make, hopefully, a deep run in the event.
And Yanko, what's a key part of the map to look out for here with this new look Astralis? Obviously, both teams, I don't want to call HOTU as stand-in. I imagine he's going to be there until stuff's resolved. But ultimately, they've had to piece together a strategy on short notice.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see, I think for me, outside, I want to see how Ston keeps doing, right? I mean, I don't know, it's been like so long that he's been struggling, right? And on the time of Heroic, he was like the guy to watch, but also the guy that would go missing for them in the playoffs. Like, you feel like in this particular roster, if they're going to step up, if they're going to do better, it has to start with him.
Well, this is always great because Anders, a Dane, has to watch Astralis take on Pain. Have fun.
I always do, Richard. I appreciate it. You know me. You know my strong commitment to Danish Counter-Strike. Yeah, you know how it is. I don't know what's going to happen with this organization. I wish I had great, insight into like the, whatever the madness is happening in Danish Counter-Strike, but I truly don't. It's just fallen from grace in some sense. So
yeah, I mean, it's always bad leadership, Anders. That's always what it's going to come down to.
You're saying for me? Should I have been leading? Sounds like an attack. I'm feeling defensive already, Dan. What's going on? Well,
no, you're in the clear. You're in the clear.
Maybe in the future that will be my future role. I'll join. I'll coach the team. We're on Nuke to begin with. It is Astralis versus Pain here. Second game of the day, and Astralis going to be starting on the CT side. Pain swiftly out the door to try and hunt down Yabby. He's going to get a headshot here, down to 2 bullets. He hits another one to take down Snow. A remarkable turn of events at the start of it, and HOTU will join in, kill on Davideus. It's just Rix and NQC here. I don't necessarily even hate the play for Pain, but as often happens with these kind of rounds, the early kills in a pistol round just make such a big difference.
Yeah, and it's hard to guarantee ever for either side. But it's looking good for Astralis. And we'll see how things progress on the CT side. Obviously, this map is... One of the reasons why I love this map is because it offers one of the more unique gameplay dynamics in the sense that the CT rotation with the bomb sites stacked on top of each other and the outside-inside dynamics, it's just very different. And is there a world? We got a shot here from NQZ.
I think the issue is he's already known. They already know he is, right?
Yeah.
If it's a bit different, if he has a lot more time that he can sort of wrap around, and if they were fighting him more, other things would have to be true here.
Yes.
Yeah, Nuke is a fantastic map. Still is to this day. I think my favorite map out of all of them in the pool. So
yeah, it's just good to have a diversity in the sense of different skill sets that are emphasized by the map having different dynamics. And Nuke is one of the best examples of that. There we go. All right, 4 players surviving, and the economy is nice for the CT side. Obviously, the levels of comfort that you get when you play a map like this and you get to start off with a good CT economy is just night and day. There are other maps where it's not as bad, but
no, it's I mean, I think for Astralis right now, just try and keep things rolling. You know, come into the tournament. Like Richard was saying, they had the slight advantage. Maybe Astralis are playing, you know, ODDIK at the start. Probably one of the less strong teams in the tournament. So carry that momentum forward. Enjoy the fact that Pain is playing with Rix instead of GGT.
Yes.
And hope that you can sort of like roll it into something more exciting here, because they're, you know, it's a weird position for Astralis to be in. Might also feel just for the players like it's sort of like there's not much being risked here. Like it's all chaos anyway, so just kind of, you know, do what you can in the moment. Stare, I think, with just the one task of surviving. Don't even care if he gets no kills here. Just don't die with the M4.
Don't die. TM. Stare. Takes one. Repositions. Device to cover. That's not getting what he wanted there exactly. Got to be cautious. They are going deep for that kill. They know he's low. And there it is. 3v3, and it seems like this came out of nowhere. Like everything was positionally really good for Astralis, but maybe some missed shots, and suddenly this is a risky round.
They were both towards CT spawn, both down. I don't even know how they died in that, but like that is such a ridiculous occurrence. 3v3, 40 seconds. Davideus bringing the bomb back. He's got the M4. NQC has the other one. Still a hard round for Pain to win, but no longer as impossible as it should have really been from the start here. Stamp going to peek up. They very nearly line up for him, and yeah, I think he's taking care of business now. Ready to swing. He's dropped a bit low on health here. I say a bit, he's down to 3, but it doesn't matter. Expert play. And a nice quad kill for Stam. I will say this, like all the ups and downs of this Astralis line, I feel like Star's been the only like solid player that's just been performing well, which is weird because he's not the one with all the experience. So I don't know how that works, but it's cool to see.
Yeah, maybe that can be part of it sometimes. You know, he's just out there to try to do his best job, and no expectations, no biases, just play the game.
Yeah, but it's, in a way, I think it almost reflects badly on everybody else too, because you know, you think of somebody like Device or Stan or Yabi, like they know so much more, they should know so much more about the game, and they should be more relaxed in a sense, but I feel like that has not been the case. Pain throwing not just one, but 2 walls of smokes. They're a team that love doing that out in the yard. So you see both smoke walls. What it means is that Astralis, they can't really blow open all of the smoke. So whichever one they choose to blow open, it's just not going to be enough. It's obviously an insane amount of smokes to commit just to get the cross, but and some teams don't do this. But Pain, they are one of the teams that love doing it, and you'll see it a lot. The other thing they love doing when they go A is, I see almost always in the demos, they end up pushing ramp first. So they even if they don't go all the way in ramp, but they always signal ramp and then they go back to A anyway. But just a couple of tendencies in how the team plays. This might not be one of those. If they go A here, they might not do it because they don't have a lot of utility. But we'll see. With a man already down, it feels like ramp could still be a place where they end up at the end of it. But all of them in lobby right now.
Ooh, Snow's going pretty deep, pretty quick actually. I think might not be in anticipation of this move straight to control room, and this certainly sets up a, you know, if they were to go ramp now off of this from the lobby, which just looks like what they're doing potentially. Oh, that would be key to survive. In fact, now they're just going absolutely for the hut play after threatening that lower site. So same kind of philosophy like you were talking about, but the defense from HOTU is looking good. MP9 delivering, dropping in with the USP, looking for the extra one, but the upper site is in control of Pain despite being a man down.
Just only got 10 seconds here. Trying to plant the bomb. NQC and Davideus. Oh, the drop down. He does survive. Yabi up on the high ground as well. Davideus, what a sick conversion. Takes down both the players coming in. I don't know how he did it that quickly. Device going to tap the bomb. He doesn't have the kit either. Going to spray down the first player. Goes back and picks up a kit now, so it's a bit more interesting. NQC, though, with plenty of health on the other side. A Device running out of time here. Going to set up a bit of an aid. Not that it really does anything, and I think NQC's played it very well. Hasn't shown himself at all, and Device has simply run out of time, and out of bullets too, just to add to the misery here. It's a pretty good wallbang. It will be Pain to pick up the round, and I think a couple of really grave mistakes were being made there. Maybe it's hard to judge HOTU for because he did an amazing job getting the double kill, but I think he actually could have just stayed on the hut. The fact that he fell down, because when he dies falling off the roof or off the hut, there's about like 17 seconds left. If he lives for like 2 or 3 more seconds, it's so much pressure on Pain instead.
Yeah. It's the common thing. We talked about this maybe yesterday as well. You know, players will get 2 kills, and they'll be in a spot where they can just switch the pace, like slow play it, really milk the position, just try to live and play delay. But oftentimes they'll just go for 1 more. And in the moment, it's one of the most common tendencies that we see.
Yeah. It's one of the. Ooh. I like the play. I don't know if I like the execution of the idea so much. Device will still take down Davideus. And they keep moving forward. Stare to land a critical deagle shot. Big Uzira blown up 5 versus 3. This would be pure misery for Pain Gaming if they weren't able to convert the early victory into something more. And even worse, obviously, if Astralis actually get to pick up some of these rifles out here, then the Danes are going to be quite happy with that. Deep smoke here, but the timing for Stare, he's got the right idea, and actually Pain, they will decide to fall back, but it's a 5-on-3.
Yeah, it's interesting because, yeah, 3 rifles, like you say, if they detect that the outside has been vacated, there's maybe an argument to try to pick up guns, but it might be a bit too far away. They'll be a bit too out of position. You'd rather favor being in position as the CTs here, I would imagine, so that you can ensure that you make things as hard for Pain as possible. Although Stare is investigating outside. Already has the M4, so he's going to keep on pushing. So now this is all the information for Astralis to know precisely how to rotate.
He's so smart. Again, he's still, you know, sort of a young player, but the fact that he's able to get the job done, or at least young in terms of his career, really impressive to see. Down, landing a little bit of a warning shot there, but not much more than that. 8 seconds left that the bomb gets planted here. Damage on the Rixie's and going down. That's all they need. Oh, it's such a wide swing, and it's Stare coming in as well. It'll work. Just leading NQC with not much of a chance, unfortunately. It's a 1 versus 5 for him. Expertly played around there for Astralis. The outside aggression, but then falling back so as to not really give them any kind of a fight. And then, like you said, Stare with the deep flank, pretty much giving them the info that they needed.
Yeah, it's one of those flanks too where it's super smart because if Stare dies there, they would still have a 4v3, so it still would be a good advantage. But enough time had passed that they would either be holding there and you know sort of what they're going to be doing, or they're not there. So, and if they're not there, you get this, a round-winning rotation advantage. So yeah, totally agree. Stare playing this super well so far this game in Nuke, and it's a great start for Astralis. Now, because Pain are reset on the economy. And I gotta say, as a quick point, you know, nothing against Rix. DGT was the best performing player, I think it's fair to say, on Pain, even though it was a debut performance at Rivals.
Sure.
So it's gotta hurt for them not to have him on board.
I think you're right. It must just be an annoying feeling. Richard brought it up on the desk as well, but Pain have had such a struggle getting kind of like a full lineup and being allowed to play with the same squad in a bunch of different tournaments. So just unfortunate. I think in Melbourne it was Big Uzira that was out. Obviously the in-game leader being gone with the whole ear situation going on there. Frustrating, no doubt. Hero AK on Snow, and he will take down Yabi to begin with. Probably not a fight Yabi has to engage with. Gives a slight opening into the round here for Pain. Not necessarily a big one. I think they know that Stare is there, but it might not make a difference as they are just doubled up on this position. Davideus coming into and takes down both players. What a shock and a strong reminder, a sharp reminder perhaps to Astralis that you don't need to be taking those kind of fights.
Yeah, that's the second 2K that was pretty remarkable in execution from Davideus so far in this matchup. And the previous time it also helped Pain to win that round as well. So we'll see if they can convert now. Stout. Spotted. And they're controlling the position, opening the door, just trying to slow them down. That's a great pickoff. Buying time for HOOXi to get into the action. HOOXi now, decon. Now, do we get to rotate out? We do.
Yeah.
So this is actually, I think, a pretty good move with NQZ holding the upper vent rotate. This is beautiful.
The fact that they fell back should probably tell Astralis something anyway. Yeah. It's such a giveaway that they actually decided to leave. It's the fact that someone's probably going to be holding one of these positions. So we'll see if Stau could do anything. Setting up for an incendiary into the corner. Does it spread all the way? Not yet. Oh, NQC. All it does is keep him nice and warm in that corner. And unfortunately, that might be a bit too much for Astralis here, even though you hate to say it, but saving could be a better choice. They do have the kit on HOOXi. He's up on the high ground, means he can drop in the last possible second to try and get something done, and maybe Stown could cause a bit of a distraction. There's the kill on the Rix here. They still got time left for it. NQC gets one. The drop down is there. He's trying to see if he can just run straight into it. He does get the kill, but the Incendiary will stop him from getting the defuse. Would have been really fun if that would have worked out. It's a close round, but Pain end up winning it, even though nobody actually survives the round.
Yeah, and Davideus, really being the key factor so far in this map of Nuke for Pain. However, we are kind of going round for round right now, so I'm curious what this next one's going to look like. Economy certainly stretched for both sides. We get a pause coming in, and I am looking forward to seeing what, if any, adjustments might be made for Astralis, because previously we had Pain going outside with the gun round, and so the mind games are now going to be in play. Do we see a stack around a ramp for Astralis, expecting a change of play against a worse buy? It feels like a 50-50 a lot of the times, Anders, with this decision making.
I think something that's of real value to Pain right now is if they can figure out how many people have been playing early on outside for Astralis, that's something that they can definitely use to punish the Danes with quite a bit later on. Because if you contrast this kind of Astralis outside defense to the stuff that we would see out of Falcons, for instance, where very often the only outside defense really is just Nico playing the mini position, and then sometimes MongolZ's going to be really, really far back, up towards like Heaven or a CT spawn or whatever. But for some of these rounds for Astralis, it's a couple of more people out there trying to take some aggressive fights, and that could open up a couple of things too for Pain. But the fact that Astralis are able to lose this round to begin with is honestly kind of disappointing, and it shows you again that even if Yappy at the beginning feels like it's nice to take that kind of a fight, once he dies, it spirals a little bit more. There are more risks taken. Double push from ramp. It kind of just keeps on going.
Keeps on going.
The dominoes, Dan.
Yes.
They keep falling.
Absolutely.
Danish dominoes.
What is it? What's the word in Danish for dominoes?
Same. We just stole it.
Oh wow.
Just pronounced poorly, but that's what we do. That is what we do.
That's your export to the world.
Some terrible accents.
Yeah, exactly.
And Lego bricks.
Oh, true. Yeah.
So
that movie's hitting pretty hard right now. It seems the Lego movie.
I don't even know about that. I'm gonna be honest, but I'm glad to hear it. We're winning somewhere. Device looking for it. I do love this position though. I think he's already been spotted. Yeah. Oh, still. What a sick play. Tapping away and just ducking down. Yeah, he's gonna throw a grenade in anger towards the place, but he's already escaped. Giggling as he runs into the garage, and a 4 versus 5 here. Huge disruptive play coming out. Spray for Snow there. I think that could have worked, but
the same story as the last time.
Yeah, very much. Just the amount of people that are out there fighting with the M4s.
Yes.
It should be a sign for Pain that maybe it's worth doing something earlier on to try and see if you can find some leverage elsewhere on the map. 5 versus 3, and it's not a surefire thing here for Astralis, but you don't want to see them lose a round like this one.
Certainly not. And for Pain, it gets so risky now. Okay, it's a good kill. Biggest area going down quite low in the effort. Still not super clear how to play this one. And look at the movement from Astralis in the meantime. Oh, a little bit of team damage there. And now it's just NQZ down lower by himself without the bomb. So that is obviously kind of a big problem. And
that is a challenge.
Yeah. And it's interesting, Anders, because I was talking about the mind games. Do Astralis still have a lot of players outside? Do they expect Pain to try to take it, do a fast ramp take? And both teams did the exact same approach and same result. So I wonder if this will impact Pain in terms of where, I think, like you already said, where they try to get the early edge in the map. Do they just de-emphasize the outside and maybe think about put more pressure towards ramp and upper?
I mean, if nothing else, they might be forced away from some of the outside play at the moment just because they won't have the money to buy the smokes. And without smokes, you're probably not going to survive that yard experience.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see them kind of you know, yeah, just be almost pushed away from it in a round like this one. Maybe they will still throw some of the smokes, but I don't know if they can afford. They have 4 of them, so it's not so bad. But yeah, just to highlight again, they do this a lot in their demos, where they sort of push ramp and then go back to the A-bomb site fairly quickly. It is a thing that Pain enjoy doing here. We're going to see just a single wall right now, not committing more smokes to the project at the moment. And actually, for once, Astralis are a little bit further back, so kind of more of a normal experience for all involved.
Yeah, more passive indeed. Perhaps expecting Pain to use util a little bit differently. We haven't seen the Molotov secret that would have prevented some of those picks from Stair that we've seen. Or so maybe it was Storm. Stair, Storm.
Yeah, Stown.
Down.
So sorry.
Sorry.
I've just gone with
my bad.
I've just gone with Stown as well. It's just it's not, it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Are we doing Yabby or Jabby?
Either one works for me. I'm happy with either one.
Right, okay.
No one's confused when we say it. We all know what we're talking about. 50 seconds, by the way. They are going to go down. It's Device waiting below. He's already thrown out his own incendiary, so he's just down to the single flashbang here. I don't know what I feel about this position. I can see this going horribly wrong. 20 bullets here. Unless you get some very fast kills, this could be awkward. I guess the upside is no one's going to be peeking that exact angle, but yeah, now he's being hunted down. They don't have any Molotovs to get rid of him, and he's actually winning the fight against Davideus. I would hate to play in this position. Yabby's shown up at the same time. Device to get the kill onto NQC. This has worked remarkably well. They definitely know something that I do not. Rix having an awkward fight and running out of bullets, and they're all running out of time collectively. 12 seconds left. Rix is going to be found one way or another here. HOTU stomping through, but yeah, no time left in the round. Maybe get the M4 if you can along the way. I'm really intrigued to see that they ended up playing it that well. That just looked like such an uncomfortable fight. I could just, maybe it's just me. I couldn't imagine myself choosing to have that kind of fight, but
yeah, especially with the M4s, M4A1S in particular, it does feel awkward, but yeah, worked out really well. It's interesting too because Pain opted to play a very slow round, and again, because Nuke is a very different map for the CTs and the way that rotations work, there's actually less pressure on the CTs to feel uncomfortable and want to rotate if you don't have a really good reason. Whereas other maps, like Anubis is a good one, if you feel really uncomfortable and you might want to start moving. So just playing a slow round by itself doesn't have too much of an impact, I think, on how the CTs will hold, or it's not too much of a discipline challenge. Whereas, in this position now, Pain, they're in a spot where they need to certainly mix things up here, because I think Astralis feels super comfortable now.
I think that when you can force the CTs to rotate on this map is basically when you get the yard smokes and they're not sure if anyone has gone down or not. Like that question being asked is the thing that could sometimes force people to move around a lot. But yeah, otherwise you're right. Like why you don't have to do too much of anything here. Device does go down after a really prolonged battle. Everyone's kind of like jiving for a kill.
I understand the confidence from Device, but it's also like the one win condition for Pain is getting fights, because they have actually no capacity to get onto a site unless Astralis were to just give them open fights. That's the only way that Pain can win in this particular round. So yeah, I don't hate that Device is doing that, but it's just one of those things, right?
Yeah, but Stown now, it's such an awkward fight. HOTU's going to go down inside with just a single kill. They know that Stown is out here, so they can just try and keep him occupied for a long time. The bomb getting planted as well. NQC holding on the one side. Stair trying to get in and save the day once again. He's already got 9 kills, and Stown has been pretty much useless in this in this round at least. It's going to be Stair to get the kill on Bigusira, but honestly, that is Astralis doing as much as they can to throw away the round, really.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you have to obviously have the awareness of what the buy is for the other side. Because Device, peaking and challenging there has actually been pretty important to the success of some of the rounds. He's been hitting his shots. Yeah. When you're against pistols, if you're trying to really maximize your success and look at the win conditions, like we said, you actually just can turtle in sights. And especially on Nuke, there's actually nothing that they can do.
It's also just a risk-reward kind of thing, right? There's not, even for Stown at the end, like he's pushing up to fight a couple of people on the silo. If he wins, okay, fine. They don't have any Glocks in play in the round. Like, who even cares? Like, it's just there's just not that much of a victory to be gained, really. So
yeah,
a bit unfortunate. They've already had experience once in the previous round, obviously, where Yabby was having to fight through the squeak door and ended up going down. But Astralis, they're also 6-2. We can't be too angry. We have to be reasonable.
All right, okay. All right, well. Okay, this would be a good round to see if we get an adjustment, but the problem is Device has picked up the AWP now, so this is a dynamic shift on the CT side as well. So, it's down, playing mini. Device is going to appear. I was going to say he's going to appear around Secret, but he's playing it very passive at the moment. Around, just behind that Secret position.
Yeah, he thought somebody might have dropped. There's the double wall again. So, just to reiterate, if you do watch enough Pain demos, you're going to notice that they are big fans of that kind of an execute. Snow trying to get the wrap around here. It is being heard already. HOTU with the kill inside, and then the rest just follow on through. Great defense from Astralis. I'm a bit surprised at the fact that Pain didn't make that work more. I think that those kind of mini wraps where you get just one T player in, I guess Snow did sort of take the long way around. There is another version where you actually just fall off the roof on mini and jump in. It can be really hard to hold for the CTs, no question about it, but they make quick work of it. Snow, I think, has got 1 kill so far. The fact is, it's really only Davideus that's been doing any kind of work. Maybe NQC, but...
Yeah, it's really... the mini wrap portion is certainly... There's a lot of risk there if the team goes in fast from the upper side, because you're really pressured to support that.
Yeah.
And so you're going to have timings on yourself, like we saw there, that you got to worry about. They could come from Secret, they could come from, where we saw. So yeah, lots of potential problems on just that part of it. But I think more importantly for Astralis, they didn't show the AWP, they didn't, and so they can run that setup again and feel like really comfortable.
How they, in general, just feel great about it. 3 AKs on the CT side. They have quite a lot of money to work with. And it's also Pain's map pick on Nuke. So Astralis, even if nobody knows what the future holds, who's going to buy it?
I'll do it, Anders.
Yeah?
I'm ready with the loan.
I think that would be that could be an exciting new future. Dan back in charge.
Okay, well, Hero AK on NQZ in the lobby. He's got the bodies, he's got the minions ready to lay down their lives for the cause. Get him into a position to trade. Oh, it's a nice entry. The cleanup pretty decent. All right, just as your preferred round should go, and it's nice and fast on the pistols.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea for Pain. It's as good as anyone you could have come up with, because it is just about getting the first couple of kills. I mean, that's the power of those A rushes on Nuke, is really if you get like 2 entry kills, it's probably done. 1 and you're like 60% of the way there. Again, though, good recovery for Astralis. That is the kind of round that's very losable. So some credit to them as well. It's 8-2. Setting up the early grenades out in the yard. It is a bit of a classic now. We all know it. Device, more forward position. Oh, it looks like he had the opportunity. Maybe gonna see him once, but couldn't quite connect. I'm not saying Monacy will get that shot, but probably would. Oh.
Damn, it's like that, is it? Well, I mean, this is the first time Device has actually showed us all, because he's had it for like 2 rounds already, and just no one has gone outside or secret or anything.
I love this. I mean, it is risky, but it can be very, very hard to stop if you're on the other side. But see, the spray is immaculate. He's taken 2 of them down already. Stown trying to get into the help. He actually will finish the second kill with the M4A1. Snow ends up getting dropped, still at 3 kills right now, along with Brix and Big Zero, who's at 2 and 3 as well. ZenQC, pretty much impossible to win this one. He's trapped in the corner, and once the smoke fades, he is dead. Just waited on by Device at the end of it. So fist bumps coming out. Astralis, they're just running through this game right now. I'm impressed.
Yeah, first few rounds a little bit sketch, but now it's just we're chilling, I feel like, for sure. And it's unfortunate, again, for Pain, I'm sure that it's hard to be too intricate on the utility game, and that does hinder your, I think, capacity to get those edges outside especially. And because, again, outside, it does feel like a good spot for Tease to gain something. But now the AWP's in play on Device, it certainly adds an extra layer of difficulty.
I mean, they've made so little headway on the map, Pain, from a tactical point of view. That's kind of hard to discuss, you know, like, there's been so few things that have actually worked. Then, you know, it's probably hard for them as well to piece together what is the next thing that we can do. I'm still surprised that we haven't seen more of those ramp fakes, but we definitely have seen the smoke walls out here. Snow trying to see if he can walk in front of it, which is actually not something that Pain do that much, but Snow does get a bit of success, or at least they get the kill on to Stown anyway, reveals his position. So the 1-for-1 trade, even if Snow dies, it's kind of worth it.
You have problems still here for your Pain. The outside challenge comes on through, trying to beat the timing of the smoke. HOTU. But now they walk through the smoke into Mini for MongolZ. Finds the player on rafters. Nice return fire from Yabi, and there's the drop, the re-smoke. Device, very defensive outside. He runs the risk of being completely out of play at the moment because he is being circumvented once again into Mini, and Yabi becomes the very important player here for Astralis, turning at the wrong moment. And now what do Astralis do on the retake?
Yeah, big question. Like, they do have some utility to play around with. Stair very nearly getting himself killed before they even got into it at all. Nice little setup with the flashbang there. He's going to get the kill, and Rix will be going down right afterwards. Device just finds him in the open. Vincere alone to try and hold on to get at least one more round on the board. It's a nice headshot to begin with, but the grenades are raining in. It does soften him up a bit, and now Device, he's pulled out the pistol, I think, on the other side, trying to see if he can hunt him down. He's real close here, and Vincere is already tagged up. The Tech-9 will get the job done, and Device, with the kit in his pocket, he's going to be able to win this one. So a close round, but again, it goes the way of the Danes. It's just a beautiful first half for them.
Yeah, definitely. It's just, again, just couple annoying positions here and there, but over time we see just, I suppose, just a lack of answers, a lack of adjustments possible for Pain. Unfortunate series of circumstances, because they had to make it happen with the individual skill. And it's actually interesting from that point of view that we have Nuke, because for Nuke can be quite difficult to get those spots. You know, there are other maps that are better for something like that, where if you have less tactical, depth, maybe a Dust 2 is going to work out.
Sure.
But if you can keep it simple, the gunfights can be what it comes down to, or maybe in some cases also a Mirage as well to a certain extent. So, Nuke, a challenge.
And just the fact that Davideus was trying to do so much work on his own. It's also, it's a lot for him to try and drag the rest of the team through. You do need, Snow, NQC as well. I actually think is, weirdly one of the problems Brazil has, that there's not enough good AWP players for some reason. I think NQC is definitely the name that people always bring up when that conversation comes up. And I think for good reason, like he is good, but obviously it didn't have any impact. Like, I don't even know if he had the AWP at all in the first half, but if he did, it wasn't something that was worth talking about. So 10-2 down. Here we go.
Yes, Pain on the CT side. A couple dualies in play. See what they're able to do with it. Astralis opting for the outside approach. Yabi by the door as well.
They're going to wrap. So they're going to be jumping a lot of people down onto the mini roof, and then they're going to probably fly through the smoke. Yep, into the flash as well. Really sick setup for it. Davideus, though, trying to slow them down. HOTU back into it with a headshot. Davideus goes down. Snow checking that there's nobody else in lobby. Yes, they do try and run onto the bomb side here. The dualies, good work on him so far. He's got a couple of bullets left, but forced to reload. Stown picking up the bomb again. 3 versus 3. Still no plant actually happening. The Danes just keep on fighting. Rix is up on the high ground, low on health. NQC. And there's a bit of a stalemate in the round. They have so much time here, Astralis, that they don't really have to jump to get the bomb line. That is a nice shot. Fair play to NQC. Stown is down, and now it's just HOTU alone versus both of them. 50 seconds. He's picked up the bomb. Unfortunately, yeah, the vent isn't blown out, so if nothing else, he has to kind of really show he couldn't like slowly walk down the ladder. Has to make it known that he's there, but the fact that Rix is already low just makes it a bit awkward, perhaps. HOTU making a run for it. That's a smart play, not sticking at the back of the site. If HOTU wanted to win that one, he probably has to escape in that way, so it's a really nice idea, but it's NQC to the rescue, and it will be Pain Gaming to win the second half pistol.
Yeah, they managed to make it work. CT economy booming for the moment. And we'll have to see what their approach is on this anti... Well, actually, it might not be an anti-eco. I mean, I think of your Astralis, Force Buy was going to go pretty hard in this round.
I think they will.
Pretty hard.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've seen a team sort of get the bomb plant on the T side and not... Obviously, can't get the bomb plant on the CT side anyway, so redundant to say.
Not in the MR12 era.
It's just what people do now. Scout on device, though. That's exciting.
Yeah. Scout is...
I actually think on Nuke it's super viable. Like, if you go up onto the silo or even out of the yard just here, a lot of different ways to make that work.
Definitely be fun for him because he didn't get a lot of action, I feel like, on the first half. With the sniper, at least.
Yeah, he had it for a long time.
Yeah.
Without anyone really running into him. It just looks like this is going to end up at B one way or another with, you know, potentially a couple of players that are going to be, or maybe just one, and Yabi, who's going to be left in lobby. Let's see the rest walking their way down. Even without the smokes in the yard, there's nobody to spot them. And that's because NQC is playing really far back in the garage. He's basically holding for another kind of split to the A bomb site, which is not happening.
Yeah, and this is fine to play it this way for Pain. They just have to know. They just have to have enough time to know.
They don't know, Dan.
And adjust the positioning. That's the problem. Yeah, that's why we normally have the spot outside, like you said.
They just absolutely don't. Well, now they do. The breaking of the window in case of emergency. And that it absolutely is for Pain Gaming, though. Not for Astralis. The bomb going to be planted at the back of the site here. The rotation is actually very hard to even get done properly. There are 2 players for Astralis up here to try and control rotations. Rix, I love the idea of pushing in, even if they want to go for a retake, just clearing out all this space is essential, because otherwise they're going to get shot in the back or in the front by HOTU. What a deagle to take down Big0. 3 versus 3. And that bomb is ticking away, though. Scout in the back for Device. He's got the right lineup for it. Body shot onto Damadeus. Not the fun kind either, not the Ibiza kind, but one that'll leave you straight dead. Snow and NQC left, and I don't know what, there's nothing they can do. They're walking away. It's going to be 11 rounds for Astralis.
Yeah, it's a tough one because so we talked about it in the first half that it makes a lot of sense to void outside, but you can void outside and not take fights, but you can index for information, because that's all you really need is just the info, and you can get info like pretty safely. And if you get the info and you just get the rotations in the right spot, even just having someone like who's a vents player that can know to kind of jiggle and throw smoke down, something to buy time, you know, anything really. But the problem is, like you said, they just allow Astralis to just walk on and get a plant without any notification.
It's funny because we saw the same thing in Copenhagen just a week ago, where Mouse had the same kind of error on the CT side, where they didn't even know that anyone had gone downstairs, and by the time they realize, it's too late. You just have no way to rotate in time. Yeah, it's just, that's basically when you find out. It's like the windows down there. It's like, oh, damn, they're on the bomb site, guys. Hold up. It's like one moment everyone's on the radio saying, I thought you were holding B.
Yeah.
I mean, it is the logical thing about what Pain is doing is that they're basically trying to deny any fights for Astralis. They're saying, well, you're not going to get like an early kill on any one of us, and that's good. But then nobody was holding B, and that's bad.
Yes, it is.
Oh, well, this is something else, though. Tapping away is NQC, just deleting a couple of players outside, Device and HOTU, without really a chance to respond. That was really cool. Bomb is making its way down. Stair going to be in charge of it. And still a dangerous round here for Pain that they must win. Any dream of a comeback has to start with a bit of a bang in this round.
Oh, that's a big kill to get. Yabi and Stair, the players to try to get this 2v4 hold now. But now it's a 1v4 hold for Yabi. Nice headshot, kicking things off. So many players to hold this angle, though. Has to be so excellent with the next kill, but Big0 able to spray the window down and find the defuse for the team. But it all feels oh so labored here for Pain right now.
Yeah.
It's a long comeback. They're definitely looking at, like, they are focused, of course, and in it right now to win it. But obviously, it's just very difficult. There's a lot of issues.
It's the kind of round where if NQC doesn't get this done, then it's the same kind of bomb plant down below, but now there's another player in the yard for Astralis, which again can stop rotations and everything else. So it's really awesome, but it's still scary that it's Davideus and NQC, and then Snow, Vigusira, and Rix are they're not doing anything, not enough here.
Yeah.
I like the speed in this round, straight onto the A-bomb site. Tech9 from HOTU is going to be taking down Snow and Bomb. A little bit delayed in the bomb plant here. They're not quite sure where to actually plant. Smoke getting blown open once again, but there's a secondary one to stop anyone from spotting it. HOTU goes down. Device sneaking around. The timing is so sick here. Easy kill onto Davideus. Picks up the AK. He knew he'd already heard the footsteps running away, so that's a high IQ play for Device, selecting his targets in the right order. He could have gone for the second player there first, but the fact that he got the kill, picked up the AK, and kept it going is so cool. Rix goes down. NQC realizes it can't be won in this one, so it will be Astralis landing on 12 rounds. And NQC, I don't even think he's going to be able to save the AWP here. Yeah, hunts it down.
Yeah, what a play from Device. Absolutely agree. So good. And I mean, Astralis have looked pretty good so far against Pain. I love the patience there from Device to find that moment. And it's unfortunate too, because I felt like NQZ was doing some great work, you know, laying down that fire from the heaven position. He got some good kills, and he just needed the Mini player to kind of activate so that some fire would be drawn towards Mini, and then NQZ could find a moment to get out into position to maybe make it happen. But Device playing spoiler, and now 12-4 here for Astralis, looking to close down Nuke. And all we have is MP9s, essentially, for Pain.
Definitely not what you want to start a comeback with, but they don't have a choice. This is what the funds will currently allow for. Also, CZ75 on Vigusira. Rare occurrence in modern-day Counter-Strike. You don't get to see it. I think for good reason. I can't even think of a single position ever where you'd want the CZ over the 5.7 or even the P250, in my opinion. But I have to say that because I don't think I've ever got a kill with a CZ75.
Not even in 2016? 2015?
No. Truly, I just don't think mine works. It's possible I just got like one that just didn't work. Okay.
Ooh, entries for days for HOTU.
The Giga Chat is back, which I know Richard is going to appreciate. 16 kills here on HOTU. Bit of a highlight performance for him. Device ends up taking out Vigusira and Snow and Rix in a 2 versus 5 to try and hold on to the map, which you would have to be severely delusional to think that's going to be happening. Rix goes down. There's a full-out round at the end here. 13-4 in favor of Astralis. It's just a brilliant performance. They've got to feel so confident right now.
Yeah, super straightforward there for Astralis. Very well done indeed. Good start to the series. And now it's time to toss it back to the desk.
Yeah, I was worried when I saw Nuke come up. It might be a little bit dicey. And again, it's one of these where it's super hard to gauge because I'm like the commentators, you know? You watch a performance like that, you want to say, okay, that's really, really good. They played really well. But then you think about the opposition. You think about the fact that Penny using the standard. It's like impossible to really gauge what version of Astralis we're seeing.
Look, this is Pain's map pick, right? And I'll just say it this way. It wasn't because of stand-in they lost in this fashion. I just felt like this team side was super one-dimensional. And all the other individuals, no one really showed up. Snow has been struggling for quite a while, even here on this map, nowhere really to be found. It was just a couple of players who was doing a lot, the brunt of the heavy lifting. But the hits were, they were just going for this upper pops, getting shut down again and again and again, not really able to adapt to it. And credit where it's due for Astralis. On its CD side, they didn't allow Pain to breathe at any point in time, just pushing every angle they could find.
I wish they went for those A-pops earlier. I think the problem was they started playing default. You know, in some of the early rounds, in the gun rounds, they're playing slow, they're playing default, they're trying to go outside, and they're just getting picked apart in those early key rounds. Then by the time they want to go for faster hits, it becomes easy for Astralis to predict it. It's just very disappointing, the game plan that they decided to go with. I mean, you have a coach as you're standing, for Christ's sakes, you're playing Nuke, just do some set things. Just play faster. Whether it doesn't have to be A rushes or A pops, it can be throw smokes outside, explode A, throw smokes outside, go ramp, throw smokes outside, go secret, right? And if they decide to blow the first wave of smokes, just have your players there in numbers that you can win those fights and get some trades going, right? Create some space, create some chaos on the map. Like, they needed to make the game more chaotic for Astralis. I felt like that was the only way they could get something done.
And I think it's very unfortunate for them as well that, you know, whichever part of the map the players were started playing, everyone was popping up. You talk about Ston outside, he was just getting winning duels at will. Device was just everywhere, just rotating, moving around, just being just a thorn in the sides. With the rifle as well, didn't really have to take out the AWP.
Yeah, but the problem is in those early rounds, it's not just Ston outside, it's Ston and Device outside a lot of times. It's Stair was there as well. They were leaving ramp like a couple of rounds. You know, they were just focusing on that area of the map and they were picking Pain apart. Look where Device is. Like, this is another one of those reset rounds. One of the rounds before, he was in garage. Stair is on stairs in secret. Ston is trying to play close up outside. You know, they were just putting a lot of focus on that area of the map, and the protocols weren't there for Pain, and that's understandable to some extent. You have, you know, your coaching there. It was just very disappointing from Pain.
And it just also kind of unfortunate as well, because you have the coach in the server talking to you as well. You have Bigazero at IGL. That's the thing. It's not about the fragging department, Richard. It's just the fact that overall, the game plan, it fell apart. Also, by the way, you head towards upper bomb side, and HOTU, your favorite player, he's just popping off. I think it was like 16-5 or something at some point.
I'll talk a little bit about that because, you know, there were rumors circulating. He had a year out of the game, right? And we've said this before as a caveat for, like, players. Don't judge them too harshly. He wrote an article. I can't remember which publication.
It was way too long to read it. I did not go get
Listen, let's be real. You're not a reader.
You did,
you're not
because you're a hater, so you had to see what he was going to say.
No, but I read it because I wanted to see kind of where his mindset was at, and I still thought it was a little bit delulu, you know, to be honest with it. But one of the things he said he was going to do, you know, was he was going to, you know, actually get on deathmatch. He was going to raise his level. Now, you know, I pioneered the theory, the Counter-Strike critical theory of the HOTU line. And the HOTU line is how little production you can have in terms of HLTV stats and still win maps. And if you're below that line, right, you're not going to win. That might get renamed the Cadian line. I don't know. And I love Casper, and I'm saying that because HOTU is, I think, like, if you look at his stats and where he's at now, and I know it's a small sample size and the opposition might not be the best, but he inarguably has raised his...
He looked pretty good yesterday as well, right? It's not like he didn't do much, in all honesty. And this is something which he mentioned in the interview in HLTV as well. It's like, all I've been doing is working on... Short one, very short. It's HLTV short, right? Which you love, Rich. But he was like, he's just been working out, and, you know, he's working on his guns and also his gunplay in the server. And clearly, it makes life much more easier for him.
Working on his guns inside and outside of the game. Yep. I think, first of all, stats are overrated, and especially the stats that we have are not accurate enough, and you can't filter them enough to get, you know, an accurate representation on what players do in their respective roles. I think also you could see with G2 in CS2, he stepped up individually. He was better than he was in CSGO, and he wasn't removed because of his individual, you know, performance and his fragging ability, right? So I think in this one, obviously, it's going to be exciting to be back on the server. It's going to be a little bit of growing pains just being back on officials.
I just wish you would, like, now, if this is the level he can bring and be, you know, an okay fragging IGL, right? Like, if that's the level he can bring, then he needs to start playing a bit more selfish and not have these strats that are constructed around him sacrificing his life at the start of a round. I want to see him actually contribute beyond that.
Yeah, that's more just about the perception of yourself, right? Because we talk about someone like Kixan, for example, on Falcons. He is not your in-game leader type player, right? Like, he doesn't play like an IGL. He plays like any player who would play the position, right? Like, he doesn't feel like he needs to go for these gimmicky plays or do whatnot. He just plays, right? And then you have some other guys who maybe feel like they need to go for these plays to have an impact. It's like, the best I can do is just go in first and die so my teammate can trade. Like, if you switch your mindset a little bit, you know, it's a big part of being able to do more in
and I think you know, for HOTU near the end of his tenure in on G2, he did start to play a little bit more selfishly a little bit, just because it was getting to him, right? But if he does it selfishly here, not as a reaction to what people are telling him, not because he's like, I need to prove myself, but more like, I feel comfortable here, I have faith in my own abilities. That is what I want to see.
What has Richard done to this death segment, man? His obsession with HOTU. We just spent the whole...
I know,
bro.
Wait, we haven't even had time. Can we just bring up the Inferno graphic just quick before we go to break? So there is another map coming in.
No,
this
but
series, you know, like,
he is like, look at the.
You're obsessed.
Look at the.
No, well, we've got like a minute left. Show me Inferno. Can we talk about Inferno?
Yeah, like, how soon is he going to play Inferno, Rich?
Yeah, I hope he plays more selfish. That's what I'm going to say. You know. Anyway, here we go. This will be the next map. Obviously, it's Astralis' pick. I think it's Astralis' best map personally. The Ancient. run was always a fugazi. So what's going to happen here?
Look, I think here's the thing. If Pain at least put up a fight on Nuke, I could be like, this could still be kind of close. Because Pain, again, I'm going to say they've had a miserable win rate on Inferno, but they've been very, very close losses to some pretty top tier teams, so to speak, right? But after what we saw on map number 1, I just don't see Astralis making this even anywhere close.
Yes, I think. I think just with Astralis and the other 4 players that they have on the roster, they are the ones who do most of the heavy lifting and are supposed to, and probably will. And Pain with the stand-in and the way they've looked on Nuke, this is going to be a 2-0 for Astralis.
All right, well, with that, we can go to break. We're going to find out if Yanko is right in just a few moments.
Okay, good chat.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astralis come into PGL Astana with a familiar face, but never within this jersey. The time has come to see HOTU put the Astralis jersey on and try and, at least for one event, fix some things, make some magic happen. But first I got to ask you, how does it feel to be back?
Oh, it feels good.
Yeah?
Been waiting for a while and, you know, it's boring to play Faceit when you like the team side of CS more, so
yeah.
I've been looking forward to this day for sure.
It's almost been a year, right? It's been like 10 months since we last saw you play. It was back at the spring final, and obviously you were back on G2 at that point. What does life look like for you from that point till now? You missed it?
Yeah, for sure. I've been playing, honestly, like more than I did in G2 when it comes to like individually. Okay. Because I had so much time on my hands.
Yeah.
Then moved houses as well. So
nice.
yeah.
So got some actual life stuff done because you had time?
Yeah, of course. Started in the gym.
I can see that, by the way. I was going to say it on camera, but now you said gym. We got the jawline working right now. The arms are looking nicer.
Yeah, a little bit. I was like a long sleeve now, but you.
Just
wait and see. First time I do a highlight. But yeah, just tried to make the time go by and hoped for a good offer, and finally something came around. So
now, I said this when the announcement happened for you going to this Astralis, especially with the condition the team was looking like they were in, is that there's going to be a lot of pressure on your shoulders for this and a lot of eyes on you and like to try and fix this in one go. But how do you view it? How does HOTU see what he's got to work with and what he's got to do here?
Well, when it comes to the pressure, I don't feel any. I think that the results that Astralis had before was obviously not great and what they wanted. So I think that having a bit more than a week to practice will not fix that. Obviously, that like I'm not a magician. I'm an ITL, so. But I think like I'm positively surprised about the players' individual level and the understanding of the game and everything. I feel like it's not as bad as it looked from the outside. And I think that we spent the time well, the few days we had.
You said the little bit of time you had. How many days did you have? Was it a boot camp you guys did together or anything like that? Or
No boot camp. Like kind of an online boot camp. In a way. I think we had a total of 9 practice days. So
it's not bad.
Yeah, we got through a lot of stuff, but honestly, when it comes to all the details and stuff like this, there was no time. So it's a lot of big stuff, but yeah.
So how much of it is like old stuff they had, you fixing it? How much of it's stuff you wanted to put in? Like, how have you found a balance here?
That's tough. It's different from map to map as well. But I think they had a ton of stuff, and I tried to narrow it down to getting better at fewer things. And of course, I tried to like get my own touch on things. And honestly, me and Katie and who I replaced, we play completely different.
Yes, very much
both
so.
when it comes to style and like when it comes to team style and individual style as well. So yeah, obviously I had to change a lot of stuff, but we kept some stuff as well.
Okay, and how is it to go back to speaking Danish as well? It's been a while, right, to speak Danish to the team?
It was actually good because I've been away for 9 months where I didn't speak English. Obviously, I'm speaking Danish to my family and stuff, so yeah, it's kind of hard to find the right words with you as well now. So.
All right, we're relearning everything right now.
Yeah, but it's nice. I think that it's way easier to have fun in your native language, and yeah, it just makes the long days a bit easier.
And how are you fitting in with the rest of the guys? Like, obviously, you know these guys. I mean, like now, coming together, being the leader of the team, of one that was already existing, how is it just that whole trying to fit in and get into it all?
I think that was pretty easy transition. They're all great guys, and I knew, obviously, Yabi really well.
Yeah.
And the rest a little bit. So, yeah, it's been pretty smooth, I think.
What is the condition if you stay? Or what happens at the end of this? Do you know how that looks? Like, do you need to do this to make it stay, or you're just going with the flow?
I have no clue. I'm just happy to be back to play, and you know, I'll get the best out of it, and that's it. I really haven't put any thought into it. I didn't have time to put thought into it either. I just
all game
went full practice mode.
All right. Well, then tell me this: what are your personal expectations and desires for this event?
Oh, that's two completely different words, right? Like my desire is
to win.
Yeah.
Expectation.
Expectation. It's tough. I think like I've always thought that result-based expectations are bad for your mindset in general. I just want to go in and do the best we can. It's boring answer, obviously, but yeah, as long as we play like we have been playing in practice, and as long as we are not losing because, you know, we play against ourselves in a way, then I think I will be happy.
Well, we've seen you've been doing that, and it looks very good on you so far. Hopefully it looks good on you in the server as well. Best of luck, Hooksy. We'll see what happens in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
We're here in beautiful Astana, and it's day number 2. Second best of 3 of the day, by the way. It's Pain versus Astralis, and we're on the second map. It's Inferno coming up with, I believe, Astralis starting on the CT side and Pain on the T side. And it's not a ton of data to look for in the last couple of months here for this particular team. But looking at pistol rounds, I mean, pistol rounds are always a bit of a coin flip, but they do have you know, a particular kind of apps pop that they do, which a lot of teams will do later on. But I feel like doing it in the pistol round is especially fun, popping out into the pit and getting some flashes in through middle. I hope they do something like that because it's just fun to watch.
Yeah.
But otherwise, there is the super common just be run up banana, try and get something done there. We're going into the dam. We're ready for it. Pain, yeah, they will be on that side. But
Yes.
a lot of smokes being picked up here and a couple of HEs too. So
All right, let's see if we can get off to a good start here for Pain. Nuke is far away in the distant past. We don't have to think about it anymore.
already
Format has been expelled.
So much more likely it's the apps thing. One, the double flashbang is in the middle. You could see how they're moving. So they are definitely gearing up for that. They can still change their mind depending on what they see. But I wouldn't be surprised if they get close enough with 3 people in the apps like this, then you're going to be seeing Vincere. He's either going to smoke towards the library and then, you know, Moto, mini pit, and then they're going to be throwing flashbangs over. This is so sick.
For Jabby, a little push for info. Banana sees nothing. Instant rotate. 4 stack now on the A site.
Yeah, they're coming for it. Actually, the flank from Yabby, oh, they're going to catch them in the middle of the setup. That's the bomb as well. What a disaster. Yabby with the execute onto NQC. They were going to do it. They actually were going to do the app spot.
I'm sorry,
I feel robbed. I was excited. Why
like a
Astralis?
level of investment from you there? You've like literally been setting up for like 60 seconds straight. It's just completely denied.
This is why we can't have nice things. It always comes. Somehow it's always Astralis' fault, no matter what it is that's going on. It just always is.
Well, it was interesting to hear from Hooksy. You know, he said so long in the interviews, like as long as we don't play against ourselves, and you know that can really be decoded into like 2 areas: being able to execute the same level of competency in the individual performance, the strategy, the team play that you had in your scrims and your practice leading into the event, and then additionally being able to ensure that your game doesn't collapse on an individual team level from the mental side of things as well. These are like the 2 areas.
Well, here's something else to consider. If I was able to figure out what kind of pistol round Pain we're running, it's possible that Astralis were too, and that's why Yabby was able to push down as as far as he was and kind of felt confident in taking the risk. So second round, and obviously without a bomb plant even in sight for Pain, they are going to be down to clocks.
I will say though, so in one way you love to see the deep banana play, but in this round, that's actually an invitation, I think, to tease, because oftentimes the CTs will play close up there, so you can know that there's a possibility of a close fight. A pop flash, rush through, you get a couple kills quick, you might win the round off that. So sometimes you got to be cautious with that opening that Astralis have, but there's no challenge for us. So just like the last round, Astralis know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, they've got so much control here. Wide swing into the middle. That's exactly where you want the M4A for. The extra bullets, just making it no issue whatsoever. Device getting a couple of kills, getting himself warmed up a little bit. It's a nice and quick round. Moving into the third one. Pain are going to be able to buy something more interesting, which we love to see. But yeah, Astralis, it's such a good start to the tournament for them.
Yes.
Maybe not playing the strongest teams just yet, so I guess we can't get too ahead of ourselves. We can't get too excited.
Yeah. And this is the great thing about the Swiss system. Every team gets sort of a fair crack at the whip, and you really get to see the level of the teams that bring into the tournament. And you also get somewhat of a warm-up, some time to kind of get a feel for the setup.
Right.
Get a feel for how you want to play some of these maps. And that's kind of the territory Astralis is certainly in right now, as we see the apartments take coming in from Snow. So just a default 3-2.
Deep nade on Banana. Look at the damage on NQC and Davides.
4 stack on top mid, so Astralis not thinking that, just actually kind of gambling this one. This is risky because Pain could have walked up to top Banana. They could be just getting a pace on WWE side, but Astralis seem to know.
Yeah, it's there's a huge upside here, which is if they go B and kill Hooksy, all they lose is the M4, or not the M4, the MP9. And they're just going to keep the other 4 people at the A-bomb side. So I think this is going to be well, now they're rotating back. But if that had happened earlier, I think it would have been a full-on Jame kind of round where they just say, never mind.
Davides heard the run through CT spawn, and at that instant, we saw the rotation for Pain back to top mid. So they're playing off that rotation information. It's now back to a 2-3 setup for Astralis. 40 seconds left. Pain for the top mid take.
And a bit of an issue here. Stair still has the incendiary. He's actually got it pulled right now, so he's going to throw it down towards a short position, but they're going to wrap around. It's a nice idea. Counter flash comes out. Deep one from Stair. And Vincere didn't stand a chance. They're trying to wrap into it here, but this pit position is so hard to get rid of. Backup is coming as well. Pain, I think they missed the timing window. Hooksy comes punched out of the library and taking down Snow almost immediately. Rick's here, nothing that he could do either. Stair will take him down. And Stair set up so much of this round. That deep flashbang that he had, and The reason why Stair can focus so much on that wraparound is because he's already cleared the other side with his own incendiary. So he's kind of like, he's positioned himself in a way where he knows he can take that fight. That's so sick for Astralis. And again, that's kind of the bonus round. What they do on top of it is actually steal 3 AKs, and they buy the AWP as well.
Yeah, and I really liked what Pain did. You know, they actually kept the round fairly simple, but I felt like they were kind of punishing Astralis for that early setup, and by just investigating and then hearing the rotation, I liked the response, and they created a world where they were, you know, playing against 3 players on A as opposed to 4, and they also are able to get the entry towards Connector. So the beginnings of that round really looked good for Pain. So a lot of upside, but an even better performance in the following ensuing recovery, just as you mentioned.
Stair just doing so much good work. And keeping himself alive, staying down. He set up the kill for Stown at the beginning. It's fantastic.
Love this. Yes. I feel like I haven't seen this as much lately, at least at Rivals. We didn't see a lot of aggressive apps plays against the pistols.
And they're flashed in by a Device who's actually playing at the arch position. So, and you're right, we didn't see that at all, and it is such a cool trick. But I guess that's part of sometimes the meta. It just switches, and one strategy kind of goes out the window for a while.
I mean, if you're looking for it as the T side, then it's really devastating. But if you're not, it's devastating for you. So, like you say, it's a meta thing. And now the position for Pain is just really rough. You know, 4 players against the full buy. It's a 2-3 safe setup from Astralis. Killing time with the incendiary.
The normal thing to do here is probably to go B with Tech-9s and pistols. Maybe you try and put a little bit of pressure on here just to make sure they don't know for sure, but I feel like ending up at the B-bomb side is such a normal thing to try and approach.
We almost had to rotate there because Astralis did the info play top mid and saw nothing, so... but they were all just standing there.
Shot in the back is Davideus. Don't know if I like Device sticking around, but I guess it's a confidence kind of thing. Where like, I'm gonna win every single fight. We'll give up the AWP. NQC doesn't hit the shot there. I think it might have been his one chance to get back into the round. Oh, he's gonna throw it.
You!
I can't even have the money here.
I can't believe you've done this.
That's like $4,750 just.
There you go. I mean, Anders, you love to see it because I agree with you. Device does know well that he needs to be that deep there.
Yeah.
And he is just going for the kills.
Did they steal
and he
it
gets
back?
Punished.
Did they steal it back? I feel like they have more money than they should have.
They would have had to have boosted, I think.
I think they might have. I'm not going to lie. I think they might have because just looking at the money.
They tried to boost it? How did it?
Yeah.
Oh, they did just barely reach it.
Yeah, the math. I did the math in my head then in a super quick fashion.
Quick maths. Okay, more aggressive banana opening for Pain, trying to challenge. Gotta be careful. It's hard to know which way the kills will go, but it's a 1-for-1. You have to argue. That favored the T side, but Storm taking matters into his own hands. Going aggressive in mid, understanding that there's a lot of players towards Banana. It's risky, Anders, but it pays off for the Danes.
Yeah, you're right. Risky and also a really ugly fight from Stown, right? That wasn't good spray. That was pure chaos. And yet he does come out on top somehow. Bomb being brought back. Pain not enjoying this, but you got to love the choice here from Astralis, right? Moving up into the apartments.
Yeah, staying active. It's so effective. And now Bigazero and NQD, all that's left. Flashbang does its job, but the trade's there for Device. Oh, a whiff there, and suddenly, out of nowhere, into a 1v2 after plant. Pain with a chance.
Oh, he's already being shut down. Okay.
Damn it.
he just barely made it around the corner. It's a good wallbang, though. But the proactive play coming up from Astralis and finding Rix over on the one side and realizing there's nobody else there. Really good stuff. Device also, so for him to get the kill the first time around is enter the bomb, he has to step into the Molotov. And it's such a good, it's a good amount of damage to take to get the kill. So just a small little detail. 5 in a row for Astralis to pick it up at the beginning here. Stair has not even died yet. He's 7-0. Stown is 7-1. Let's not talk about the kills on the Pain side, though. Let's not do that. I don't want to be that kind of person. I want to be a nice person.
You don't have to be. You can make a different choice. You have free will. I mean, some would argue maybe that you don't. I don't know if that's you, but...
Triggered Sam Harris, if he's tuning in, he's going to be super, super mad.
He seems generally triggered all the time anyway. So.
That's true. Deep nades landing there on 3 players for Pain. I think you said it earlier, but it basically turns the M4s into AKs when you get that kind of damage, which is rather nice. Running through the fire, it's probably worth it. There's down, proving that. Instant dink onto NQC, takes him down. Rix with a good return, but stare back in the pits, only for a second though. Gonna get the 1 kill. HOTU hiding in the corner. Snow trying to check it, but no rifle out for Rix, and that's gonna get him killed. He couldn't get the instant refrag there. 1 versus 1. I like the Molotov from Davideus, just trying to make sure. It's Yabby on the other side. And a must-win clutch coming in here for the Pain side. Davideus not sure. Oh, he comes back right in time. I don't think he was even really ready for it, but 3 kills in the round. Maybe he'll save Pain a lot of trouble here. They have to get back on the board to try and win this back.
Yeah, and that AWP can go to NQZ, so that's really nice as well. Yes, and that was so close. That was so close. Really, again, it's some of these individual performances, and time and again we have come back to Davideus. So tricky to deal with that fight around the short pillar. Snow, that kill from Snow too on Steph. It was like an instant headshot on the pit player.
Yeah.
If you don't get that, the levels of delay and just trickiness of that fight, it's just horrendous. And just like staying alive for an extra couple seconds, that would have bought the time for what was, the final CT in the 1v1.
Yes.
That CT would have been maybe in a spot where that afterplant wouldn't have been possible. So all of these, the delay really adds up.
Yeah, it all comes together really, really nicely for them in that round. Early kills, pretty swift, not really slowing it down. It's really not too late either for Pain to bring it back. I know it's a bit of a gloomy situation because they did get beat up on Nuke, and that was just a very one-sided game. And they're kind of getting beat up at the beginning here, but it doesn't have to keep going this way. 5-1, I mean, you can recover it. NQC, you said it. AWP taken from the previous round, straight into an opening on this one. Device goes down. And still 2 people at the B-bomb site. Maybe you just make even more of a gamble here, and you just hope that Pain end up. I typically don't like these 2A, 2B when you're playing 4v5. I sometimes prefer like much more of a gamble and say just go 3. Yeah, that's what they're maybe slowly doing.
Yeah, I think just protect the AWP as well. Just have most of the players with the AWP so that if they do push into the AWP, best chance to keep it alive. Also, best chance to win the round.
3 people at the B-bomb site. I'm so happy that they're doing this. I think this displays a really strong understanding of what could be done. Deep does hear it. Yabby, does he want to peek it? It's so tempting because you hear just the toes being singed out in front. Some pressure on. But they're going to know. They're going to know that there's 2 people there. So Pain might just thinking about walking away. NQC gets taken down before he can really escape. There's nobody at the A-bomb site though. They got the kill over there onto Stair. So the round is still going to be with Pain, but at least they get to save the rifles. Actually, 2 AWPs.
Yeah, and it was interesting there too because there's a lot of confidence on those banana fights from Yabby, who's really trying to find a 4v4 equalizer like much sooner. And had that been the case, the round's kind of back on. And also, if he dies, it still feels like they can get a decent save on the AWP. And having 2 AWPs online now because of the kill that he got is like actually crazy value from Yabby. But yeah, back in for Pain. Also, to look at the positives for them, being able to win with 4 players is going to give them hopefully a bit of a buffer on that economy should they lose the following round so that they can continue in winning ways. But
it's definitely a big step in the right direction here. It is interesting to see how we haven't seen, obviously the most normal thing you could see on a map like Inferno is just take banana, execute with smokes to CT spawn and to, the coffins, and just go for that. Like that's what we see all the time. And we haven't really seen a round like that. They've tried it once and kind of got shut down, but We'll see if Pain can find enough stability here to try and get into just normal Inferno stuff. Because it's nice sometimes to do the stuff that you should. Everyone knows how it works. There's nothing surprising about it. Got to win the battle on Banana here to begin with. Grenades being exchanged because Sierra's so flashed, but it just doesn't matter. That's the problem with throwing flashes on Banana, is that the crosshairs are already in the right position.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're going to be blind, but they just have to shoot.
Yeah, it's really true.
Don't have to see to shoot, Dan.
That is also true. That is also true.
It's generally recommended, but
yeah, we like to keep things dangerous.
Well,
and the freeze here from Pain is you know, if you have the time to do it, it's not bad. And especially if you feel like you missed the timing, then you might as well do it. So this stack though, this stuff, rather. I mean, it will take a pretty crazy overperformance / oversight for Pain.
Yep, but that could be happening. Now, let's see if they throw the elevated smoke again, and if Stair can body block the smoke one more time. Because he body blocked the first one.
Yeah.
If he does it again, it's kind of interesting.
So Device, if he actually gets a pick, if they go top mid to find info, they might not use a nade. Device could get a pick, and that would send them into B most likely, because they wouldn't want to re-challenge the AWP, I would imagine. Well, this could be about to happen. Let's see. Smoke goes down, though. That's perfect that they had that. So Device not going to be... Oh, that was a little tricky, but is going to go and save that. But yeah, if they don't smoke him off there, the round gets really interesting, Anders.
I actually have a question for Yanko or Blair, or anyone else that wants to chime in. I wonder if they can see Pain that smoke isn't landing up top. They must be able to, because I've seen this before where they try and throw the smoke and when it gets blocked, they fall back. And so it does feel like there's a straw. I actually haven't checked it myself, but I'm assuming you must be able to tell the difference from basically from this angle that Vigor is in, because it's so suspicious that they do it.
Trying to get rid of these guns, Anders.
Yeah, they should. Pain back in the game a little bit here. Getting some good rounds in. Device hoping to keep the AWP alive. They are close, but I don't think they're going to be able to find him here. No! That's down to the last second. How cool is that?
Huge.
I do just love how, you know, just like how petulant it is to keep like throwing that smoke down. Like they keep trying to elevate it, and he's like, no smokes allowed up here. But yeah, I have to assume, I actually haven't gone to check this in demos myself. I have to assume that is basically what the T's are testing in that moment. They're like, is there somebody boosted? If there is, then probably there's also another player, you know, inside of the site.
Need the nerds to investigate.
Bring out the nerds.
So, Astralis have the rounds in which they've been losing, it's the early pickoffs they've been giving up at top Banana. So I can only imagine in the next gun round we'll see maybe more of a passive approach there.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like it's suddenly going the way off the T side. Nicely done. Yeah, round is already over. They had one M4 coming into this one anyway, so they're going to try and keep that one alive. That's going to be 4 in a row. Pain Gaming.
Yep.
Nice comeback.
Yeah, it really is. And there is really a few different ways Astralis can go with this. They could try to get aggressive, I think, in the apartments, because Pain have been opening up with a 3-2 often. So that's one of the reasons why going aggressive apartments is nice, because usually you'll get somebody going in from, you know, the stairs side, and you'll get someone going in from like the jump up side. So you can kind of find like a staggered timing where you can isolate it. So if you like have rifle support for an AWPer, you can have like a really nice pick off on those players. And that could be an option, Anders, or they could just play really passive, which has also worked.
Many teams have done it. I mean, I've been enjoying the aggression out of them, but like you said, if it stops working, then you really can't keep doing it, can you? Yeah, running into some economic woes on the Danish side here, and it's slowed down the momentum quite a bit. It's a fun fact for you, Dan. Inferno is the map with the most animals on it.
Is it really? How far ahead is it?
I think by quite a lot. We've got chickens, there's a dog somewhere, there's a horse somewhere. You can't see them, but you can hear them. There are humans. There's like 4 different kinds of animals.
Oh, he's got 4 different kinds of humans. What are you going to say?
No, Dan. But I appreciate the fact that you try to open that door nonetheless. Trying to get me fired really early on into the partnership. Rix moving forward. All right. That's a very nice timing. I actually think that's a sick idea to walk in with no utility and just, you know, basically try and get the kill right away. Now, it did backfire on them, unfortunately, but the idea was definitely there. Bomb still in the middle. Device here in a corner. Now, they do have a Molotov to check him, but Davideus, does he want to try and throw it here? Because if not, then there is a chance. Even if not, just Device being here is great information.
Yeah, look at the activity from his teammates too. Re-clearing short. Again, we like this from Astralis so far. Getting active, asking questions, retaking positions. And now look at the position Painter in the crossfire. It's going to be a problem here. Beautiful crossfire indeed.
The disappointing thing, I suppose, for Pain is they had utility to stop the crossfire. Whether they throw it to the left or the right doesn't even matter. Just throw it somewhere. Vigosira cannot get the double spray down. Polite claps coming out from Rogers, trying to help them out.
Yeah, and you know, I think one of the things that I'm enjoying so much about this proactive play from Astralis in these like mid-round scenarios is that it shows really good communication amongst the players, because you know those are dynamic spots. You have to, someone has to make a call and say, okay, let's retake this.
Yeah.
And they formulate those plans so far from what we've seen very quickly. And they could be protocol-based, but you know, it's hard to say. But either way, when you're doing this, if the other team isn't as quick thinking as you, you get an advantage.
It makes it so much more fun as well to watch a team on the CT side when they do this kind of thing. Going to be another fast attempted A play coming out. The bomb is far away, but it's the same exact idea. I don't see why they would stop. They've already taken most of the risk by running this deep in. Oh, NQC. I didn't notice that, but he does have the EWP, so yeah, he's going to be waiting and hoping for a mistake here for Stown. Oh, that's a pre-fire. I don't know how else he would be able to do that.
What a find to the AWP there. Huge find for Astralis. That tells them so much. And they're certainly worried about this A play, but I think giving up that information, there's still a lot of time in the round. Pain retaking Banana a little bit, showing some presence there, threatening that they could be going back to B. So some good, I would say good for Inferno fundamentals on the T side macro as they reestablish their hit onto the A site now.
Okay, so Flashbang goes out. Oh, that's an incendiary. I think NQC must have heard that, but yeah, the clock has run out. They have to go here, right into the grenade. That's going to slow them down so much. 35 seconds. Snare gets one, and a really quick double for him. Unfortunately, Stow was not able to help out in that fight all that much. So still the bomb should be planted here. Davideus, don't really know how he lives through the fight. It looks like Device had the opportunity to maybe catch him with his pants down. Hoaxy and Yabi, tough call here, and no chance whatsoever. Pain will pick up a 5th round. That one is kind of on the knife's edge, but what I do appreciate is that once they kind of saw the opening, Pain, they were all in. There was no doubt in anyone there. They followed through.
Yeah, and again, it's really just great to see, because Inferno is a map that the fundamentals have been so well established for many years, but it's not a given that teams of this level will play it out kind of correctly in terms of the how you control the map and the information game on the T side. But we just saw that from Pain. You know, they have that opener where they get really fast timing into the apps, opening themselves up for any picks. Should Astralis be playing that spot? Astralis were playing passive on the site. NQC gets posted up. Could have gotten a pick, but it wasn't given to him. So it's a hard situation for Pain to recover from in that sense, because they've shown a hand.
Yeah.
They reset the round. They reestablished presence both sides, punishing Astralis for not going a bit more aggressive on the map control. And then Pain get to play a setup where they're coming in 5v3 into the A site. It is just good Counter-Strike there.
That's what will save them. Or maybe the double AWP, because Hero's got one as well, so double AWP on T side and definitely a rare sight. But why not? See if they have an AK somewhere else. Rix still not having a very good time at all. He's got 4 kills in the first half, taken down early on. And all right, so Bigos is going to run back and pick up an AK in T-spawn. That's what he's currently doing. Either that or he just wanted to play the bells, but it was the AK.
I respect it.
Could have been playing a bit of Baby Shark, you know.
No. Why?
All right. All right, Dan. hating babies now also, apparently.
I mean, they just run everything. Well, they're so needy.
That's absolutely true. Yabi, good position. HOTU, bringing in the MP9. Ooh, this is a bit interesting, though. If Yappy dies, you kind of got to wonder. They are almost lining up for him. It could be a 6 spray down, but it doesn't work out that way. No one's checking HOTU. Oh, he lines up for it, and even MP9 can get the job done. 2 big kills. They just did not expect that, and I can't even really blame them. A lot of damage with the smoke onto NQC. Bomb does get planted, but it's just a one-man show here. Snow never even getting a chance at a device. Great kills to get the job done with. That's 7 at the end of the half in favor of Astralis, the 5 of Pain. Still a very open map, to be honest. I'm impressed that Pain managed to bring it back. I thought they were going to get completely blown up, but they're still competitive.
Yeah, and I think they have to wash away that last round there, because the kind of the second player, the fake check, you know, the half player, it's one of those things that shouldn't it shouldn't exist.
Yeah,
because it's one of those things that if you like really look at it, you're moving your mouse, but you're not actually paying attention.
Yeah,
so, and you're not actually clearing it.
You're
so that's a problem. You know, so and I lost on the round.
Like, you're really being betrayed by your own brain. Just like, and I think sometimes those kind of mistakes, they're the worst ones to make as a player, because you know instantly.
Yeah.
It's not one of those things where you have to go back and look at the demo and think, oh, well, now I totally understand what happened. It's like the second you die, like, no, I really, like, I should have checked all the way.
And it's kind of like it's one of those things where it's like a cognitive overwhelm, because your brain has this checklist of things you should be doing. And so sometimes players, I think, in more pressured environments, they will get into this mode where it kind of all blends in together, and you just don't decisively do this one thing, and then this next thing, and then this next thing. You're trying to do too many things at once, and then you get a mistake like that. Oh, you can see the disgust.
Yeah.
Oh, it's visceral.
I can't really blame them.
No, yeah, it sucks.
That Molotov is, I mean, again, it's an immediate indication that it was going to be some sort of a pit play anyway. Very likely. And the fact that we've got this split towards the apartments, but they did get spotted. And the issue with that is, do you want to keep going even after the Pain team probably already know? Device with a chance to fight back. It's going to be a game of whack-a-mole. There are a lot of people coming at him, and it's the worst game. Oh, they've traded places. Now the T's are actually defending the bomb side already.
Yeah. Okay, well, good position for Oh, 2 headshots. Can't ask for much more than that. Stayer has been a trusty pair of hands. Gonna fall back into the site. Oh my goodness, Rix gets the better though. And now down to HOTU.
They do have a kit. They've got plenty of time right now. There's no real stress coming in for Pain. Low on health. The first kill's the easiest one. Headshot, but Snow immediately on top of him. The dually is going great work, and Rix obviously 3 kills, like you said. Really impressive round. What a funny round too. In terms of them trading places and going in to cut the head off Device there. It's good stuff.
But there's the danger lurks. The bomb went down. The force buy is nigh.
They will definitely buy.
And I'm looking forward to seeing what Astralis will choose, because there's so many cool options you can have with a force buy. It was just so funny there, because it feels like you almost feel like Device feels like he's covered, in a way.
Yeah, he's the least likely person to get in a fight at that point. In his own mind, he's like, well, yeah, he's even laughing about it. That's fair.
Yeah.
Good job. I mean, temptation again is probably, oh, wow.
Massive.
Now there are openings.
Challenge. That's a big win though. The Device is quite low. Perfect spot there for Davideus. And the bullets rain in. A reset into pit. No punish. And this is not good now for Astralis. But still over a minute left, Anders, and still... Okay, well, maybe the options are really now pretty limited.
Yeah, unfortunately. I actually think the call for Astralis to go as quick as they did once they got the opening is a great one. And I don't know why they didn't get the kill on, I think it was NQC at the next corner. He was playing the corner of the A bomb site there. I feel like they should have been able to trade him out and just kind of keep on going, but he lived a lot longer than that.
I was surprised that Astralis didn't decide to kind of all spill into the spot where they got the pick, because normally, you know, that's one way you pick up the gun as a team.
Yeah.
If there's another player in that setup, you trade them out, and then you also are in this spot for the CTs where you, with loads of time, you can go to both B or A as well. So and obviously, like, the setups around the pit position, the apartments, and the site, there's a lot of potential issues there. You know, because you don't know where the CTs could be. So. Yeah, like, I thought that connector pick was just like the godsend. I feel like that was like the way that Astralis win the rounds for sure.
Yeah.
So well done by Pain.
They probably did as well.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's going to be able to save the M4, and that's something to you know, mess around with. It's not too bad. He'll have some fun with that in the next round, presumably, but still the scoreline is tied up 7-7.
Yes. Yes. Suddenly the series takes a turn. Pain looking much more put together on this map. And if we look back to the performance at Rivals, where it was the inaugural, or the debut of DJGT. I always struggle to say DGT for some reason.
Yes,
he was,
I feel the same,
the savior for Pain. He looked like the best player on the team.
Yeah. From Uruguay. It's really cool that, you know, it's not just Brazil, even though it does take up a lot of space in South America, but we're actually getting more, you know, South American nations coming into it.
Yeah.
I think it's really fun to see. Hopefully they'll know. We've got Chilean players, we've got some players from Argentina, obviously. But yeah, it's Counter-Strike slowly spreading out from there. Oh, there we go. So we like to say, you know, South NA is the best NA. So
yeah, I guess
it's an internal joke. There's like 5 people who understand what I'm saying, but sorry.
I'm not one of those 5, ladies and gentlemen. I'm with you here.
Sometimes those are the best jokes, you know. Well, device already get taken down. There's really no pressure here for Pain, is there? Just relax. Fall back. They're pretty far back on the map as a result. I totally appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they've also held onto a lot of util. So if they're in a retake situation, they have the util for that, and that's really the must.
Although nobody knows how to throw retake utility on the B-bomb side, I'm just saying it now because it's one of the worst things to watch. Smoke is up. That's the only smoke they have. So this is it. This is all in on this one. I'm shocked that they didn't throw the smoke for CT spawn because, well, that means Bigusir can just take that fight.
Because that happens.
Yeah.
That happens.
And if they were going to throw the smoke like that, then why not use it to boost up with?
Yes.
I don't have any of the answers. I just have more questions.
All right. Well, at least you are free to ask questions. And
yeah, but where are the answers?
What if we had like
where are the analysts?
Authoritarian producers?
What are the analysts doing at this point in time? Can we put them to work? I feel like they're just. I hardly ever see them do any kind of work. What's up with that?
I know, Anders.
Get it back on the desk.
I'll be like you.
It's probably for the best.
Yeah.
8-7 here.
So, sticking around. Just getting singed.
Again. Slowly melting away.
I wasn't going to do it. I just want everyone to know that. I thought of it, but I wasn't going to do it.
Okay, well, we found a real line between Dan and I. And Dan is like, that's too cheap. That's cheap points. I'm not taking them. But I will. But I definitely will. I'll take all the points I can get. It's going to be an explosion. And honestly, with NQC playing here, this is a nightmare scenario. Davideus, if he dies, NQC absolutely will as well. Oh, but he holds on. That is such a heroic effort. Tech9 finally getting into it. NQC, he does die eventually, but the whole bomb site defense would have fallen apart if that Galil on Davideus gets down. That's probably the end of it. 1 versus 4 here for Stout. Actually, one of the more doable ones, because he already got 2 of the kills. Coming back into it, he's got about 35 seconds, and he can steal the bomb. If he gets that, he can escape into the night. Oh, they're boosting on top. It's such a sick move. They spot him out. What a play.
We were crediting Astralis with the fast communication in these dynamic scenarios where you as players, you've got as like one of you has it because you know usually it's the case like if your teammates are dead, they're not talking. It's going to be the guys that are left in the clutch that you have to talk to each other.
Yeah.
And so really fast like leadership moment from one of those two players, whoever came up with the call, because that was slick. That was so fast. And if it's not fast and decisive, it doesn't work. It's too late. So really good stuff from Pain as well on that end. And moving into the next round, 9-7, a 2-round advantage for Pain as we get closer to the potential final rounds of this one. And Astralis have to find a way back in, but we'll have to see what they are going to do because this round they've got some nades, they've got some util, but it's mostly Tech-9s and a hero AK otherwise.
I mean, that Molotov that they threw in the last round was pretty good. If you throw one like that and then one that's a little bit deeper back, you sort of get the double molly effect on the top of Nana position. You can probably take a fight, even with limited weapons here. So there might be something to play for there. And one of the Molotovs already into the apartments. Yeah, they're not really doing too much. There is one deep Molotov back here, but Vincere can just largely ignore it. Can't ignore HE's though.
Great pick in apartments. Another re-peek, another kill. NQZ is here. God, the rollerblades are out on those cobbled streets.
Doesn't
what kind of wheels you need for that?
I don't know if they made like off-road rollerblading. I don't think that's a thing. Somebody should.
There we go.
He just
we got a business idea.
It's actually, now that it's someone must have tried that. There's got to be some eccentric person who's given it a shot at one point. NQC survives on 2 health from that dink with the Tech-9 in the apps. I still kind of appreciate the fact that he went for it. It's just one of those confidence things. And he has been playing pretty well here. 11 kills. Still Davide's kind of leading the charge, but Pain about to be on 10 rounds is really interesting because they just got so blown up on Nuke, which was actually the map pick of Pain. This is Astralis map pick. Astralis aren't exactly getting blown up, but they are trending towards a loss here. NQC finally goes down. If Rix doesn't get a kill here, there is a bomb plant available. Snow goes down. Oh, he misses a shot. He's gonna die as well. It's absolutely disastrous. Vincere finds himself alone and his teammates have already fallen. And that spray, I don't know how it does no damage. I feel like he should have been able to get a kill. They're both so low on health. He's going to run and pick up a couple of more grenades as he wraps around, but they will have heard this already. Stown with a straight headshot, a quad kill, 18 in total, and a round that Astralis should never have been winning.
But also, look at the baiting that Device did to allow Stown to get those kills. So see, that kill's kind of ridiculous, but we'll see Stone here. Turns around for that one. Device is jiggling and occupying the attention of Rix. And then once again, Device... So just great team play coming in here from those two players. And I think that's like the kind of experience that you like to see out of a player like Device. Understanding that his job is to just create distraction and delay, having the presence of mind to know precisely where his teammate is.
Yeah.
And that the best chance for him to win the fight is by occupying attention and just being a nuisance.
Maybe the desk was onto something. Maybe getting rid of all the people named Casper for Astralis just was the way to kind of move forward, because there is more synergy between some of these players than we've seen in the past. That's probably true. It's nice to see Stown land that shot as well, but yeah, the battle continues. If they lose this round, though, Pain Gaming, they will run out of money themselves, and obviously the momentum that they have could be washed away. This time, deep utility. Ooh, that's a nice shot. Device. He's missed a couple of them in the series so far. I think he missed one on Nuke with a jump, and he definitely missed one when he was deep on the B-bomb site by the coffins there, on Vincere, if you remember. But this time, as clean as it can get.
Like how you said, if you remember, like really putting me on the spot, because I don't, and now I'm just feeling bad about how I don't remember things.
Just, here's a bit of advice.
Didn't have to even add that.
You just have to just lie, Dan. It's an underrated, like, if you just lie more, you'd be surprised how much you can get away with.
Okay. I'm taking that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm giving you permission, you know. Just do it a little bit.
The contact now from Astralis up short is... Oh, it's not being red, but The MP9, perfect gun, reposition as you get a kill. That's that's the MP9 special.
I think Stair had an opportunity. I think he saw the helmet. He just probably didn't even notice. Gabby does go down. HOTU and Stown to bring it back into the favor of Astralis here. Bigosera still with 11 bullets here, trying to see if he can do anything more. Stown is crouching in, and he will continue his assault on the A-bomb site. He's got 2 kills in this round. And NQC, he's hoping for something here. That is going to bounce the wrong way. It won't put any pressure, unfortunately, on Device. And he has to back on it. They have no money. They say WP is too valuable. Astralis going to be tying up the game 9-9. NQC will take out his frustrations on the chickens.
Yeah, and I love the way that Astralis played the mid rounds here. You know, just regrouping after the initial show of like, oh, we're defaulting, but then hitting a slightly faster pace and using the AWP, kind of walking and scoped, so that a Device can just clear stuff as they move. And the only thing that can really counter that is if NQZ is playing A. And I'm not sure 100% if Astralis knew where he was, but if they did, it really makes it even smarter that they decided to contact up short in the way that they did.
Yeah.
Because that was just a perfect way to play that spot. So 9-9, they've managed to recover, and it was looking like everything was pain. You know, it looked so good, and now suddenly, as it happens in Counter-Strike, and as that momentum has been vanquished.
And, you know, typically it coincides with the money running out, doesn't it? Eventually, you just can't take any more losses. I'm curious when Jabby's going to join this Inferno game. That'd be sick for Astralis if they could have more than 5 kills. He was playing fine on Nuke.
You said you weren't going to talk about the kills, Anders.
But
I guess you're lying. It's your playbook.
You're on to me. You figured it out, Dan. Oh, nice shot from NQC. He has to do it again. He has to step up here. They don't really have a lot to work with. Molotovs to try and put some pressure on him. He is burning alive in the bomb site, almost being pushed into the next wall of flames there. But that's great utility use for Astralis. Just try to make it as uncomfortable as you can, and they still have a way out. They've pulled the plug, ripped the parachute cord, and now they are slowly escaping towards the B site, which I think Device could do a better job at actually clearing the path for his team. Lucky to survive, to be honest. Well, or not.
It's no luck. It's no luck. Okay, these pistols are doing a lot of damage. Device is in a great position with the AWP, though. After plant B site with AWP, amazing. But let's just use the Tech-9. Close range.
Such a low percentage round here. I can understand why Pain want to go for this. It's so hard to blame them for it, but yeah. I really think that's I don't think so. Davides had no helmet, and QC obviously has no health. Don't think they had a kit either. It's just that you're sort of high on the fact that you've even got into the 2v2 that it feels like we've got to go for it. But that was probably always going to be a very hard round to win. I don't blame Pain for it. I understand why they wanted to do it, but it does cost them quite a bit, and Astralis will win the round.
Terrorists win. What a waste of a good chicken.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's tried to. I know you can, supposedly you can fish with C4 or dynamite. I suppose people do. I don't think anyone has ever gone hunting for chickens with it.
I don't enjoy the lack of precision. We're just using an explosive.
Yeah,
don't know that.
Does seem like overkill, doesn't it?
Yeah, felt like we could, I don't know, find a different way, but 10-9. Pain need to find another way. NQZ, holding on to orb for multiple rounds. And that's very well done, to be honest.
That's almost jumping in. I'm surprised he didn't take more damage. Looked like he was about to headbutt the grenade here. Vigosera goes down.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's funny because that same kill was done to Device, but by NQZ in the other half.
Yeah. It's tempting when you're on the CT side to try and play the edge of the smoke, because you feel like you have the advantage, a lot of the time. But maybe you even do with the sort of with the whole peak, but maybe not. Stam, great spray as he's Rix is still running out. It's not an easy shot to hit. Yabby's up here. He's up to 6 kills, but still we could desire a bit more. Good flashes being set up. The Stan just swings the corner. Davideus. Last bullet to take the kill on a Yabby. Pistol's out now, and it will be a 1 versus 1. Orb, well, I was going to say versus Orb, but Stown is going to pick up the weapon here. 16 bullets. He doesn't realize, but NQC is a million miles away still. So the bomb is going to be planted. What a hard job here for NQC. Could be the entire map and series almost online right now because Pain just don't have the money for it here. He's wrapped the other way around. He's going towards that arch position. So Stound's situation right now is so sick. Up in the graveyard, I don't know how he's ever going to check this one. He's also running the clock down quite low, so eventually NQC, he can't spend any more time walking. He has to get a lot closer to the site here. He is checking it. It's actually not that bad, but Stound, he doesn't even get hit. What a headshot. He counter-straves away from the wall to make that a very awkward fight for NQC, and Stound is just having a sick game right here.
Yeah, I was just thinking too, the changes that have been made to the graveyard position over the years. You used to be able to like actually just full on hide down like the steps and so on, like in previous versions of the map, and it's like that is so much more exposed. Very well done. And I mean, this pick from Stair, that's the find. That's the find that creates a lot of more space towards the site, but to be the counterbalance, and I think has often been in this series, Davideus. Davideus' multi-kills have been mega impactful for Pain, so you know, it's great to see in this tournament, and maybe this is a storyline that's going to continue, Davideus really coming in to really help Pain in key moments, even though they didn't win the 1v1 clutch.
Yeah, I really think he's a fantastic player to watch for that reason. I'm not even necessarily surprised that Davideus is doing this. I was more surprised that he wasn't doing it in Copenhagen more. I thought that was going to be, but obviously DGT was taking up a lot of the space. Maybe so that's that was also good for them.
Yes,
the money, a real big issue. There is an AWP on NQC, so they've done something to try and get them into it, but that's been revealed.
Yeah.
They hear that echo out across the map, and they're going to know Astralis. And I mean, if you're here already, you could feel like it's an attempt to push you into the B-bomb site.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree with you. I think just even a micro hesitation does cancel it, and it feels like that was happening there because they would have had to like adapt instantly. But this position from Davideus, the MP9 in the apps could end up being a bit overlooked and scary.
Big Vincere down here in the boiler room with he's one of the original people to change the view model around, and people were laughing for a long time, and then everyone started doing it. The bomb will be planted here. They know that Big Vincere is here somewhere, but is anyone even watching? Is anyone even paying attention? Jabby, I think he's going to be dead. Oh yeah, what a surprise. This could be a fantastic round. 2 versus 3. Oh, unfortunately, they line up for Stound. He is, as always, the man to take down. Big Vincere has to get a bit closer here. Awkward fight against Stair, and he can't quite get the battle down right. So it will still be Astralis to pick up the round. They get to 12. And Pain, it was a bit of a half buy in the previous round, obviously apart from the AWP. So they have some money into this one to try and fight this one into overtime. But what a challenge, because you are just up against a sort of a classic Stound performance here. He has some games like this. It needs to be more, and I think especially for Stound individually, it needs to be when he's playing higher-level opponents. But when he's like this, he's kind of a demon.
And I mean, you know, if the culture on the team is trending upwards and they feel refreshed in that way, that is only going to encourage there to be better performances, morale to be higher, and so on and so forth. So perhaps it will be something we'll see as a trend in this tournament. As Astralis, 12-9, could be a swift 2-0 against Pain.
It could be. Pain really fought back on this one, I must say. But it's all on the line. It's nice incendiary, reclaiming a bit of banana control. Big Vincere moving forward. Oh, it's a deep grenade landed on 3 people down there. But no kills coming through on the Pain side at the moment. And it has spent quite a bit of their utility. Rick's being run over, but I think he might have just dropped a smoke, and then he's going to try and escape back towards the arch position.
So Yabby smokes connector side, or the long A area. Trying to keep 3 players towards A. So far, successful is Yabby, keeping 3 players there, whilst his teammates now are starting to look into this B site. Just Snow in the back site here, Anders.
It's not a good position to be in, is it? 30 seconds left, so they have time to find him and kill him. Eventually, HOTU's there, and Snow waits for too long. I don't know how. You have to try and go for the retake, but in truth, there should be no way to get through. They have 2 more smokes here on the T side, which means they can smoke the CT spawn position essentially forever. So you have to flash your way through. There's no other way. And I think they realize once they hear the smoke going down, you can see them all going into the church to say, all right, let's hope. One last hurrah. Couple of flashbangs to set it up, but Astralis pretty much have this one in the bag already. Pain struggling to get there, waiting for that smoke. That smoke also just went down, so finally it's gone. Rick's the first sacrifice to go through. Stown gets a kill, and Stare with the final one of the series. Astralis with a 13-9 victory and a 2-0 in the series here to take down Pain Gaming. That's fantastic work for the Danes. I mean, it's about time. Who knows what's going to happen in the future of Astralis, but surely the desk have got to be happy with what they're seeing here.
I mean, not all of us have to be, right? But what I am going to say is, though, on that T side, that's where you can sort of see the difference, you know, where an IGL can make. They called a very good game there. They were obviously, you know, it looked a little bit wobbly with the CT side, but that is just, you know, what can happen. And when you consider it's Inferno, yes, it's their map pick. It's one of the ones that they're very, very good on. But ultimately, you could see the difference. I thought that was a very, you know, clean Astralis on that T-set.
Yeah, just took care of business, right?
Yeah.
Similar to the first series that we have today with Mongols and MIBR, Astralis facing Pain with a standing, expecting to win here, and they did have a clean 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, for Pain, like, again, Inferno, it's a map, despite the lost record they have on it, it's a map they clearly are pretty comfortable on. It's pretty close altogether. Honestly, they had a lot of rounds where they had so many man advantages, but just kind of slipping it out of their fingers. They're rich, but again, I'm gonna throw them a bone. Again, playing with the coach and all of that. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. I think there was a 2v4 round by Device and Ston on the A bomb side. The moment that happened, you knew this game was pretty much done.
And this is why, look, I'm reserving judgment on Astralis until tomorrow because we don't know who they're going to play yet, but they're in that 2-0 bracket, so they should get a better caliber of team than what they've had to play. That's when I'm going to judge the work that they've done. That's where I'm going to judge, you know, the HOOXy iteration of Astralis. But so far, compared to all of the teams I've seen that have had these theoretically easier games, Astralis are the ones that, like, you know, with the exception of that ancient map, they've just made light work.
They made light work, but also it's a lot of the individuals, right? Like, Device has been looking phenomenal. He's been looking great, even when they were struggling quite a bit. But Ston, as I think DDK pointed out in the cast as well, he's just having that typical
ranked player at the event, gentlemen.
Well, it is the group stage,
farming,
the group stage god. But hey, you know what? That's what if that's what he needs to do, get these easy wins. So be it. So they're looking good thus far, but against tougher opposition, that's when I'm going to be getting that little microscope out.
I think we also need to remember, you know, the state of Astralis, and I think they'll take any win that they have.
Yeah,
just get some momentum, get some confidence going, right? Get a little bit of that belief, especially someone like Ston, you know, like, I don't think people would really question his mechanics or question his game, since it's the mental side of things that was the issue, you know, crumbling at key moments, starting to, you know, get maybe frustrated and not play your own game. And it does feel like when he's able to do that, he can definitely be a force out there.
Yeah, and we've said it time and time again. You know, Stown is theoretically the star player on this roster.
You remember also, you know, when
Device is the veteran.
When he joined Astralis with Gabi, and Device was like praising it so much, he said he's never played with a guy who has such great game sense, who sees what's going on the server so clearly, that helps and moves teammates a lot on the CT side, right? So, I mean, that's high praise, especially coming from someone like Device. So, hasn't really lived up to the hype in the Astralis jersey, but perhaps, you know, with this iteration, they'll finally be able to make it happen.
I mean, I'll ask as well. You know, it's early days. We're day 2 of the tournament. But we've had a good cross section of all the teams. We've all watched the games. So, I mean, is there any chance of Astralis, you know, like semi-finals, 3rd, 4th place playoff here? Because, you know, we've seen them do that.
There's always a chance. There's always a chance, right? And you got to remember, despite the fact that, you know, they removed Kaden, and with HOOXy coming in, the core, like 80% of the team is still the same. They've been playing together for quite a while. They've had their moments in the past despite the failure. So there's absolutely going to be a chance. But for me, the important thing is just looking at the demeanor, the body language of the players right now in the server, outside of the servers. It seems to be less of pressure. And there is less of pressure. There are no expectations right now.
Listen, when Astralis do things based around vibes, it's good. When G2 do things around vibes, it's bad. And that's your vector into talking.
Somehow you bring it back to G2.
No, I have to.
Because
I'm going to ask
here.
Yanko a question. I mean, I thought there were some bright spots for Pain, all things considered. I mean, Davideus as well. He had a really solid performance. You know, they just frustrate me, but it's not their fault. Like, you know what I mean? All the issues they've had to go through.
Yeah, it's been 3 out of the last 4 tournaments that they didn't have the proper 5-man lineup, really. And, you know, you're just trucking along. I really am curious to see what will happen to their rating, to the ranking a month from now. Because it's been so many losses. They keep attending these tournaments, right? Because, well, it's better than not to attend them, I guess. But you're going through these changes. You're not being able to put up results. So they might be in a position where it comes back to haunt them and they drop significantly and have to go through qualifiers for the second half of the year.
You're absolutely right, because obviously in this VRS-dominated world, there is a thought process that sometimes it is better to miss a tournament if you're going to have to use a stand-in, because if you lose, you go out in last place, that's going to absolutely hammer you in the rankings. So it's definitely something they need to think about, especially as they've been on a bad run lately.
I mean, they've been thinking about it, just unlucky, right? Feel bad even being critical about them.
Yeah,
but honestly, if you look at it on paper, this team should kind of make sense. But despite that, I'm looking at the Nuke, right, Yanka, for example, and you talk about the game plan, how they struggle on it. It's not about a stand-in situation in that aspect. It's more about what are you guys doing? What's your game plan? What's your map pool? There are a few questions here with this team where even if they had, you know, didn't have a stand-in situation, it could still be ugly, could still be messy. So just kind of the unfortunate state of Brazilian Counter-Strike right now, and I think they're a good example of it.
But back to the game, we can take a look at a couple of rounds I think we've got. But round 17, was it you picked?
Yeah, I think this was the one that Blay alluded to as well in the second half, because Astralis did struggle at the beginning, losing pistol. They tried to force a couple of times to reset and didn't work out. So this is like a saved gun and, you know, basically a half buy. And at this point, it's a 2v4 situation. Device with the Tech 9 manages to get a kill, grab a gun. Stone sneaks over, quick double kill, and then in the 2v1, they're able to clutch it out. You know, Pain was 9-7 up, could have been 10-7 up. All of a sudden, pressure is on Astralis, but this round really bailed them out, and they proceeded to win all the remaining rounds.
Yeah, pretty much, and that's where, you know, you talk about the game sense from Stone, right? Like in that moment coming in from Arch, he heard the player coming in from Archway. He had to make a decision: do I go for that player coming in from Arch or getting the player on the bomb side? Probably telling Device, hold on 1 second, clotheslines the guy, and then finishes out the player on the bomb side. So, you know, just very quick thinking, sharp aim coming out from the young gun and getting the job done.
So, I mean, like, just some final thoughts, as I said, I mean, kind of, you know, doing a temperature check on where we are overall in terms of the teams we've seen so far. Would you put Astralis among some of the teams that you've, you know,
I saw what you tried doing over there. Not yet. I don't think they've been completely tested. The ODDIK game yesterday, dropping a map in the fashion they did, is a little worrying overall, despite the fact that it was a debut game. Today, they got the job done, coming down to individuals, playing against a team without a stand-in. I want to see a real test coming in with just a team with, you know, a full 5-man lineup, you know, and I think that's when I'm going to have an idea where they are.
We'll see them in the playoffs.
Yeah? Confident in that?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Right, well, guys, that's it. Short day for us.
God damn.
So I know, it's awesome. We're going to be taking a break and swapping the team out. It's going to be Sam, Dust, and Maui. But from us, we're going to be gone. But don't you go anywhere, because there's going to be more action after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Na'Vi are entering PGL Astana, looking to cause some damage and potentially lift that trophy and turn things around. I've got Alexi B with me here, the man who's trying to turn things around as much as possible. And I got to look at this, is like, we saw towards the end of 2024, obviously there was a bit of a slowdown, right? You've had a boot camp at the beginning of the year. You still couldn't kick things into gear and get things working. I guess Melbourne, would you consider that quite a big disappointment, not making playoffs? Was that a rough one to take? Because at least being a consistent playoff team was good for you guys, but this one was the change.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, losing to the game against Falcons.
Yeah.
For the playoffs, we were leading, what, like?
11-3?
11-3. So, you know, you could already taste the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
CT side of Mirage, obviously the T side can be strong at times, but still knowing our Mirage and just the fact that like we're gonna get one round, then it's at least gonna be overtime, then another round to close it and, you know, manage to blow that lead. And I think that was the, I wouldn't say nail in the coffin, but for sure a hit to our confidence. Just looking at Falcons after we were out, obviously like reaching the finals and whatnot. So
when I'm looking at like the games you guys are playing at the moment as well, it's not like the same problems in my opinion on what goes wrong. It seems to be different things that can happen at the time. Is it something you notice yourself, and is that why maybe it's hard to get yourselves back on track a bit?
I mean, we've been doing so many hours of reviewing and like discussions after tournaments, after practice, after officials. So it's like, I think we've done all there is to be done in a way. We know what it takes to be good. We know how we can also be like we are, like playing a bit worse.
Yeah.
I just feel like we need to be mentally there for the last two tournaments. We need to understand that we need to deliver now or it's likely something's about to happen, right? And I think that that's only natural as well. I've been in many teams and I know Navi wants to win. I think the whole lineup knows Navi wants to win. We also want Navi to win. We want us to win.
Yeah.
We still have two tournaments to show what we're capable of. And, you know, I feel like the pressure is off in a way that now we just, I wouldn't say like last dance, but we need to make it happen now. And like this is the last chance for us to show Navi what we're capable of and to show ourselves that we can be the same Navi that was, you know, last year.
But let's talk more about Astana here, because obviously Spirit's here, you guys are here, you've got Aurora, you've got Mongols in as well, but it's not the very best teams in the world, right? So this is an opportunity where you guys come and actually back as one of the favorites for sure. Do you have that mentality, like you are one of the favorites in here?
Yeah, I mean, I think we should. And obviously Spirit for us, always been a team that's tough. Even the start of the year, this year, played them like 3 times, I believe. And the thing is that we know that this tournament for us, it's a very good kind of, we can get to play at least 3 best of 3s, likely more. And, you know, to really grind our way, to really play a lot of maps, to do a lot of reviews, going to boot camp after that and then to the major, I really like how the schedule is looking. And I feel like it's gonna bring us some confidence to play a lot of games now, have a lot of maps played, and have a great vision for the rest of the tournament and the rest of the season.
What are your personal expectations for this event then? Like, is it trophy or bust? Is it you must make grand finals? Is there some expectations like that?
No, I'm not looking at it in any like that kind of perspective. I'm looking at it as I really want to feel the team. I really want to feel the trust. I really want for us to be productive when we lose. Try not to be like dwell on the negatives, you know, like just try to be yourself, flip the switch, you know, play as good as we can this tournament, because we know we're going to have a boot camp and, you know, the major coming up, and that's obviously super important. So for us, just, you know, be yourself again.
That's what we want to see, that Navi that was there before, and getting back to that. Hopefully you can find it across this event. I wish you the best of luck in the tournament, mate. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
off the back of their second place at the Nomadic Masters, and then a surprise victory against Aurora, we get to see Big face off against Na'Vi now here at PGL Astana. Quick change on the desk. Maui and Dust are joining us, and this is one of those matchups where there is a chance that Big could do it again. Does Lightning strike twice? I mean, that would be the question I'd be asking coming into this, Dust.
It's a good question to ask. I mean, beating Aurora is the biggest win they've had all year, and honestly, probably one of the biggest series wins the core of this team has even had quite some time, if you even dip back into last year. So that was a pretty bold statement to make off the back of that second place finish at the Nomadic Masters, and we'll see if they can continue that momentum against what is going to be one of the most difficult opponents they faced in some time.
And what I loved about Big yesterday was that every single map they were just fighting against the odds. It was 0-5 down, 0-5 down, 0-6 down. So it didn't matter that they had bad starts, which so many teams cite as a problem as they go into matches. This Big team was able to battle back into all of the maps, make them all competitive, and win the whole series.
Were you surprised when that victory happened against Aurora, or did you feel like maybe Aurora didn't quite look like they were performance ready, I suppose is the term I'd like to use?
Completely surprised. This caught me off. I haven't fallen in love with this iteration of Big in the same way that I have with rosters past. I felt more direction in the construction of the team when I saw Regon and Searson join, and QB hyped. It feels like they're future-proofing at this point. I haven't really seen the fruits bore for QB whatsoever until really yesterday. And hyped, I mean, that was a statement game. That was a game where everything you wanted from him, all of the good parts about hyped came all at the same time.
I mean, the bottom line is anytime Big has faced a top 5 team or someone near it, they've always lost up until they beat Aurora yesterday. They struggled against that team in the past, Mouse, you name it. Even like fellow top 15-ish to 20 teams, they have struggled to be able to pull wins off of. But you cannot deny what they were able to accomplish yesterday against Aurora. Again, that is a pretty bold statement to make here in Astana. You know, Maui makes a great point. Hyped seems like he's progressively getting better. You know, I think he showed some flashes as soon as he got on the team. He had some issues kind of quickly after that. But if you kind of track him through what he did, you know, this tournament, what he did at the Mesa Nomadic Masters, he is starting to really put a name up there for himself as a more aggressive opper who can be a big playmaker and actually be a star for this team, which is something they have sorely lacked for a very long time. So if he can keep this up, it finally will give them that one guy that they can rely upon.
Is he strong enough to be their star, Dust?
The thing is, this team, even if he is, they need more than that, right? If you want to compete against the elite level teams in the world, like you're going to do today against Na'Vi, you need to have height to continue to play at this level, but I also need to see JDC and Crimbo bounce back. I've not been impressed with what I've seen from them most of the year, even though I know that they're very capable players, particularly Crimbo has been consistent for a very long time. You need, you know, those 3 or so pieces to be able to contend against a team like Na'Vi, in my opinion. So it's got to be more than hype. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
He needs to be. He needs to step up because Searson, in who he was replaced, was a guy that could always keep a floor for Big. That was what he was so good at. He could always dominate the teams that are out of the top 20, which basically kept Big in the conversation as a top 20 team regardless. And now with Hyped, I do see the flashes. I do see the flair. I actually like that he's developing his play style. It doesn't feel like before when I saw Hyped on it the first time he was on Big, it was just like he was going to push until he died. Now I feel like there's a flow chart for his actions, and if he gets a shot off in one part of the map, he's going to rotate in a way that I feel like is more logical, and it's clear that the coaching staff, Tabson, probably even Crimbo to an extent, held his hand and said, okay, you got to move a little bit more like this. You sophisticate your game.
Okay, you can see Na'Vi on your screen right now, and we'll talk about them in a bit. I have one more question about Big. Dust, when they were playing Aurora yesterday, obviously surprised that they won, but my question to you would be, how did they win? What was it that they were doing in-game that led to that victory?
They actually made a ton of changes, and I don't know if these occurred during the Mesa Nomadic Masters, and I just didn't happen to catch them when I was watching the film, or if it actually is something they worked on between events. But they have swapped Crimbo and QB around on multiple maps to maybe try to get both of them in more comfortable positions where they can have a little bit more impact on the game, and I felt like those were really big changes, both defensively and on the attacking side. I saw them with some new strats yesterday on some of the maps as well, so it looks like they have been cooking up you know, some new pages of the playbook, so to speak. And again, when you're getting a brilliant performance like that at a height, that makes the whole game easier. So I think it's that combination of figuring out the roles a little bit better, building the playbook up a little bit more, and having someone like Hype pop off. It was a good formula for them yesterday.
I agree. The tactics have been elevated at this tournament. The way that Tabson's calling for the tail end of last year and even kind of the first couple months of this one, to me, was a little bit stale. It was almost just default a little too long, and then try to call a mid-round based off of the information that he's getting. And to me, he's just simplified things for his team. He now recognizes he has young players. He can't default for long, just going into fakes, double fakes, the kind of plays where everybody knows the intent and objective of a round from the get-go. That's made things a lot simpler for his players, as they now don't have to worry about what their next move is in the mid-round as much.
Those tweaks, those changes, how do they work against a team like Na'Vi?
Likely with failure. I feel like the strats that they did yesterday against Aurora worked very well, because Aurora bit on a couple of the fakes, and frankly, Big sometimes just got a little bit fortunate with how their entries went on the rounds. Against Na'Vi, they're so much more well ironed out. They're a team that looks for information in the round. Aurora sometimes would just play back and let the whole strat execute onto them. Na'Vi is always going to be a bit more disruptive. They're going to get in their faces, and even if they actually don't have the information, the player quality can be higher with some of the anchors like Bit, for example, who can just mow 2-3 people down regardless.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Na'Vi right now, we're just kind of seeing where they're at form-wise. Yesterday against M80, a pretty easy test. This one, slightly more difficult, but we still need to see if they can get over some of the humps that we have seen at some of the most recent tournaments. As we get into this pick ban, no surprises here on the bans. Na'Vi always kind of rotates theirs, and Big always bans Anubis. An Inferno pick from Big. That's actually one of Navi's strongest maps, but Big do also love picking it, so I think they're just choosing personal comfort over, I know Na'Vi are good on this map. Na'Vi picking Mirage, I think that's their other map besides Inferno that they've actually maintained this year. So honestly, this map pool is really favoring, in my opinion, Na'Vi in a big way. But if we can get to Ancient, I think Big has a shot there.
Well, these are Big's 3 favorite maps, so it's in their comfort zone too. Just the difference in the personnel and what we know in terms of the system for Na'Vi will elevate them here. They're the heavy favorites for me in this series, but if Big have tweaked enough things, if they have a fresh look, if they have a good mindset, I saw them just smiling a lot today. So I feel like they're feeling a little bit more comfortable just knowing that they have the win in their back pocket already. They've already at least proven that they can win on LAN.
Talking about smiling, I mean, it is something that maybe if you're at home, you're going to roll your eyes. But the vibe check is a real thing sometimes. And one of the things I've noticed with Na'Vi is the last few tournaments, I mean, you've seen it on screen. They've looked disjointed. They haven't looked happy with each other. There hasn't been that camaraderie that we expected from them last year. I felt like yesterday we saw it again. A lot more smiles, a lot more happiness, if you like, from Na'Vi. And like you mentioned, I saw it again today. The brotherhood seems back. Do you think that that's going to play in their favor as well? Maybe they've sorted out some of the internal squabbles?
Ursula had to get into their heads a bit. If you have a great mental coach who is able to help you reset in the way that she did last year, between maps, they would get blown out. Very next map, they just bounce back and then just smack the other team ahead of them. I feel like there was some kind of change here, because in the pregame interview that Alexi did with James Banks there, talked about, it almost seems like there's a weight off their shoulders, even though they're in the middle of a pretty bad season by their standards. So something had to click, at least on the mental side, and I feel like that's actually lightly transpiring right now. I'm not going to get too ahead of myself just yet around them, though.
I'm the same boat as you. Like, I need to see more. They've made such a pivotal decline and watch teams like Spirit, Mouse Sports, and Falcons pass them by. They need to prove that they're still one of the top teams, because they were one of the best from last year. And they're starting to make inroads, but they still have a lot more to do.
They have so much to prove here at PGL Astana. Na'Vi heading into the major knows that this is a do-or-die tournament. And that means that this is a do-or-die game. Every game, they need to beat Big. Big, of course, will be running on the high of beating Aurora. Let's see who's going to move into that 2-0 pool. Hugo and Harry are ready to take us into game.
Yes, we are. And there's a lot of questions on this matchup. Can Na'Vi fulfill kind of the destiny of looking to lock in a clean playoff run? Can Big carry forward the momentum from taking down Aurora on day one? And thirdly, most importantly, why am I wearing a leather jacket in a room that's like 27 degrees?
The third one we'll never get to, Harry.
But we got coming off. All right, here we go. Na'Vi versus Big. It's that big Na'Vi game that everyone's been talking about.
Everyone's been talking about it, Harry, all day, in fact. As this is a surprising situation to see Big in, with a lot on the line, with a huge win in the pocket, and with a gargantuan-sized Na'Vi who played great CS yesterday, that dispatched of M80 without even breaking a sweat. And as Des said, a great map pool for Na'Vi as well is not going to make this any easier. But Big, CT side start on Inferno. Little setup at the banana side, and JDC's ugly shots land downrange. Bit wins that fight. Still got Julies here, but Na'Vi are in no hurry. They don't run into the setup. Back to middle.
Hype's looking to be that first point of contact. He's been looking good thus far. It's all about Crimbo in this pistol. The double porch setup nets them 3 kills out through the top of mid. Bit and Ema still might be able to make amends for it. QB left on this rotate back over. Dual Berettas pulled, and he's just missed that. Had the chance to find the bomb there in top mid, at least got the info that Ema was running away.
Good read.
So he is going to beat them to the punch here, getting around towards this B site. No smoke for CT either. He will have open sight lines. They've got to swing it together and get this trade, but Kyubi locks it in with the dual Berettas. Fine trigger work indeed to find that pistol round for Big.
Yeah, you can just see that going wrong, right? With no smoke, Julies are so powerful, and QB just melts them. Like butter, Dan. Nice round for Crimbo as well. I think there was a poison chalice either way for Na'Vi. They were going into that double B setup, or they were going into double porch. Big with the hype.
Yeah, been a good sign.
Explain the joke.
Yeah, like players in the team.
Oh, yeah, got it. Sorry, I don't get your jokes unless you explain.
No, I know.
The Eagles.
Crimbo and QB. 2 of the players.
Oh.
Aggression. Tabson as well. Yeah, like that. And now just JL left standing.
Oh, run! Nice clean round for Big, reassuring on the anti-eco. No stress. I think we're going to have... See, I was going to say some surprising teams in playoffs, but I think what I mean by that isn't... You know, it's more just that we don't have the Vitalities and the Maus and the Phases. So we're going to have some teams that haven't really been playing playoffs this year enter in here in Astana, and Big certainly could be in that category. If they can keep up the CS they played yesterday. Could they do it against Na'Vi? It's a crazy question, but they come in confident, swinging down middle. Crimbo cancelled out by Wonderful. Good grenades from Big, though, keeping the pressure on. Low players on either side. And aware of the possibility of Bit in the apartments. This is the trick up Na'Vi sleeve on this map. It can be so influential in this position. Gives it away. A big block. So Bit backs up, but he's going to come back for more. They've smoked that Molotov. They're moving up short.
There's still this crossfire to worry about. It can be hard to break through, but they get through Kyubi straight away. That's a nice push out of JDC. Good awareness on what was required from him to lend that helping hand. Rushes through the motor smoke, knowing that all the eyeballs are on that pit player. And that leaves it just on the shoulders of Alexi. Everyone pays attention when he pulls up. 1v2, makes it into the pit. He's hoping that someone gives him a fight. A moment of curiosity. Could be a big moment of regret for Big, but that jiggle out of Tabson is not punished. And the smoke's even giving him a way out. He's going to try and reroute, but for the time being, that does leave Alexi with a 1v1 in the site itself. JDC gets melted. Tabson, this reroute better be worth it, and it is. Sticks the landing on the backstab. Alexi never even considers it. It's the decisiveness of Tabson's move that throws Alexi's timings awry.
I was super scared there with JDC, like going for wide jiggles to get info, but Tabson, like you said, decisive. As soon as the smoke comes down, he's already going short side. He knows how he can win that round with a reposition. And fair play, because Alexi had a great game yesterday. He played solid CS, especially on Dust 2 against M80. So you don't want this guy starting off strong. Another piece of firepower that Na'Vi don't need. Big right now, full control of this game. Like to see the confidence. They're pushing a lot of smokes, finding a lot of util damage early. Good day in the office for Big right now. And a proving ground as Na'Vi just as much might be riding the high of that M80 game, but this is a far tougher match on paper. They're finding that out the hard way. Alexi B, classic here with the apps pop. 2 middle, JL supporting. They're going to go running through the smoke. Messy spray recovered by Crimbo. Still needs to be the AWP here from afar. There's no smoke down on the Moto side. Hyped looking for his pick. With the bomb getting planted, there's nothing he can do. And now smoke late. Oh dear, this is going to go very wrong for Big, it feels. JL not overcommitting. Lets tabseN up mid. He can play late on this one. tabseN's read it, but he can't waste time dedicating to JL. Big moving up short. JL could be the trick up Na'Vi's sleeve.
Yeah, he's on a timer. It looks like he's going to find that timing. JL, that could have been the round right there. Instead, it's only one, but it's wasted time off the clock for Big.
It's done.
Very little left in this. JDC will find one more, but no one able to get on that bomb. No one able to stop Wonderful means Na'Vi find themselves on the board from round 4. The little lapse pop working wonders.
Yeah, really nice for JL because he was holding that mid flank, but it's the tiny decision to give it up entirely. And it's not just that tabseN checks middle. The whole time he's concerned about a flank. Like, I think he knows the setup there, that it's 3 apps. It's Alexi doing the pop flash and JL supporting with util from bottom mid. That's a common round. So he knew JL was somewhere, but he finds that one important kill to add chaos into the eco, and Na'Vi pick it up. Boost up. Trying to get hyped in this game. He eats the flash. He doesn't move. Takes a late shot. Oh, stuck on his teammate's head. tabseN didn't move out of position. Hyped, fortunately, given a second chance. That could have been devastating.
Right, hyped up on the wall, takes a step back, thinking he's going to drop to safety. He's still really tall.
Yeah.
Can be seen. And he's looking at tabseN. Vasses does! But of course,
bit of German for you there.
he does, yeah, a bit of German. I learned that myself.
Wow.
I think that means, what is that?
Yeah. True.
Or what is this? I don't know, actually. Should probably not say just things you don't know what they mean. Here we are, hyped, low on health. Short. But he is like 6'3".
Ooh. Yeah. Cut down to size. With Alexi's double entry. Short round.
QB's got to save to the rest of Big.
Alexi's Maui and hyped his Vu. But Alexi's got a box.
Yeah, this is promising stuff for Na'Vi. After the slow start, immediately getting back into the fray, starting with a classic round for Alexi. And now just driving home one of these B hits. I mean, it felt like they were gifted a lot of that early damage because of the awkwardness over towards this B site. And I think that's just so enticing. Once you've forced away the double setup like that, you know they're still scrambling. It's not like they're set up in the site. I really like that Na'Vi just full throttled the B take.
It's nice clearing for Alexi. I think he just hears tabseN throwing that flash from close. He actually beats the flash. He's ahead of it. tabseN's throwing a second one. And that pillar, it's not very thick. So Big broke. And no AWP to talk about. Don't expect to see Na'Vi pull up the T-side AWP on this map, really. Hype can be pretty aggressive, though, on CT side. See Big set him up on boosts, on shorts. We already saw that B pick attempt where he ignores the flash entirely. Aggression denied. JL in banana is often a delight, but he's dead after one. Hype goes for the gun. Wonderful. Disallows. Oh, could have found JDC there as well. Might not need to, as A is under-defended with just Crimbo's FAMAS. Watching the rap side. Na'Vi in no hurry. They let the kills come to them. Crimbo makes a step and then rotates B. So a gamble here for Big is a good call, but Na'Vi aren't just going to run into a bomb site blind, you'd think. Bomb picked up, they're going A. This is 3-3.
Oh no. Taps it.
No.
You realized after he'd walked over it, wait, I didn't get the good gun, and him turning around to find the good gun got him killed.
He was probably dead.
There's probably a lesson in there. Here we are. It's the hunt for Na'Vi. I want to try and remove these guns. It's not going to have massive implications right now, but it's these little saves that can often make the CTs, you know, have like that freedom of cash later in this half to come through with buys. So good stuff to Big looking like they're going to be able to maintain them. And at this point, Na'Vi are thinking about their own money as well. They don't want to throw any more bodies at the problem here. There is a buy round coming up next anyway. So Na'Vi will tie this game up at 3-all.
Terrorists win. Yeah, Na'Vi didn't let the early lead from Big change their game plan. Slow and steady on this T side. And Big, rightly so, call a timeout. Very hard at this point to read what Na'Vi are going to do. You can probably just expect something more default. JL up banana, supporting flashes, bit in the apartments, just a very standard Na'Vi round. The games where I've seen Na'Vi have the most trouble on this map are when when JL is neutralized with utility. So many rounds against top teams. He's just 50 health off the top. So let's see if Big have an answer in the banana. I think that's often the deciding position when it comes to Inferno. But we've seen fast takes and we've seen late takes already for Na'Vi. So let's see what Big decide is coming. Deep banana smoke. And starting triple B.
You're dead on though about like trying to tame JL as a bit of a wing condition, right? The other option is Bit over in the apartments, but I feel like you've more frequently seen this guy encounter issues than Bit.
Well, JL's going to be a lot more aggressive, so there's a lot more opportunity to fight. Tamsin takes it, and it's JDC somehow winning that spray through the smoke. He crouches under the bullets. 1 for 1. It's not a disaster for Na'Vi. They've got the control. They forced out a lot of utility, and they don't have much themselves. This might just force them into the B execute. It worked last time. There's nothing to stop this. One flash between JDC and QB. He's going to go for the Coffins flash on contact.
It's an awkwardly low amount of util for them to have. No chance to block this. Once the play starts, it's you, your mate, and your guns, and that's it. Util in for Na'Vi, a luxury that Big just do not have, and QB so blind. That's JDC's flashbang there at the end that was meant to help him out.
But he was so blind he didn't even know where he was looking. Like, to be fair, QB getting behind cover and stalling is impressive. The first flash is Na'Vi's, the killing flash is JDC's. I think he kills wonderful without that, but dead on arrival in that B bomb site. Na'Vi just knock him down, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, there's no worse feeling as the B player than knowing the hit is coming and you are powerless to stop it when it does. You could see, like, no matter which setup you tried to run there, because Na'Vi had all the proper util, right? You were always going to be in a world of hurt. Usually, you can kind of help out in moments like that with, like, the molly and top banana, pool flashes maybe from players rotating in. Even that Coffin splash would have been nice. Say you still had a smoke, you could have put down that you know, extinguish smoke at the back of new box, suddenly you have like more room to roam around. There's just so many more options open to you. The playbook is so restricted for those guys in B, and the crossfires they can run when they don't have the util. So yeah, rough round for Big, but not really one they were supposed to win with how it started.
Warp out for Hyped. Game changer here. Gotta get involved. Gotta put it to use on the CT side. Starting A. Do we see Big hold on to the util this time? Playing a flash for Tabson to fight a Banana. Hyped avoids the nades in middle. Retake of Banana. This is nice for Big. They do a half-full smoke, JL, but he's not going through it. Screams an A attack here for Na'Vi. JL trying to sell something. Oh, they missed the retake util. Oh, disaster. It's so valuable and it's wasted. Looking for those Hyped heroics. Short side orb hits the shot, but it's not a kill.
You want Hype to be explosive. You want him to start strong, finally bringing out the AWP. And Na'Vi is still sticking around, down to fight him. This is exactly what Hype wants, but a shot missed, wide swing from Alexi. And that big AWP is kicked to the wayside. Crimbo overran as Alexi B.
Triple entry. Triple entry. Kills everyone, Harry. Clean headshots galore. Captain, by the way.
He saw how Kicksan gets to play, and he's like, yeah, I like that. I want to be the guy.
He's having a tournament right now. Yesterday, if you saw that M80 game, he was doing the same old damn stuff. Getting multi-kills on entry.
I mean, usually as well, right? Like I know Na'Vi have fallen in our estimations, and they find themselves like at the bottom of those top teams right now. But it's like usually when your captain is having an event where they're playing this well, like that's a recipe enough to start winning. You think back to, you know, Vitality and Apex in like their Cologne run, he played phenomenally. You think about Kicksan's success as well in Falcons and how good he looks and what that does to the team, and how I feel like that's a huge reason why they've shot to the forefront, not just the gargantuan signing of Nico and Monacy. And so, yeah, you know, you don't want this to all be for naught for Alexi. I think if he's going to come into the tournament playing and looking this good and able to do things like this, because it's not like this is the first type of Alexi round you've seen like this, you want that to be enough for Na'Vi to go on a deep run.
It lifts everything up, right? Yeah. Suddenly you have more confidence in your calls, your ability, your team are trusting in you more.
100%.
They want to trade you anyway. You're meant to, you know, so many in-game leaders just go in as like the trade bot, right? Like you're running in, you're getting the space,
yeah, it's like you get one kill. Oh, nice!
Wow, you've done great.
Insane. Yeah. Like we were expecting 0.
So, exactly. So, just everything gets better when your captain, who's playing on entry, can get entries. Oh, if they went into apps there, might have caught a back-turn bit, but Ema dropping out. They hear that, but Big had already decided to pull back. Late take of Banana. RV let the util burn, and burn it does. Only one Molotov left to block. JDC ain't pulling that out anytime soon. Gun out on this double setup, 3 players in position. They've heard him step as well. This could get weird.
Oh, only one. Absolute. Quick flick back up to the guy boosted, but yeah, you know you're getting overran.
They might not expect QB here. Nameplate, maybe.
Nestled in as the third player.
Oh,
gets out with 2.
Hello.
Smoke blowing open as well, but that's a great turnaround for Ema. And it's all left on a Hyped. Been waiting for this guy to get going. Right now, he's got a 1v1 for the bomb. Bit is a long way away. There isn't a kit on Hyped, so we'd have to find one in the site.
Good repos.
Creeping on forward. Hyped goes fishing. Bit's been able to link back up with Ema in at the top of Banana. They have a molly as well, so Hyped has to battle forward. That kills 3, and now he's got the info. Gonna chase Bit down. Has him boxed in, trapped in this corner.
Hey.
And that's the round right there. Hyped picks it up in the 1v2. Kit retrieved on his jaunt into top Banana. That one was on rails for Hype.
Oh, you're feeling a little bit silly there, a bit red in the face if you're an RV. That's absolutely choked around in the post spawn. Ema tucked in. But Bit not really playing off him there. He's throwing util, and all that does is give away his position. It's a nice clear for Hyped. That much can be said.
I hope that this energizes him a bit. He was like the reason that Big picked up the win over Aurora. He's someone, you know, he's kind of Schrodinger's GOAT.
Yeah, okay, explain that to me.
It's like he both is and isn't the GOAT at any one time.
He can
and you don't know until he takes the shot. But man, when he's feeling it, Hype is so impressive.
Schrodinger's GOAT. It's a good one.
Oh, see? Not the GOAT there.
They're going for this, it looks like. Oh, Hype hits wonderful.
There we go.
Takes him down.
There's more. There's more. He's got to be ready for Ema, who has beat him on this timing, creeping past the scope on short. He's already made it all the way up to the van. Ready for this.
Hello.
Hyped will get
Hello.
down. Ema, great stuff. Recognizes the timing he's got there and uses that to save the round for Na'Vi. Well,
yeah.
maybe the round isn't safe.
This
actually.
is weird now because they have to lose space to get the bomb, so
Yeah.
they're going to split up. They're going to leave. Oh, no, they group. What? This is weird. Luckily, this rotate is coming out from Tabson, so B is an option. But it's so much to clear for Na'Vi. They're so uncertain. This could work for their favor, right?
Yeah.
If Big re-clear this and go, hey, they're not here, maybe they're rerouting B, Tabson might get paranoid, but if they go too soon, the info is helpful, and there it is, the spot for QB. I think on the map, he would have seen something, gets his kill. Ema now in a 1v2, and they're right up ahead and facing him front on, and Tabson hits the headshot. A bomb drop for Na'Vi costs them everything, and JL just wandering into B really makes you wonder. That felt unnecessary. Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, Na'Vi just kind of got ahead of themselves, right? It felt like they thought they'd already done enough work to win the round. JL's coming through on that backstab as well, expecting that like both the big players are there. Na'Vi don't have the bomb. Like, I don't know, when you put yourself, the whole round gets a little cooked for Na'Vi. They have two players out in the A site, but the bomb is down in alt mid. JL's all the way up through Banana. Now, I guess you could say, oh, well, the safest possible move would have been him coming back, getting the bomb, and rejoining the rest of the gang.
I would have
But
liked...
I think as far as they're aware, the other big players should be there looking to
I would have liked them to leave Bit in the site, but they were so I don't know why they're paranoid that someone had the bomb, because Tabson just shown face in B. So like maybe he could have knifed out run down Banana after that kill, but you know, if you leave Bit in pit and then the other player goes back to get the bomb, comes through apps, you still have the space. It's just that they had to re-clear everything.
Yeah, but also I fully understand wanting a group and like just play the 2v2. Plus the two types of players you have, it's like Ema, your lurker, Bit, your extremity player on this map. Supposed to be very good in those roaming moments.
It's Inferno, space matters, and Alexi knows how to take it. Another double entry for the captain. Well, we're jibber-jabbing, talk about the past. Na'Vi are looking forward.
Yeah, Alexi's so good.
Yeah, he's kind of sick, actually.
He's
kind of,
so good.
Kind of the best player on the team right now.
Yeah.
He's got three multi-kill entry rounds. He got that B round where he cleared Tabson and hyped on the AWP. He got that triple kill on short, and now he's done it again on long side. And that was not a good fight for him on long. Alexi Beast.
No, he is embodying the fine, I'll do it myself energy, and I love it. I'm here for it.
And so Na'Vi just get to brush off.
I think it's probably frustrating for Alexi is like, what would be in the captain? Very results orientated. Like, I'm sure he likes that he's playing sick, but he probably wants some silverware at this point. So, yeah, you know.
This is the event to do it.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is the time.
A Na'Vi Spirit final is kind of what we're teeing up here, unless there are any surprising results. We'll say Spirit didn't look unbeatable yesterday. Donk got handed one on that second map. Felt very tame. So if Na'Vi are in form, hey, anything's possible. Can Big salvage a 6th? They've actually had a good half. I'd say 5 is fine. But 6 would be delightful. They've got everything to make it happen. JL, faster approach for now. Does eat the grenades though. That's the cost of business. Oh, Alexi, don't do it again.
Alexi.
Don't do it to him.
Ooh, gets the spot.
Spooky.
But now he's thinking, okay, maybe there's a crossfire. There's 3 players, bro. Like, and don't get me wrong, you're sick right now, but yeah, it's just too many. Just too many dudes for Alexi B. Kyubi gets that bomb away from Na'Vi, and there's no trade in sight there. As Wonderful attempts it, he is also bested.
You can still win
5-on-3
this.
for Big.
You can still win this.
A 3-on-3 for this A-site control. Kyubi wounded from these 2 fights earlier in middle. Hyped has exasperated the problem. But Na'Vi and Kyubi just refuses to go down without a fight. There's the re-aggression out of Big, and they will split the half even. Clean, concise round from them to close out this first half.
Yeah, we're getting marveled by the Alexi B masterclass, but Big are playing some great CS right now, coming up with 6th round CT side on the first map of this series. A map they desperately need in this series with Mirage, as Na'Vi's pocket pick always has been reliable. And Hype's got activated towards the end of the half, which is a good sign, because we're not going to see as much T-side AWPing on this map. Wonderful didn't even touch it. I imagine Hyped will if he gets the chance. All in all, a half to be happy with for Big Clan. This is not a head-to-head we get. Not even seen these organizations clash in months. And Big going for a very big buy on the pistol. Double molly, double smoke. What have they got up their sleeve? What are they planning? Screams B.
Yeah, Screams retired. Ooh.
Don't get picked mid when you have all the util. That's the rule. Is this a double molly smoke fake on the B site into an apps pop? That's crazy. Decoy clears a position.
They're Big Clan guys. Of course they have the double. The
double molly B fake.
B fake exec.
I don't know if it's gonna work. Let's see. Let's see. Did Na'Vi bite down? Are they?
You have little faith.
Are they hungry? Alexi's gonna block it though, Harry. You think Wonderful's rotating off of smokes? You think Wonderful's rotating with the Julies?
Nobody minds push.
Whoa! Okay, yeah, all right.
Bit.
Oh no.
Ooh, it's a shots, but there's Ema to lend a helping hand. Bit now gets to channel his energy into fighting these B players. Bomb getting planted in the meantime, but the reinforcements are trapped in top mid. Bit decapitates Kyubi. JDC dead after 1. It's just Tabson flying solo. Oh, but he's looking to do it. That's beautiful from Tabson, and he knows where JL's coming from. Tabson, the mastermind, tries to outbrain him, but now he's going to out-aim him. Tabson makes it look easy. That is a sick 1v3 from Big's captain.
All went to plan, didn't it? All went exactly by the book. Tabson comes up with a clutch of dreams and some beautiful Glock shots to the face of Na'Vi. It's going to leave a mark. I can't believe that. I guess the strat kind of worked. They forced the apps kill. But my God, that's a beautiful sequence from Tabson after it felt like Ema and Bit did enough. I'd pause after that round 2. Tech, guys, I promise. This one was crazy, but nothing tops Tabson.
Oh, dude, that second shot was so filthy. And then the fadeaway on a JL.
Oh,
that would be a head and hands moment. Right,
loving Big's energy.
He's stone cold, didn't he? Barely even celebrate. Everyone else did, but Tabson's just basking in the glory. He knows the job's not done yet, but that 1v3 certainly puts them on track.
Yeah, we've got to force up for Na'Vi in the second. Playing their smokes. 3 more to go.
Hero Famus. They just gave Emet a singular flash as well. Looks like he's just juggling that forward. He's kind of the mule. And now he steals himself away. The bomb is here. Big might move into the Famus. They still have 2 players on the extremities. So they start to leave. They're going to link back up with these guys in the apartments. And so the B stack will be dodged.
QB on entry, the Mule v the Goat, who can carry the heavier load in this round. Big with the manpower up alongside. And they're getting baited in by the Apps play, but it's 4 long and it's very clear. Wonderful has to hit Deagle headshots, or this one's dead. As it comes in, pistols do collapse upon Big. How is this happening? Alexi's found 3 in the midst of the madness, and Crimbo's got to run for the bomb. Got to be quick, got to plant it. Na'Vi will run right at him.
I mean, he's good in clutches, sure, but this is a pretty tall task for Crimbo.
Like
going to blow the smoke open. And Ema finds him before the nade can go off. Alexi just continuing his reign of terror.
How does he find 3?
That's mad. They're in like wildly different positions too. It's not like it's dudes just kind of, he had to proper move around a lot.
Yeah.
Alexi, what are you doing, man? How you doing this? It's Captain v Captain.
Solo Dolo. Pistol King.
Tabson versus Alexi.
What year is it? Right, just running through the smoke. Everyone back turn.
He was even like, I don't know. It's wild. He's fired up.
Yeah.
Don't even have the words to describe it. You've never seen Alexi like this. You might never see Alexi like this again. Enjoy every moment.
It's hard not to.
Of Alexi he. Because he is he.
This is no laughing matter, Harry. Big on the ropes. Want to deliver a pistol push back to Na'Vi. Blocked by the smoke. Passive setup for Na'Vi, right? They got many rifles, so not giving away kills early. They can fall back into their setup. Long conceded. They're going for the mid to B. This is old school. You don't see this every day. JL asked to perform in this round. Alexi doesn't have the gun for the job. He'll probably still find a way, but JL needs a multi-kill here to hold this B-bomb site.
Shout, gonna tee up Alexi. So he needs any more help. Now that backstab will land, but Alexi from range on the MP9 just ain't stopping. Gets out with another 3K. He only deals in multi-kills, does Na'Vi's captain. Hyped will get that bomb planted with seconds to spare. It became a bit of a venture in making money for Big once Alexi tore the hope of winning the round away.
I've now lost track of how many multi-kills, but it's at least 6. It's at least 6. He won 3 rounds with entries on T side.
I swear they've all been triple kills.
Yeah,
too.
he had a double entry one round, but yeah, he's
we'll let him on.
We'll let it slide. JL set him up well there. Good flash. But even so, holds his own. And the bomb plant is something for Big. It saves them later in the game, but right now, Na'Vi are picking up pace. That force by win.
There's so much you can do with this. Alexi 3K.
Nice.
Ooh, JL. That's a nice bit of aggression. Just some spam down through the banana, and you feel like you've done enough to have won the round already. So much damage inflicted on Hyped and Tabson as well. So these pistols ain't doing it for Big.
Yeah, this round's like a brick wall. There's no getting through it. They know it. Just hoping Na'Vi wastes some util in the meantime. The Grenadier. He's got HEs. He might get kills with them. Hold on, my watch. Oh, is he going to do a nade? No, okay. Just backing up into the site. This is a nice setup, though. Playing both in the site. Not letting a plant happen. It's too deep. It's not going to do anything. They run through the smoke. JL's there to receive. He gets his ecos. The molly holds them back. Free kill. And QB has to hit something unbelievable here to make this even interesting. He won't. Na'Vi up to 9. And Big Spy coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, for Big, this is starting to feel a little rough. They have a chance to turn things around here and now. But, you know, this was coming into the second half. It was an even scoreline, 6-all. Big pick up the pistol, and then you get that big Alexi round, and suddenly it's all been coming up Na'Vi. This is where Big, if they do want to have this game tighten up, they really have to stick the landing here and now. Yeah, you already had a golden opportunity. JL, Alexi's too good, apparently. He really just wants to kill anything at this point.
The bloodlust is getting out of control.
Someone check in on Alexi, just make sure he's doing all right.
He just said, JL, you can't get 3 kills. That's my job. I'm going to put you down. But now the rotate comes back A. Ema did flashes. Big saw that in the kill feed. They're going to try and go quickly here. But there's already a stack back in this bomb site, and there is no breaking through. You push a smoke, you get what you deserve. Na'Vi onto double digits. Just running it down. That big, we're in the hole since they lost round 2 of the half. They waited for that buy round, and then that's what happened.
Over in seconds, and mostly due to an MP9.
No shots. Dirty double.
And, you know, this is a lot of violence from Alexi. Maybe we misread him. Maybe he's actually gone crazy. Next, he's going to start skinning things or something like that. Like, killing everything, apparently.
Skinning?
Yeah.
That's where you're going with this. Hannibal Lexi.
That's good.
He puts the grenade in the basket. Silence of the Finns. Get out of there. These Tech-9s are loud. They're running amok right through that smoke. No respect here for Big. Oh, Alexi. Oh, he's in trouble this time. Caught running away. JL's done damage. He's not found a single kill. Pistol is out. 3 bullets. Can he make them worth? Oh, only damage. And Big have overrun this bomb site. They've been given a chance. They're taking this round by force.
2v4, Na'Vi both here. They still want to give this a look in, see if anything's presented.
So much damage.
In the back of their mind, they're both thinking save.
I'm surprised.
I think it's just a numbers game at this point. 2v4, you both have AKs CT side as well. You gave over your bounty of them in the death of the B-hold.
Yeah.
I think it's fair for Na'Vi. They're playing for the future.
It's a shame. I feel like that actually could have been winnable because of how Big was set up. They were like triple ruin side. There would have been very quick kills available for Na'Vi. Going to get them on the exit. But the money is fine for Na'Vi, so this is actually super valuable. What a spray. Ema and Bit combined for every kill. So it's not like Big get out pretty in that round, but they do win an eco. Opportunity.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't come back to haunt Big. Like, they had the option for a safe exit there. They knew where both players were.
We're going to find out immediately.
Yeah.
If they lose this round,
they're broke.
They're
right?
broke.
And that wouldn't have been the case had they held on to as many guns or even just armor, like whatever it is to soften the burden. And it's like, it's not by removing those 2 guns you were going to wreck Na'Vi's money for the next round. You would have been like rounds away from capitalizing on it.
I don't think Big knew where Na'Vi were, right? Like if they were double banana or double CT. I don't think I had that info.
Ema had spammed this.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Like, you knew one guy was there.
Yeah. Oopsie.
It's all good though. Well,
well,
might not be.
it might not be.
might actually be horrendous. We're about to find out. Let's see.
T-side
Hype has the orb. And it's a full buyback for Big.
Ooh.
Oh, it might actually end up being horrendous. Here we are. JL with the opener onto JDC.
Doesn't want to give it up though. He is alone. So Lexi comes in. Banana is rescinded.
2J's meet in a blunt force battle at Banana. Hyped, boosted. But no re-swing from Alexi.
App setup in the meantime. 3 apps. Gimmicky hit for Na'Vi, and they will eventually depart. Still looking to be B. Can Crimbo sell anything to keep Na'Vi occupied? In the meantime, not at all. Bit with a stunning headshot. And Big back to that drawing board. Pens run out of ink though. They got 3 smokes, a molly and a flash, and Bit's already reading this well, making that rotate over. Whole map is quiet.
It's really awkward. You could almost justify saving.
You could, but they're not gonna.
Insane. It looks like they still want to try and force a B play, but you've been re-smoked. Like, surely that decides it. Yeah, now you do write this off.
Oh. It's the right call. It's just not a call you want to make. But it's okay, right? They want that eco. They have loads of money.
No, they don't. They all died actually at the end of that round.
Oh dear.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, damn good try, you know. No,
it's not over yet.
Big is still in with a chance here, right? The 3 saved guns at least gives them something to fight with.
Yeah.
They will be able to like cobble together something else on the other 2 players.
You have to force them, right? You have to force.
Yeah.
They have 2,700. You get Galil Kevlar, you get Mac 10 with helmet and nades, Tech 9 on Crimbo, play towards apartments with the weaker guns, and just hope that Hyped can do something. Poke him with a stick.
It's a damn shame. I actually think the old Big team, as of like a year ago, used to be way too safe and play by the numbers way too often. But then there are times where Big, as they're kind of evolving, and it does feel like their styles changed a lot in the last year. They sometimes like just oversend sometimes.
They're very confident, which
and honestly,
is good and bad.
I prefer that to how they used to play.
Sure.
But yeah, sometimes, you know, you live and die by it. And right now they could potentially die by it, and that's just how it is. Alexi waiting over towards B. He's got support at JL. Big all on the other side. Now, it was on the back of this B play, and one of the first rounds you didn't see Alexi multi-kill. That was how Big gained the intrigue again. That was how they had the chance to break through. So they're going to try and run it back. With map point on the line, once more, they're going to catch Alexi with nothing done. Is it a carbon copy of that last B play round? Tabson and Kyubi seem to think so. A man down for Na'Vi. Flashes in over the top. They send Ema in. And no one Ema's destroyed this round. Bit up close, able to lend a helping hand, but he's not required. It's just JDC, and there's that rotate out of Wonderful to cut him down. Ema was unaccounted for, not considered, flashed through that smoke, and gets away with murder. He has just torn this map away from Big.
That was the opportunity, but we have finally a second hero for Na'Vi step up in this map, coming through the smoke, just as Big did, and catching them blindsided, literally. Excellent work for Ema. And right as it felt like it went all too well for Big, catching Na'Vi completely by surprise again on the B site. Na'Vi respond by taking Banana, taking middle, and maybe just taking the map.
Yeah, slam back down for reality here for Big. And a rough way to go. It's not a second half where they weren't without chances, and no one knows that better than these guys right now. Still, it's out of their hands. They lose too many of these critical rounds. In chances they had to make money, they lose everything. The times where they were favored, they lost the clutches. Big just couldn't get any purchase in this second half. And Na'Vi run over them. It starts with a very, very strong game put forth from Alexi all throughout the T side. He kept it going in the early stages of the CT half, and then gradually more and more players have come alive around him. Ema with that big push through the smoke, being the straw that broke the big camel's back. JDC, John De Castro, 1v4, but they know where he is, and he's on borrowed time. And Na'Vi lock in a pretty decisive win here, barely breaking a sweat once they got into that CT half.
Yeah, gotta feel good for Na'Vi now going into Mirage as well, the map they had such a streak on last year, a map they looked solid on yesterday as well. Desk, is this a Na'Vi 2-0?
I think it might be a Na'Vi 2-0. Boys, what do you think? Is it a Na'Vi 2-0?
Yes, Hugo. Yes, it is.
It was always a Na'Vi 2-0.
Unfortunately for all the big fans out there. But at least Big can be proud of a couple of things in this game. That being said, the second half
This was such a positive start to the disc. My God, the energy right now. I'm interrupting you, but I was like, wow, that was depressing even for me.
I felt like we were pretty uplifting in the pregame segments. I think we can kind of come back to reality now.
Whole mood just died so quickly.
The bottom line is, like, Big started out pretty well, getting the pistol, getting that 3-0 start. But then once, you know, the balls in Na'Vi's court, they get the economies to get going, they just start rolling. And one of the big things we've critiqued Na'Vi about for this year is the fact that last year, almost anyone could find an opening on this team. Even their extremity players were playmakers. And this year, they've really lacked opening power against high-level opposition, which has been one of their biggest flaws, I think. Now you have a game like this where Alexi B's like, fuck it, I'll do it. And his entry stats this year are actually some of the best of any IGL I've seen outside of like a fragging IGL like Blitz. So he is trying to find a way to help propel them forward, and he certainly did in that first half here.
What did you think about what Na'Vi was bringing to the table there, Maui?
I would say that the second half was just good information. They usually had eyes on something, which allowed rotations to happen much faster. Sometimes they're even just pushing. So I don't think they respected Big as much as Big would have wanted them to respect them in that second half, and that's why things started to get really out of hand there. But the first half for Big on their own defense, I mean, I saw some nice little heroic moments from individuals like QB. QB's a guy where I've been kind of holding out and trying to see what's this guy made of. Unfortunately, he wasn't connected with Hyped, who was the clear difference maker yesterday. Like, Hyped just smurfed on Aurora when it came to Inferno, but he was nowhere to be found against the Na'Vi team that is a little bit more thorough in taking map control, not going to give up as many op picks. And also, Hyped I don't think he had the op as many times this time as he did yesterday.
Are you in agreement there, Dust? Do you think that Na'Vi was just, with that map control, able to shut Hype down?
Yeah, I just think, again, they're a very diverse tactical team. It's all about just making sure the individual form can show up to pull off that game plan. And in this game, on that first half of the T side, they dominated the buy rounds. Alexi B was entering. Everyone was finding the openings that they're used to finding. And then, you know, when we flip sides defensively, yeah, I mean, this is just a well-rounded Na'Vi team. You know, the other big thing that we critiqued them for this year was the fact that their anchors were kind of sliding backwards on their CT form, which was something that they really relied upon last year, and they were on that sixth final stretch. And now you guys started to see Bit and JL come a little bit more alive. And then someone like Ema, he's had his struggles too this year, to be honest, as their main entry fragger. Yet look at these openings he was getting whenever they needed him to on the A-bomb site, when they're making these lane pushes, when they're trying to control top middle. You know, he was able to pitch in and do what he needed to do as well. And then defensively, you know, he did his job. So it's really more of Na'Vi finally just looking a little bit more themselves. And the question will always be, is it because they're facing lesser opposition now, or are they actually making strides in the right direction? And only time will tell that.
Okay, let's talk about Big now. Take a look at what we just saw. What can they take away from this and go, okay, if you had potentially done a little bit more of this or done something like this, you could have got the map win. Are there moments in this game where you felt like they can pull from?
We got one of these moments for a specific example of how things were a little bit too obvious for Na'Vi. The second half for Big, just the game plan went so south so quickly that it's hard to pick on just one thing. But I would say that the defensive side, if you want to be happy about anything, I think it's just, to me, QB was putting himself in the right place at the right time, getting good multi-frags with good gunplay. But I feel like if we see round 14, we'll kind of talk about like the bad stuff here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, as we get ready for that round, where I've seen Big make personnel changes that has been a benefit to them. QB moving to an A role on CT side has been one of them, but we can look at this one here on the B side.
Yeah, this is one where we actually had a smoke from Na'Vi that pushed them off, or that pushed Big off the short side, and it actually kind of funneled the entire Big clan to go on the long wrap right here. You see that there's a desperate attempt from Crimbo to actually get into this one, but really, this is because Na'Vi read the play that was going on. They had an idea of, even though Big were kind of throwing some like very light fake, it just wasn't convincing enough. And then Na'Vi, knowing, oh, hey, they're not running into B, they then, after they saw that CT smoke land, they just smoked short a couple seconds, like maybe 10 seconds later, and then it just pushed all of the Big players into a very unfavorable crossfire.
Yeah, it's just the lack of attention to detail in certain moments. Like, I think Big has always had kind of initially good ideas, and they've even added some new plays here and there, but it's just the finer details of, like, when things start getting critical, when you're in those 3-on-3 post plant moments, or you're in those just more tense situations. It's just about, coming together a little bit more as a squad, and I think it comes down to some of the inexperience of their players, but just also getting outclassed by a better team.
To me also, those kind of fakes where you just throw utility, but you're not even sending the people to commit, it feels very 2014, 2015 Counter-Strike, where teams would just throw double molly, double smoke, a bunch of flashes, and send one guy in.
Yep.
And now teams, they just hear that. They just hear one set of footsteps running in, and then they just rotate. I feel like it's kind of gimmicky, but I feel like Big has built so many of their T-sides lately off of trying these little fake gimmicks.
And the issue is that another reason why they've done this is that you can drop utility now, so you can have one guy just throw it all. But if you're paying attention as a CT team and you're seeing the timing of when those smokes are hitting, you're like, that's one guy doing that. And I think that read also kind of burns Big sometimes.
Okay, let's move on now to Navi's map pick, because this is the problem, right? We can talk about Navi struggling and all of that. At the end of the day, they are one of the best teams in the world, right? So Big now has to face off against them on Mirage. What does this look like when we jump into the server?
Well, we just saw Big play Aurora yesterday against Mirage, and the plays that really defeated Big are thankfully not really the plays that Na'Vi like to run. Like, it was a lot of just like big A floods where they would just throw like the key pieces of utility and just try to duel out and brawl out on a bomb site. This one's going to be a little bit more slow. It's going to be more methodical from the Na'Vi side. They like just taking that connector control with Ema and Alexi B. They like having Bit lurking out A along with JL sometimes, and they just kind of piece you apart. They tear you limb from limb, but they do it ever so slowly. So this is one where Big, it's kind of a different recipe where they're going to be tested against a very different style than we've already seen at this event.
And that test is going to come with new positions on the CT side to try to respond to those moments. This team has completely shuffled how they played the CT side of Mirage at this tournament, with now Crimbo being more of a rotator than an anchor. Kyubi has now been moved to the B anchor position away from the A side, and now Tabson takes over the A position. So a lot of defensive swaps that have taken place only in just the last couple of weeks, and it's about being able to kind of, Tabs has been around for a long time, so for him, it's not going to be a big deal. And then QB, you're probably putting him in a better position where he's less likely to fail, and you can try to get your better players in playmaking positions. So I like these changes, but you're right. Navi's a very hard team to read. They're very dynamic. They're very diverse. And then when you flip sides, we've also seen them change things up a lot on the attacking side for Big, and they need it to work out. Like, they've been throwing like a new double extremity default that they haven't done in the past. And then the fakes. Again, that was the big thing. We saw a couple of A fakes yesterday that panned out, but will it pan out against Na'Vi, who are probably going to be able to read that a little bit better now that they know Big like to do it?
You said the question I want to ask is cool. We've seen the changes. We know what Big could potentially bring to the table. How does that compare to Na'Vi?
Well, to me, it's more about just how does it compare to Big, who have been failing this whole season? Like, they just needed to change something. So it's not going to match up head-to-head very well to Na'Vi, because Na'Vi are, and were all of last year, the best Mirage team in the world. Sure, they've been passed this year by a couple teams, but Big just needed to change some things up. I like that they changed it. It's pragmatic. I don't necessarily think in the long run you can run just these kind of fakes, or I don't even know if these players are best in all of these positions, but they just needed to do something. So I'm glad we're seeing some evidence that they went back to the drawing board.
I'm laughing, and I shouldn't be, but obviously some of the other teams around here are getting ready, and it would appear that Spirit's management has emptied the hotel rooms upstairs because they've just walked down with like a gazillion pillows to set up before their next match. So hopefully we can get that on camera when we get to see them. Of course, the focus now is on Na'Vi up against Big. If Na'Vi takes the next map, they will be going 2-0, which is something they want. Big, of course, wants to equalize the series. Quick break so you can get some refreshments. Make sure you get back fast, though, so you don't miss any of the Counter-Strike.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Big Clan are back in action, this time here for PGL Astana with us. We've got Tabson, the in-game leader of the team, and I guess the first question I have for you, Tabson, is where are you and the team at mentally right now for the ups and downs you are still going through? Because there's been times we've seen positive results, then it slows down. Obviously, not making the majors definitely going to hurt you guys, but how do you view it? How do you see it? What's going on?
Good question. To be honest, I was prepared for this moment. I told also the teammates ever since QB and Hype came to the team, I was like, hey guys, hopefully we don't get a honeymoon. It's better that we just fuck up in the beginning and we work through it. Okay. And we get a system where everyone feels comfortable, where everyone knows exactly what to do in the system. And this is kind of where we get right now. And I felt like the last two tournaments we played decent Counter-Strike, especially against Mousesports. We played really good in Melbourne. After that, of course, the game against 3D Max was not so good. Then we had a different tournament in MongolZ. Obviously, the teams were not the best there, but we have beaten Bay8 twice, and they are a really upcoming team at the moment. Yeah. Therefore, I think like the mentality for us is like we are getting there for sure, and we are all believing, of course. And yeah, hopefully this tournament will be a positive sign again.
Would you say that this now then is maybe taking us back to, I'm not going to say the glory days of Big, but I remember a time of Big being a very close unit. Do you feel like now you've got all 5 players in that way again, like 100%. Together and on the right page?
Definitely. We feel really confident with each other. We really like to have each other around, and obviously in the game is a little bit different. Everyone has his own view and stuff, but outside of the game, everyone loves each other. Everyone really appreciates each other as well. And in the game, it's getting to a point where everyone understands you can only win as a team. There's obviously star players here and there who makes a difference, but to be fair, we don't have these players, you know, like we need to be in control within the team to have a victory, to be fair. And this is something everyone understood now, and hopefully we will keep on going, and I'm pretty sure we will do it.
It's very interesting because like the Big we have now is so different from all previous versions. How is that for you? Is it a harder thing to adjust to? Does it take some more time? Because like I always looked at it as like First it was Gob, then it was you, but it's like, you guys were in control. It just worked. But now this seems much more like everyone's got a say and we have to now try work through it.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned. I think for me, to be honest, it's a little bit harder to adjust. It's like if you have a cook and there are more cooks, the food gets maybe too salty, you know?
Yeah.
And this is kind of what happens right now. And this is, therefore, we had a really good talk the last few tournaments, and everyone came to the conclusion there should not be so many voices.
Yeah.
You know, like we need to have one voice who represent us, but we stick to the plan. Eventually, when nothing happens or when everything goes wrong, we will talk about it. But we need to have a clear plan to follow, and this is something what happens right now. And as you mentioned, I think for me it was in the past really hard, because if you have so many voices and you, like myself, I see myself as a really hard worker, and I believe in myself a lot. If I work hard, then achievements will come. And if you have a lot of opinions or a lot of voices, you need to combine them with your own thoughts. It's not the easiest thing to do, for sure.
I can imagine as well, sometimes you like start to doubt things because you're hearing all this extra information as well. It's a lot to go through for you. But you still got a smile on your face.
Of course, it will never go away.
That's good. There was a time it went away, Tabson. There was a time not too long ago. Yeah. But we're in a good position right now. Now, I know your eyes and mind is always on the trophy, but like, what is the expectation you have for the tournament as a whole? It's like, this is how far I expect us to get.
Playoffs. Other than that, like, if we achieve playoffs, anything can happen. But playoffs is mandatory for sure.
Mandatory, that's a strong word. I like what I'm hearing, I like what I'm seeing. Thank you very much for all your time, Tabson, and good luck at Astana.
Thank you.
Ah, that intro is some heat. It gets to me every time.
Yeah.
So good, right? Okay, Hugo, it's Mirage. It's big. It's Na'Vi. How are you feeling, though?
I'm feeling great. That was an exciting game, Harry. That kind of had it all. If all you wanted was Alexi B just multi-killing every round of the game. Some nice clutches in there as well from Big. I'll give them credit, right? They played a good game, but Na'Vi are looking like the Na'Vi we saw last year, the Na'Vi we've missed. Of course, you know, the opposition they've faced hasn't necessarily been the top of the world, but we are in a situation, Harry, where if Na'Vi and Spirit succeed, we could get these guys fighting in the playoffs. Maybe.
You're dead on. I mean, versus the not the best teams in the world, Na'Vi are looking really, really good.
Yeah, it's warm up. You know, you gotta play some b-ball in the park before you know, I don't know, win the World Series. I don't like sports, if you couldn't tell. What I'm trying to say is Na'Vi are getting that experience, man. They're getting the reps in officials. They're playing well. We're seeing some good games out of them. So keep it up.
Before you win the motocross GP, you have to hotwire a bike and drive it at high speeds.
Yeah, before you win NASCAR, you know, you have to, you know, steal someone's car keys or just hotwire it. Kind of drive recklessly.
Before you win whatever the boxing big event is, you have to just headbutt a wall over and over again.
I've been trying, man. All I get is brain damage, but that's okay.
You got that too?
I think it's contagious.
Right, who dropped out the server? Crimbo.
He's back.
He is back. Crimbo's back. That's what everyone's saying.
Crimbo QB switched spots. Dust was letting us know. And right now, it's working. I mean, they took down Aurora yesterday. Let's not take that away from Big. Can they show up in a very difficult map of Mirage, a map that Na'Vi just love? We saw Ema in the connector be a real nuisance yesterday against M80. Do Big have a better grip of Na'Vi's game? Starting on the T side are Na'Vi. Insta window comes in. But they're going B. Oh, bigger double cats. Triple cats. Meow.
Yeah, they will find wonderful, but Na'Vi get out through the apartments. JL going to try and close the distance on short. He wants to fight them right here in the choke point. Alexi going to get the bomb down in the meantime. JL just keeping them at bay, but he is on a timer.
I'd be scared.
ADC eventually gets past him, and now it's him locked in here with Alexi. Creeping on forward. JDC's gained a lot of ground here. Is Alexi ready for this? Of course he is.
That was red hot.
The start of Na'Vi. Also their captain.
Yeah, who's the in-game leader again? One more round to add to the Alexi impact as he steals that pistol away. I like the pistol. Wonderful wide out mid with the P250. Gets a kill, gets a lot of attention. To be fair, Big was set up for it, right? They wanted to fight middle with the pack, and so that leaves the sights weak, and Na'Vi just exploit it. If there was one B anchor, I think Big win that round, right? Like, they traded out really nicely from short, but no one could stop that plant.
Interesting technique.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you ever warm your hands up like that?
Not like that.
No. Flushy's been removed, bro. Eamon's locking in.
The reload there. Oh, nice little jiggle.
Plushy coming off the monitor is the gamer equivalent of like the hairband going in the hair. Like it's about to go down.
Okay.
Just get away from me.
Oh, JL, it's like yesterday. He was just dying on ramp yesterday. Oh my god, yeah, Wonderful does clear it in the end. A bit of doubt, but he gets there. Scout out this shot. Deagle does it instead. Out from under is Ema, and we are waiting patiently because Na'Vi are in a bit of trouble right now. They're going to call it off. Ema hears a lot of steps. They drop in. Good kill. Crimbo keeps his teammates alive, and in a 4v2 with full info for Big, but it has expired. Na'Vi retake middle. Alexi says, I'll do it myself. And he goes towards B with the bomb. Bit looking for kills in middle. There's the info. Big are going to swing this together. Looking good for them. Well done. Alexi underpass. And this one is too far. I'm calling it off.
Yeah?
It's not happening.
You got that little faith in Alexi?
Absolutely.
After the game he's been having.
I've got that much faith in Big, but they aren't playing to trade right now, but they will trade it. They eventually.
It feels like he's being given a lot of room. But he takes the first kill when it's presented, and he will fall. Crimbo ready to receive.
For the best, I think. The Big don't lose that round. 4-on-1. And Na'Vi are broke. JL on ramp. Keeping my eyes on this guy, because like they won like 13-7 yesterday, and I don't think he got a kill on ramp. I think he died like 3 times. Often to lesser weapons. Block from the B hit, but Na'Vi will be coming in. He held that a few more seconds. Oh, he missed that. He's only seen one, now they start running. QB howling for help.
Yeah, don't need a helping hand. He's iced out. Crimbo found as well. This is the B site crumbling. The pistols move in.
And 4 down.
JL once more with the aggression up through short, but this time he can't find a thing. It's the kill to bring Big back in.
Huge smoke.
Blocked off on short. They might suddenly have to lend time to Tabson on this apartment's push. Hyped is holding market with the scout. Not the best weapon for the job. Oh, but Alexi's not ready. And yeah, out of all the ways to find a kill with the scout, that's the best. Oh. Now they just got to deal with Wonderful. Knows about the player coming through market, but he's pincered, he's swarmed, overran. Close for Big, but they will rob this one away.
Interesting to know the corner's that deep, and Alexi, who jumps into market, can't even see the barrel of the scout there. Like, can't really be expected to go even further and clear that. They felt like it was empty, back turned, a second too early. And I think without that kill, Big are in hot water. They stop the force by coming back for Na'Vi, and a bomb plant is all they can muster. Pistols. And Hype Torp out against Eco. Bold. There should be a round that Big just run over here. No Kevlar to talk about. Crimbo cooking.
Tabson's very blind. But thankfully, he's still here. Knows that they stop rushing him and then he'll re-aggress after the flash fades. Good stuff. This is a nice, clean round for Big. I'll get out of it with 5 alive. But the buy round is coming. Na'Vi take their eco and now have the proper buy coming through. For now, Hyped is still uncontested on the AWP front, so this is where you want him to do some good work on that AWP.
Yeah, it was a bit quiet on the last map, right? Had a couple of rounds with it on the CT side, didn't really do much. And, well, CT Mirage doesn't really get much better. So let's see.
Love that he attempted it. It was versus the Hyped AWP, so maybe good he didn't hang around.
Same for Hype, though. He's back to holding middle. Tabson, I wonder if he got spotted there. JL on ramp, noticing.
Oh.
Look, I'm just saying, there's a pattern.
Yeah. I feel like he really hates SMGs in particular in that fight.
Yeah.
I see him get lasered by MP9s a lot.
That's a pretty nice kill for Tabson. Can't deny it. It's another player, though, that you might not be ready for one to fall. Tabson tucked in. JDC can help on stairs. He's been smoked.com. So may as well have a peek on timing. Tabson, here's his steps, takes his freebie. Alexi B in hot water will get his kill. Is there salvaging this for Na'Vi?
I mean, Ima's coming through on a good lurk. That's a hell of a kill to propel Na'Vi back into this. A lot of damage from Ima, but with Alexi also caught in the crossfire, it's going to fall onto Bit. 1v3 laid out in front of him. They're all right there. The double swing. What it takes to tame Bit on his way to that 1v3 clutch.
Yeah, nice double swing for Big. They're playing together really well. They're playing off each other nicely in this game, and that's stopping these clutches from coming through for the most part. Tabson gets away with an awful lot here on ramp. I think he could have had that third as well.
Like, it feels silly from Wonderful because he half cleared, right? Like, he half cleared the angle, but it felt like Wonderful had already decided that angle was clear. It is like a little anti-meta from Tabson to even get aggressive there, right? Like, you've already got the 5-on-4. And so I think they just expected more respect from Big in that moment, that he wouldn't hang around and leave himself vulnerable for a trade. Na'Vi weren't ready for it, and now they're back down to these pistols once again.
Ooh. Yep. QB turning mid-air to not get a headshot. JL taking out his frustrations. These Deagles not really been given a chance in this round to find anything here for Na'Vi. It shouldn't change. No Uto even getting out mid is tentative. Tabson could get awkwardly caught here by Bit, but... Oh! Yeah, one more. That'll do it. Bit gone, out middle. Time to farm.
Nice for Crimbo. He didn't like overextend there. He kind of fumbled the initial spray and so just waited till his teammates were nearby, knowing that like there's only a problem if he dies after whiffing that first engagement. QB moves in and helps him. And so Big keep it nice and clean. They're not looking to, you know, throw away any available money at this point on the CT side. They're in a really good spot, actually. 5-1 up, but a lot of cash in the bank means for Na'Vi, this game is already one hell of a grind to get back into. You're going to have to get through 2 or 3 rifle rounds before you come close to breaking the big bank accounts, saves depending.
Yeah, Na'Vi got to lock in right now.
Pretty lengthy route back into the game. You're going to see a wonderful AWP come out alongside this timeout.
Haven't really seen a standard like gun round in middle for Na'Vi, right? 2 smokes, take it, set the AWP up. Probably the call. Rather than doing a set play here. Feels risky, 5-1 down. Get Ema out under. Alexi makes it to the boxes and Big are here to fight. They want to scrap. This is Alexi in good form, looking to fight back, and Hype finds him through the smoke. Nice shots. Mid denied, and Wonderful's AWP edges in slowly to try and respond, but Big have abandoned position. They've taken their 5v4. They now play the sites. Seeing just good regimented CS right now for Big on the CT side. And Na'Vi are waiting for a kill that's just not coming to them. Big have decided on their setup. They've put the AWP to support A. They've got QB jump spotting B. It's up to Na'Vi to make the next move. Ooh, risky info flash, but they see Na'Vi taking mid with the bomb. You can expect an A lurker here, but it's been on ramp instead of Palace.
There we go. We finally get a result from ramp for Na'Vi. They haven't been able to get this kill. Tabson has had their number at ramp every single time they've tried to go there, but it might all be for naught.
Damn.
That hyped AWP also fires off, and Wonderful.
Good luck saving.
Long for this 1v4. He's going to look to save his AWP.
Hasn't fired it. So they might not like hunt this hard because they don't know.
I mean, Big are looking really good, but also nothing is going right for Na'Vi. They have struggled to attain openers. I think it's starting to feel really awkward because clearly JL is not feeling particularly comfortable over towards A-ramp. Even he's started to shuffle around the map a little bit now. Alexi and Ema are usually like a very potent duo whenever they play off of each other in mid. That round was like a little awkward. Alexi wide in middle, AWP'd through the smoke.
And Wonderful's
but just an odd death to have given away, especially when then like Wonderful far later tries to move in a mid looking for a trade, and Hype was like already running to CT at that point.
It felt like a weird mid take because yeah, it's Alexi alone, and Wonderful's just sitting top mid. He's not actually holding anything.
Yeah.
Like, he can't cover Alexi, he can't assist him. Like no AWP boost for Khan, nothing really for Na'Vi. It kind of fell flat. So. Oh, hit ticked in the molly. Tabson, just why even buy a rifle? You're destroying with the MP9 right now.
Yeah. And he could have bought one in every one of these rounds.
Yeah, he doesn't need it.
He's loving the MP9 push ramp. Na'Vi are hating it.
Yeah.
They hate that gun.
Wonderful not given a pick for QB, playing it safe, not jumping, knowing that AWP was saved. They heard it scope under last round, so no one jump spots B. It's a nice detail for Big to not give Na'Vi a pick here. And again, no one in middle. Are they going to flash this play for JDC? Looked like he wanted to go for it again. Thinks better of it. 5v4 for Big. Sit back and relax. Double short setup. Oh dear. It's gonna go very wrong. It's an ugly miss. This round, Peter's out. Whoever the hell Peter is.
There's still time for Na'Vi to have a resurgence here, but I just don't really have a lot of faith in them doing that. As of late, I feel like Na'Vi's biggest enemy in these types of games is they hit this time where like nothing's working, but it feels like they just autopilot into doing the same type of stuff.
Okay.
And it looks a bit like a shadow of its usual self. Like that's how some of these mid-control rounds have felt. Usually that's like Na'Vi's, I think, biggest asset on this map is some of the plays they're able to make, in particular with Ema out in middle. And right now it's like, the kind of synergies just felt a bit waning between them all. They're all going to the usual positions, but it's not linking up in the same beautiful way.
The timing is weird. I want to see them actually get Ima out under, go for a window boost, do something more standard, because Big are getting an entry mid every round and then they just leave. Like, Na'Vi can get out mid, I think.
I'm just thinking back to some of the losses, like, very, very recently. So maybe there's some, like, recency bias here. But, like, thinking back to Melbourne in some of those games, just how uninspired it looked so quickly for Na'Vi. And I'm getting a bit of a vibe of that from this game. I mean, Big are dominating Na'Vi right now. And if you're Alexi, the playbook must feel non-existent. Your ramp players have not been able to hold ramp with the exception of Bit winning that fight once. You haven't found any success over towards the B apartments, and mid has been closed and has been a source of openers for your opponent. It's like, what do you do? Some sort of grouped play might feel like the best option for Na'Vi. Something where they just try to win by numbers alone, but as they set their sights in through the palace, is this...
He saw it. Be careful. Oh, this is... What? Oh, yeah! He shot his teammate. You can just see that lining up there. What a weird... Yeah, that's a weird play.
I mean, it's like, oh, screw it. Maybe they can still win the round anyway. Let's
go next.
Gifted a double. Na'Vi cannot look a gift horse in the mouth here, right? That is a double kill handed to them on a platter. A type of mistake that Big have not made in this game yet.
The teeth are fine, trust me. Na'Vi taking this site, crunching down on jungle now. There's only one player in position, and that kill provides a bombard open for Na'Vi. It's time to save, boys. Pack it up. I wouldn't mind Big going for exits here. They've got so much money. Get some kills, keep Na'Vi honest, make them ripe for a reset later. But Na'Vi are not giving it away. Headshot angle for Ima. They're going for this right now. Full sending back into the bomb site. Give it a go. You're feeling confident. Couple of kills, but it's Na'Vi who stick the landing on that entry. That Palace thing was weird. I don't know. We can move past it.
No. We can't, like, it's the first and really only notable mistake that Big have made in the game so far. And, like, the play itself, double pushing in a palace is fine. It just gets awkward.
Big, I think he saw something, and then he, like, full wide swings it, which doesn't make it any easier for Big.
But look, it's like, I think what's more important here is, like, if you're Na'Vi, nothing's been going right, but finally your opponent made a misstep and gave you a route back in. And so this is where you have to have your second win. Like, you want a 5-round-and-a-half now. You want to feel like you came back into this. They go out middle. They look very determined as they gun it down towards the connector, but they don't take the opening fight. Instead, Ima's left full blind out on an island, and no one able to help him. He goes, and there's no one there that can pick that up.
Nice flash as well. Na'Vi completely wrecked. Wonderful, unable to trade from top middle. And Big have done a lot of these double cat setups. This time it's a double cat push, suffocating Na'Vi. It's a crazy shot for Bit, checking that position. And it might keep Na'Vi in this round in a 4v4. Wonderful cannot afford to miss another shot here. And he might get his fight with Hyped moving in from CT over the top. Oh, you're looking at a leg at best. He's going to take it, though. Doesn't miss that. Up connector now. Crimbo providing the cover on the cross. He's up in the window ahead of the Molotov. And Alexi, oh, I think he knows. Oh, I thought Crimbo would play there. Hunted down now. It's a man under balcony. Hype drawing them in. Oh, the flash. Still. Oh,
my God,
he didn't miss.
All right, wonderful. 2 kills in the round already. Gonna have to finish it off with 4. Smoke dropped. He's gonna try and close the gap on the CT player. And he seems cognizant. The QB floating around the connector. Oh! Wonderful! On his way to this clutch. Hype left to beat him. Knife pulled. He's moving all the way in with the knife out. Closing the gap on Wonderful. The timing's really good. That was the best chance for Hype, and that might have got the nade pull. This is wild for Wonderful, but he makes it work. 4 kills in the 1v3. No one's ever done it like that.
Not stressful at all. Hype made the perfect play, to be fair. He just missed the worst possible shot with a back turned, walking through the smoke. I love the AWP drop there for Wonderful as well. Lets him play mobile, lets him grab the bomb, fight QB, who's spamming the smoke. Dear oh dear. Big have been let back in. A 1v4 for Wonderful if you count his teammate. Na'Vi now let back in fact. Bit on the ramp, swapping positions with JL mid-game, and the results are clear. Both times finding success. Hyped humbled. Tabson takes his AWP and gets it out of there. Na'Vi maybe just go back to this attack. They know there's no AWP, or at least the AWP is dead.
Yeah. No, and I do like this like band-aid fix of Bit taking up ramp, right? Like you could tell what JL just did not feel comfortable there at all and was having like the worst possible time. And so look, you know, if Bit's down to take it and if he's able to get the results, constantly punishing these ramp plays from Big, that's good for Na'Vi. And suddenly it's given them something to fight for over here towards this.
But this setup is really good. You've got the 2B players in A right now, so the kill feed is useless for Na'Vi. They can't tell how many players are going to be here. They hear QB, they catch him off guard, but that's a really whiffed spray for Crimbo. He recovers it for a kill. 2v3 now. It's not impossible, but Big have to make the decision. Money on the line. Do we stay or do we go? I don't know. You maybe shouldn't go for this, but oh, the flash play. They're back.
Tabson is donning that AWP. So doesn't want to get left alone here in this clutch. JDC still very important. Tabson is trying to combat AWP, swinging out onto triple. He's closing the gap, crouched down.
This is good setup.
Let's see, here's it fire off. Now knows both players are here and the round ripe for the taking. Na'Vi making this comeback happen. All it took was that one misstep for Big. And suddenly Na'Vi are having their second win after a 7-1 scoreline. They're looking at 7-5 this first half.
Yeah, I love seeing Na'Vi just swing through that smoke because they have info of QB's position and they just take it. And even though there's a couple trades for Big, it puts Na'Vi favored in the post-plant. And great post-plant position. Alexi sitting on triple, but his back is covered by the jungle player. So he can sit in this really annoying position to clear, constantly putting pressure on, wall banging. And Na'Vi, look, it started really awfully, but it's recovered very quick. 7-4, looking for a fifth. Hyped, trying to get involved, staying active on the AWP. Hyped has forced a few opening kills in this game at least. We haven't really seen a test on that B bomb site. QB has not been a problem piece. In a very safe position, where Crimbo might even bait for him with a jump spot. Meanwhile, JL faking A. He's got double smokes out ramp. Na'Vi still have to check the balk.
QB, good for one, and there's that crossfire between him and Crimbo. Netting these openers for Big. They want to feel like they shut Na'Vi out at the end of the half, but Wonderful has made a play, gets into the site. JDC found first, he looks for a little bit more. This is clean stuff from Wonderful, and it's put Na'Vi back in a winning position, Hyped with an awkward miss, and now Wonderful takes this line. There's the help from JL. Tabson so far away. And a 1v2 staring back at him around that Big thought they had in the bag. There's Wonderful to show them it was never the case. Great round from Na'Vi's AWP.
Yeah, he's had some highs, he's had some lows, but he comes up with the final round of the half. I can't believe Hyped goes with a pistol. If he had the AWP out, that's a free kill. He just gets him off the bomb. There's no plant. The second player's late. That's Big's round all day of the week, every day of the week, but goes for the USP instead and bungles it. Hey, Big had a great lead, but Na'Vi woke up at least 4 rounds in a row to net a 7-5 half. And I think if you're Big, you leave that half feeling a little disappointed in what it could have been. Everything was working perfectly. Until it wasn't.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot to give a team some hope in the second half, and Na'Vi are feeling that now, right? After going on the 4-round streak, and you're dead on. I think for Big, it's going to feel like, damn, we really let them back in. And, it's rough as well, because one of the most successful things for Big throughout that first half was Tabson nailing ramp players. But sadly, it was kind of 3 aggro plays from him in a row that cost Big those opening kills at the start of rounds over towards ramp. He was stubborn in the approach. He wanted to keep fighting. It's where they found a lot of their success. But in the end, once Na'Vi made that adjustment of Bit moving over and taking ramp, Tabson just didn't win that fight again for the rest of the half. It's wild to think that this all started with an awkward double AWP MP9 Palace push to invite Na'Vi back into the game.
Interesting. Big with a double smoke, double molly yet again. Hey, triple smoke, in fact. They're coming through with the goods. Explosive A attack. The nade is a lovely piece for Na'Vi. It catches a 5v4 before all is said and done. Now, there's no kit, so Na'Vi have to be quick. Coming back in through the spawn with manpower. There's a Molotov in the way. Buys a few more seconds for Big. Ema with the flash. Re-smoke. They're coming through that. You have no choice. Boom.
Flash, and nearly everyone's blind. Hyped was playing anti. He was the one guy who could cover this, and cover it he did. 3 kills from Hyped, hoping that that's enough for Big to stay in the conversation, but hold on. JL and Ema seem to believe. No bullets left for JL, and there's the swing from Crimbo to seal the deal. Hyped with one hell of a pistol, puts 4 on the board. Great stuff. Everyone else was blind to that CT flash.
Yeah.
Hyped was the one guy playing anti. Anything less than what he did, and Big might not have won that pistol round.
A necessity, considering all 4 players of Na'Vi coming through that smoke. Nice combo for Big. That's a classic Big pistol, right? Not only a full execute on A with a molly on Balk, but they take spawn with molly smoke. Really annoying to deal with on a pistol round.
Well, yeah, the 2 smokes they throw are like the ones that make it hard to go for the bench push, right? So you're expecting a CT reroute, and then you have that 3rd smoke for CT. It was a very, very nice pistol round.
Yeah.
With a clear intention and understanding as to what the reactions were going to be for Na'Vi.
Force up for Na'Vi. Scouting CT. And bit push back to the bomb site after a skirmish and Palace. Big coming out of ramp with a full execute yet again. There's that bench smoke you talk about. Na'Vi can't really do much about this. A missed shot costs the round here as Big just explode into A. I think this is looking like a very good game for Big. They're just going to be running oppressive executes. They've been in the lab all week. They got something to show for it here. It was a 6-round half against Aurora. Even though they lost the map, 6 rounds here would be enough. Clean as could be. Bigger back, baby. Oh, that's a nice cheeky flash play, but winning this round off the back of it is still going to be a hard ask. Pistol up close, doesn't get squat done. JDC 17-8, having a monumental game. Multi-killing again on this entry. Pack it up. Big onto double digits, just making swift work of Na'Vi on Na'Vi's home map, no less. Na'Vi had all the momentum in this series. They even won the pistol clutch to start this map. And then Big went on a 7-round streak. I thought letting them in would be the downfall, but Big came in prepped to this T side. And if they win this gun round, Na'Vi will be thinking about map 3.
Yeah, their final timeout burn, just to try and come up with something here to save them. Right now, Big have been abusing this A site a lot.
Yeah, that's the issue. You don't know what to expect here if you're Na'Vi. Like, will they just go again for another pop? Like, we could just execute A and screw it. It might just work. Or do Na'Vi want to play for mid control with the AWP, use some flashes? It's a really hard read right now. Starting setup is so important. Oh, missed that jump. Boost up instead.
Missed window smoke.
It's not ideal.
Not one of the intentional ones either. QB isn't making a play. Right now, they think that smoke's landed, and the only way they're going to know is as Tabson comes through mid. He finds the AWP on short as well.
Smoke comes in. They still make it. Vector. JL holds strong. 1 by 1. Big gets split apart on a more default round. Can they find a kill just to sweeten the deal? QB seems to think so. Pushing Wonderful back. But they've got the bomb, and so this one a little too much to ask. Althea is just like, okay, we need our guns.
Yeah, exactly. And QB, I think, is aware that they are very, very worried about keeping players alive. He knows he's not going to get given many free fights here. But he does want to try and remove whatever he can from the arsenal of Na'Vi. Gonna go looking for some damage. That's a sick flip from QB. Alexi got deleted.
Peace.
Trade comes through straight away, but yeah, 3 players surviving. You kind of break even on the round if you're Na'Vi, yet to start building much. So a nice bit of extra damage at the end from QB. You know, that was a bonus round from Big. They're still running the memory Mac 10 on Tabson. That's what I'm lovingly calling it, because he's plastered it in stickers of the old Big from Krakow.
Oh.
I think it's Kiev and Legia.
Yeah, we don't talk about, yeah. Oh, wow, Kiev. Okay, back to A, back with a pace as well. QB gets his entry before JDC even dives in. Over the top goes Crimbo. Somehow even turns for that kill, and Wonderful's getting hunted down, but there's a rifle to support JL double up, and it's just a massacre from Na'Vi.
Where's this come from? They're suddenly looking so sharp. I can't believe Ema hits the vertical 180-degree flick. That's mad. JL as well in these last few rounds is looking electric. It's just very snappy, concise kills.
Hey,
beautiful.
He came back second half of Inferno, had a really poor first half, but actually ended with a lot of impact on his CT side again.
He had 4 kills going into that round, and he just did the crazy...
Yeah.
Flicking upwards and then back down is horrible.
How big is his mouse pad?
Yeah.
I'd hit my keyboard. Ooh, Alexi saw that on B, ahead of the Molotov. JL just dunks him. Okay. Na'Vi going through the motions, but those motions are groovy. Hot potato. Taps his turn with the deagle. Roasted. Na'Vi playing to win right now. Playing very confident. Not shying away from a single fight in this CT side. It's Big's first time out of the game.
I'm worried like the old Big curse is coming back right now, which is things look so good, and for a moment you're thinking like we're so back. But then,
big fans,
you know, you leave the room for a moment. You know how it is.
Yeah.
You had the game open. It was like 10-5, and you're thinking unlosable. Literally, I'm gonna go make like a sandwich or something. I'll come back for the 3rd map. You walk back in the room. Oh, the game's still going. Interesting. Oh, we're losing the lead, are we? Okay, equally interesting. But surely the rounds have been close. Oh, they haven't been close. That's what we're at right now.
It's only 3 rounds, Harry.
Look, Big can still save themselves, but there's no denying the Na'Vi level has increased in the last few rounds.
Oh, Ema just pathing straight out middle. Double Palace push. Krimba's like, nah, I ain't touching that. You have it. I didn't want it anyway. That's a lot of space taken for Na'Vi. It's going to be a quick split. JL making a lot of noise with Bit here as well. Break on window is perfect for Ema. Catching hype. He's going for it. Oh, I thought he was jumping out there. They see this A split start to materialize. Can Bit stab them in the back?
Powerful position, but he plays his hand early. Still, even knowing about a guy in Palace is frustrating for Big. JDC caught out in the open, and that is the bomb. Big now have pretty sizable problems, and they don't just start with JL, even once they find that trade.
This feels like one of those games where, you know, like you're playing and you lose a couple of rounds and you go, guys, we're just better. Like, let's just, like, stop playing scared. We're just better. We're going to peak them. We're going to win. We're going to kill them all. And Na'Vi have just swung for the fences on this CT side. And since Big's early, you know, AAA execute, Na'Vi have not been afraid. It is showing. JL swinging out of spawn, breaking the window smoke, peeking it dry. Na'Vi are just trying to end this series and send themselves 2-0 up in the group stages here of Astana. QB might be dead after time. Flash! Oh, he's very lucky. Very lucky to be alive.
It's not quite worst case scenario, but it's about as close as you dare get. The house isn't burned down, merely just the kitchen. It's still expensive, still a real nuisance, but you kept most of your stuff.
Can they put the fire out before it spreads to the billiards room, Harry?
Not the billiards room.
Oh,
that's my favorite room.
The billiards room. There's a library in there as well. It's very flammable. Oh, little smoke shot on a fake. They pop through the ramp smoke. There we go. JDC keeping up. They couldn't pick his target. Wonderful can. Bomb makes it in. Abandoned by Hyped, who's trying to go for the glory. He's trying to go one step further. Caught from short. Crimbo late from that early B. There's a gun on the ground, but again, JL just runs in, gets that info, closes it out before Crimbo can get comfortable. And Na'Vi, 5 rounds in a row. The fire spreads.
Yeah, it's no longer just in the kitchen. Now the hallway's got a decisively smoky smell to it, and not in a good way. The door handles are hot. You can't get out.
Bigger run up the stairs. There's nothing good up there. Heat rises.
Someone's cut the phone line.
It's an inside job.
No one can help you. You're in this alone. As they go out towards mid. In some of these rounds, smoking has killed. But this time they land that window smoke, and so no sight lines open to Na'Vi in middle.
All right, they're given full control here. They can get up catwalk, but they've still got an A-lurker here. Crimbo putting pressure on. It's just ignored by Na'Vi, who come running through. JL has had enough in this game. What a recovery as an individual. Think about that T side. Think about his ramp fights. Think about how he had to swap positions with Bit mid-game. And now, just running it big.
I don't know how he even got this reactivated. Like,
no, just
not
immediately.
Like some sick round came through. It's just like he got to the CT side and decided, now I will run them.
Remember, Big converted their pistol. Like, those 3 rounds were really nice for Big. They had the CT take on the pistol, then they did back-to-back A-pops with MAC-10s, ran over Na'Vi. I'm like, well, Big are here, 10-5. This is their game. Well, now they've lost the lead. Oh, dear, Crimbo. I got bad news. Oh, but for who?
Okay.
All right, yeah.
All good.
Alexi didn't like turn around there. Maybe a kill. They lose the AWP, but Na'Vi have money. And they've got the lead right back in their control. You don't know what you have till it's gone.
No. There is now a crowd gathering at the site of the fire. The blaze is rip-roaring.
No one's brave enough to run inside the house.
Running the risk of spreading to the rest of the houses around you.
But there's a baby in there.
No, it's not looking good for Big. It's really not looking good. This has gotten out of control very, very quickly. Kind of feels like before they're even aware that it's out of their hands.
You called it, though. You called it after like 1 gun round.
Yeah, well, someone had to do it.
You read the scriptures. Oh, dear. Hey, good sign for Na'Vi. Can they close on this 6-round streak? It's a game of streaks.
Yeah, it has been that way inclined, right? But problem for Big is like they just haven't. They don't even have a lot to like be excited about in this second half. They won the pistol, they stuck the landing on the conversions, and they looked really good doing that. But in these rifle rounds, they haven't even felt close. Like you've been getting absolutely demolished. Nothing's been working. Whenever you've looked to get out mid, you've died to the wonderful AWP. If you've gotten past the AWP, you've died to JL or EMA. And now you try to round this out with a B play. They don't even have the bomb here. So even if these 2 players get into the site, there's no plant. There's no winning the round. Luckily enough for Big, in a horrible, twisted way, it doesn't even get that far. So they don't have to worry about it. It's now 12-10 as this streak continues for Na'Vi. They came into this second half on the back foot. They were 7-1 down in this game, as a reminder, right? They went on that 4-round streak to close out the first half. They lose the pistol. So that brings the score to 10-5 in Big's favor, and 10 is all they get.
Big won. Big converted both pistols, right? They lost the first pistol, but they won the 4. So they had those bonus or freebie rounds, whatever you want to call them, in their pocket. And now Na'Vi playing like they were in control the whole time. Running up top middle, Big house burning down, and Na'Vi rising from the ashes. They can do no wrong. Gotta feel rough for JDC. What a game he had.
Yeah, and in a way, you know, a similar tone to it to Inferno, a very competitive first half leveled from Big, but when it came to actually winning the game, getting it over the line, they fall flat in this second half. And before they know it, that big lead that they'd worked to establish had withered away and died. Na'Vi, full control from the moment the guns came out.
Okay.
They're looking to seal the deal on this without dropping a single rifle round in this second half. All that stands between them and that goal is QB and JDC. QB already wounded. And info here for Na'Vi. Just feels like a matter of time. JDC dead on this swing as Na'Vi land 8 rounds in a row to complete the comeback. Big do not win a rifle round in that second half of play. That's Na'Vi with a clean 2-0.
Nice and clean for Na'Vi, straight into that 2-0 bracket, like Hugo and Harry pointed out there. And I think that the question to Maui and Dust here on the desk, obviously in the first half, Big looked really good. I think it was 7-1 at some point. They come into the second half, they've got that momentum going, and then all of a sudden, 3 rounds into the second half, Na'Vi shuts them down, and then it was just like one of those snowballs getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So what was it that Na'Vi was doing right that allowed them to shut Big down?
Yeah, I mean, it was the classic they had us in the first half, because Big did. And I think these positional changes they made defensively was allowing Crimbo and company to get a little bit more involved in some of the plays, and they actually were doing very well. But then something just broke. And I'm not, it's really hard to point to one thing. Maybe Maui will have an answer. But a couple things that I did notice was that all of a sudden, guys who were struggling to find openings were all of a sudden finding them. Bit was swinging out there. He was making things happen. We just know that Na'Vi are so diverse, so they can adjust more than other teams can. They have more to put into play if certain variables are not going their way. They throw some new ones in the equation. And so I think that was really a big part of it.
In my eyes, Na'Vi locked in a way that, beyond just the generic phrase of the individual shooting a little bit harder, I felt like their trading was just a lot better. I feel like around round 6 or 7, even in a round loss, it feels like they started pairing up, they started coupling, tethering so much better. And I think the first round they started pairing up really well. They were on pistols, and then they went on to gun rounds and just did the same thing, and then they started running away with the game. On the gun rounds, they looked a lot more formidable. The way that they were coming out ramp was more paired up, because some of the early rounds that Big was finding these advantages, getting the lead and building it that they had in that first half was off the back of good pickoffs, like people like Tabson pushing into ramp, Hyped getting an op kill here or there, and there was no semblance of a trade from Na'Vi. And I think they just quickly identified that and said, okay, let's just start playing a little bit closer to each other, guys. And then on gun rounds, they were nearly flawless from there on out.
Dust, you mentioned at the start of this matchup that obviously that there'd been these changes on the side of Big, and I feel like a lot of those role changes actually played in their favor in the first half of this map. What do you think?
It did. I mean, again, they had a really good start. They even won some of the initial gun rounds. I think even for long term, if I'm projecting forward for Big despite this loss, I would say I think the player swaps they made make sense. You're putting QB in a safer position. You're getting Crimbo, one of your star riflers, more involved in an active position. JDC is always a guy you want in active roles as well. And Tabson was doing a pretty good job as an A anchor through a lot of that first half. It's just eventually Na'Vi able to make the adjustments. They have a deep playbook. They know how to sort the puzzle out. You know, that's what we credit Alexi B for, is being one of those in-game leaders that can mid-round very effectively, as well as make the key adjustments, and you got Blade behind you calling timeouts when you need them. But when we flip sides, that's where it falls apart for me for Big. Because, yeah, you get the 3-0 start because you get the pistol, but then after that, done. Complete shutout. They couldn't get any openings. I will credit Wonderful for a beautiful opping performance defensively. I'll also just credit, in general, the full defense playing good Counter-Strike. But also Big, just they looked so much different than what I saw yesterday.
The fakes just didn't work out either.
Exactly.
People that were on the anchor positions for Na'Vi stood their ground. The initial contact being made by the Big side on their offense was unable to puncture the defense. And for Wonderful, really, yeah, came alive in this one. Had a nice clutch there against Hyped on that bomb site. Had a couple moments where even was offensively opping very well. Like, I still, to this day, even with all the flaws that we've seen it from Wonderful in big game moments, I'm talking like playoffs with an arena, grand finals, regardless, those kind of moments are still where he shows the worst side of himself. But man, in a group stage, you put this guy on a bomb site, even in a hectic situation, and he's just picking the right fight, and if he's missing the right fight, he's flicking so fast that he's able to correct and just get the kill anyways. So this was a great display from him.
How do you get him to do that on the big stage against, I don't know, like a Spirit?
You tell Donk to shoot a little slower. Like tell Magix to not instantly first bullet him. Pressure gets to people in different ways. I'm sure that Ursula probably is a little bit better at those kinds of problems than somebody like Blade, who is, in my eyes, one of the more emotionally unavailable coaches out there.
Yeah, it's a tough one, because if he could do that, then all of a sudden this guy would be in a similar conversation to guys like Sherwin, Torzy, who could be considered elite operators in the world if he was able to do exactly what you're talking about. Take the skill set we see in games like this that get us excited about Wonderful, that make us hope for Na'Vi again. We just need to see this against higher level competition. And they're increasingly beating harder teams in this tournament. But the next test for the 3-0 is going to be the big one. And then once they get on stage, that's where we're truly going to find out what they're made of.
Is it difficult to make a call on what we're seeing from Na'Vi right now because of the level of opposition we've seen here at Astana? We've only seen them play 4 maps, and I would argue they haven't gone up against one of the big dogs, per se, just yet.
Definitely not. What was it? M80 yesterday, Big today. Both teams that are fringe playoff contenders. I'd say maybe Big actually gets through this 3-2, but M80 is kind of more in the 2-3 column for me, or 1-3 even. So
fair.
It's up to Na'Vi to prove to everybody that they can actually muster those kinds of moments. And also just the way that they sometimes, like in that last game where they just started so slow right there, and it felt just kind of lazy the way they were moving together. Like it felt very sluggish, just so disconnected until, oh, wow, we have a chance to lose. Let's get back into this one. Can you guys just win convincingly in that way?
Yeah, it's a tough one because, you know, when they play against fellow elite teams, sometimes they're getting blown out. Like when they play against Spirit and you know, what is Aurora now, they weren't even close in those games. Even some of their Mongols losses, they weren't even close in some of those games. The only thing I will give Na'Vi credit with is, like, at least they didn't slip on a banana peel, like which they did in EPL against Saul. That was ridiculous. Like, they should never be losing that series. So at least they haven't done one of those yet, and they have 2-0'd those series. So in a sense, they've done their job. They've somewhat met expectations, though that was a little bit more labor than it probably should have been on Mirage in our eyes. But, I mean, so far so good, but there's still a lot more to prove, obviously.
It's insane how it's twisted, right? Because last year they were probably the most consistent team. They were always in a final. Whether they won or lost, they were pretty much in all the finals leading up to the major. Whereas this year, I'd say they're just so inconsistent. You never know which Na'Vi you're going to get on any given day.
I would say they're consistently sliding downward. So I think they are consistent, but in the wrong way. Like, if you go look at the results and you see who they're losing to, it's been a downward trend. Look, I'll give them credit. They bounced back at Katowice after the whole major situation where Heroic knocked them out. They didn't make the playoffs. That was grim. Then they came back. They placed top 4 at Kato, and they beat some good teams to do it, like Spirit and so on and so forth. But then it's like now we're seeing them lose to Liquid, lose to Saul, slide out of playoffs at Melbourne. They weren't even on the stage. So we've seen a very downward trend from Na'Vi. An event like this, though, is an opportunity to say, hey, we can still mix with the big boys because Spirit's here. That's going to give them an opportunity to show what they can do against them. Mongols, Aurora, those are teams that are like fringe just outside of the top 5. If you can topple some of those opponents who have given you trouble earlier this year, that gives you a resume to go into the major with.
They've said it numerous times. Blade has mentioned it. Alexi B mentioned it with Banks right here at PGL Astana. The clock is running down for Na'Vi, and they're going to have to prove that this lineup belongs with this organization. That's their opportunity. PGL Astana, they can do that, and they're well on their way, making their way into the 3-0 bracket. We're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, you get to see NIP, that lineup that we haven't seen often at LAN, face off against Spirit.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
PGL Astana, we're moving into our final best of 3 of today. There is an opportunity for one of these teams to go 3-0 in the group stages. It is the formidable Spirit, everyone's favorite, going up against NIP. And I am hella excited about this because with the way the whole new circuit works, we haven't had a chance to see the players on NIP very often. They have been grinding it out in their bedrooms, doing the online circuit, trying to find a way to move up the rankings and get themselves to LAN. And here they are. Snappy and the boys can finally stand up and say, pay attention, notice us. They did it in North America. Such a giant LAN, such a big trophy that they got to lift.
All right.
Yeah. I'm doing the Maui. The truth is, this is it. This is an opportunity for this team to stand up and go, hey, we're actually really good. And I like the fairy tale story of being like, Valve will love it. Look how we pushed our way through the system and made it up the rankings. And then we put them up against Spirits.
I think it's one of the things where it's a dual-fold thing. You mentioned that this is an opportunity for them to have the Cinderella story, so to speak. But I think it's also a Cinderella story for the organization. Let's be real. NIP haven't had anything going for them as an organization for several years now. They now finally have a lineup that I think they can be proud of and feel like can actually produce results. They already beat Virtus.pro yesterday, which is a team that kind of hovers around the top 15. So beating them on LAN, pretty solid initial showing after obviously waxing the floor in America over at Philadelphia against the best teams in the world. So now they have a little bit, lesser competition up against them here. So let's see if they can just replicate that.
It's going to be hard with the Philadelphia hangover for NIP to actually bring their 100% into an event like this.
Jet lag.
Yeah, the jet lag's excuse. I feel like this has been a redemption story for a handful of the people that are on NIP. One guy in particular that I have a couple guys actually, almost everybody on this roster, but one guy that I've been paying out some attention to has been Shush. He changed his haircut. He got a French crop. It changed from the side part. I feel like it's something that's modernized him and his gameplay. And now he's actually fragging on the extremities on those anchor positions as opposed to when he was on Heroic, where at some times he was a weak link, but I never sold my Shush stock, I'll say that.
I'll say this. I think on the Heroic squad, obviously guys like Nertz and Tessus were the limelight of that team, right? They were huge playmakers. They were really the engine that drove that team forward. Shush really relegated to more of a supportive role and did that role okay. But I feel like on this team, he's actually thriving. As you have already indicated, he's not just some extremity player supporting teammates. This dude's going for entries more often than I've ever seen him do it, and he's very successful at it so far in all that they have played. He has been the second best player on this team behind Wrinkle, who's the one kind of last standing piece from NIP past, who was kind of a young prospect who has done pretty well for himself so far. So, yeah, this has been a really awesome story to see them be able to make it into this event, especially after they missed it out on Bucharest losing in that qualifier.
Fix your haircut, fixes your game. That is the deep diving analysis that should be behind a paywall. I don't understand why we're not making millions. Let's talk about Wrinkle, though, because Maui, when his debut happened, there was a lot of hype around this player. There was a lot of talk that he was like the next big superstar. And then it wasn't so big. It wasn't the big start. Do you think that he's better suited now in this NIP lineup with the experience that he's got around him to pop off?
He's had the opportunity to round his game out because it was live or die by the Wrinkle for the past iteration of NIP. And that was when Alex was the IGL, Maxter was on the roster. There were a lot of moving parts there, which didn't actually prove to be win conditions. But now there's more people on the team that can chime in. So his attempt rate on opening kills has gone down, thankfully. Like, it was way too high last year. He's actually just kind of brought out the rifle a little bit more too. And he still goes for the ridiculous plays. Like, he's still going to go for T-side entries with the AWP in hand in ways that are just ego challenges. Like, he's literally just going to ego challenge opponents sometimes, but he doesn't have to do it on 7 out of the 9 gun rounds that they have.
I think it's the same limit test that Ultimate went through when he first joined Liquid. He was a very aggressive opper. This year, he's had to rein it in a little bit more, and it's probably going to be even more refined with Shuhei. Wrinkle was the same way. Like you said, very sporadic, wild opper, loved to be super aggressive, tries to be a hybrid, tries to use the AK a lot on the T side. And his game has evolved, and I think he truly has become one of the few true hybrids we can talk about in Counter-Strike right now. There's not too many of them, and he has just about as much impact with an AK entering as he has an op. So that is a huge weapon to have at your disposal as snappy as the in-game leader of this team?
I'm a little hesitant on the whole Wrinkle is a hybrid thing right now, because when he was rifling and he was facing actual top 30 opposition last year, he was pretty bad rifle v rifle duels. I know his numbers have gone up a lot with the rifle lately, but I haven't seen that actually against real like top 10, top 20 opposition this year around. So I'm just there's a little trepidation before I crown him as like a great hybrid.
That conversation, though, actually, I would say extends to NIP in general as the veto comes up. I'll let you guys chat about that in a bit, but we haven't actually seen them play top opposition. They've been inconsistent online. Yes, they have one LAN victory, but again, it's not top opposition. Yesterday, Virtus.pro is limping along. Spirit is going to be the true test, surely, Dust.
It will be. There's even 2 maps they have yet to play on LAN. Inferno and Mirage, they have yet to play. Obviously, we see them being banned out, so they still won't ever play those 2 maps on LAN because NIP has been trying to attempt the 7-map pool in all their online play. So we see here they pick Train. It's the exact same pick that they did against Virtus.pro yesterday, and it is a map that they have been playing pretty well on. Spirit typically have avoided Train in the past, so they have won both games they've played it. So that'll be interesting. Spirit picking D2, that's expected. I think anytime they have the option to pick D2 or Nuke, they're going to take one of them.
Have to agree. Nothing really too surprising about this for the side of Spirit and how they went through the veto. NIP, I feel like because they knew that Nuke is a map that Spirit liked to pick, they felt like it was going to be comfortable getting it as a handshake third, even though they like to pick it themselves. It's a Snappy classic, but it feels like Snappy also has lightly evolved his IGL in game to just go in headfirst into Train. So seeing them win against VP yesterday on the map does say that they can actually compete against top opposition on it.
For people that only watch Tier 1 Counter-Strike and aren't sort of sitting watching all of those online plays, what type of play can they expect from NIP here on Train, Dust?
Lots of pace. They're a very fast-paced team. They also do vary their outer hits pretty well, in my opinion, compared to most teams. It's not all just let's YOLO out team main and smoke sandwich and just swing, E-box like a lot of teams do. They will do that sometimes. It's a pacing change, but they're also pretty good at also loading up pop and pressuring that effectively. They have some good intercept pieces. So they definitely have a pretty diverse playbook in the games I've seen so far. My question will be, can they handle this new look Shiro? Because we have seen Shiro really step up his game with the AWP. He's always been a good opper. He's always particularly been really good anchoring sights down. If you push his lane with an op in his hands, he is so deadly accurate. But what we have noticed throughout the course of the last month is look at how much more aggressive he is. He is taking so many more opening duels on both sides of the map, and his success rates are very high. And if this new dynamic that Spirit's trying to bring to the table with what we're seeing here really bears fruit, this Spirit, maybe that's the key adjustment that finally makes them even more dangerous.
I like that the scaling up of his CT side aggression has actually netted more success. It's not too surprising that the T side success has gone down for Shiro. I feel like this kind of game for Shiro is going to be a test of, can he actually do it through the utility? Yesterday when he played and we watched his game, we saw that he was ready to challenge the Molotovs, because the old thing that I always said about Shiro was that he's the easiest opper to push off with utility despite being elite. And now against an NIP team that has a wealth of utility options and so many great flashbangs, he's going to have to fight through that once again.
I'm going to go full Fangirl. I am so excited. Spirit up against NIP. This is why I love this job. It's why I love Counter-Strike. No more talking from us. Stop talking, start game.
I agree. Let's stop talking and start the game. No, wait, hang on. That doesn't
That's
work.
them, not us.
That doesn't work
Yeah.
for us. Okay, NIP taking on Team Spirit. My goodness, it's a pretty sick opening map here. NIP loving a bit of Train, their go-to, and they're playing a Spirit squad who don't have a wealth of experience here. A lot of the games you see Spirit play on Train are in matchups such as this, where the underdog tries to pick it against them as a bit of a punish pick, a chance
to go
to
for
try
them?
and, well, it's never worked out for any of the teams that have done it, but NIP, as a bit of a difference here, are very, very dedicated to their Train. It's not just a map that they can play, it's a map that they've really lent into since it's been added to the pool and this team came together. So let's see what ideas they've got. A matchup that might not feel like much on paper. Oof. Let's see if NIP are able to test them. It was looking horrible, but now it's looking great. Shiro after that double. It all starts to come up in favor of NIP. My word, it's only Zontix left. Gonna try and slink away into the back of the site. Now the bomb is dropped Ivy. Is this info that Spirit have? Because right now Zontic's out in no man's land, just gets picked out of the round, and NIP turned that one on its head. A 3v5 in the pistol.
Yeah, they got so much space out on that back green train, and somehow Spirit just crumble, despite Shiro's excellence on the USP. Very excited to see what NIP have in store in this map specifically. I agree with you. Shush talked about it in an interview with HLTV. He said, yeah, you know, it's just a map we've been very comfortable on, where we feel like we know the reactions, we know when to take space, when to give it up, and a lot of teams aren't as experienced. Spirit too. So you hope that Spirit have got some prep, not even just prep, but game time, prac time on this map, or they could be caught completely off guard. Spirit did not look unbeatable yesterday. And so while you may be ready to write off NIP because they haven't had that tier 1 experience, this team has been grinding for months for the opportunity to play a tier 1 LAN. Here we are. They already took a win yesterday. Now they have a real proving ground. And I'm not counting NIP out until I have reason to do so. Finally, this organization bringing us a team that we can cheer for. It's been many years.
Yeah, there are some very, very cool pieces in this squad. You had the duo that made Source so threatening. Rejects and Astralis. Oh! Hold on a second. Oh! Got an eagle! Bloody hell! Can he find a fourth? Donk having one hell of a round. Still more might be required. Astralis offering up resistance, but it won't be enough. From nowhere, Donk swings in with a 3K and turns heads. Forget about NIP. You just remembered that Donk's in the server.
Yeah, this ain't Fragadelphia, boys. That's how they do it down in Europe. But my God, Donk arrives early in this series. We don't have to wait long. NIP may get it done with Glocks, but Donk's Dig devastates. That third shot is a thing of beauty. And Spirit has something to say.
Ooh. I like that Maui brought attention to the Shush haircut change.
He's been going to the gym as well.
Of course, he picked from one of the pre-approved Danish haircuts. He went for the config, which is cool. Nice to see.
Yeah, there's not many left. Got to be execute here for NIP. Wrinkle late. Everyone else right on time, and it's Zontic's far away. Shiro covering the ramp from above. And that's a good flash. It pushes him off the angle, lets him get out. They're spilling into the bomb site. Snappy hits a blinder. Astralis with the deagle. Damn, Nip, you got guns. Bomb one in, but stuck in the site, nowhere to go. Magix hunts them down. And both Nip players contained in upper. We even have a flank for Snappy. This is not going to work. It's too late, unless Wrinkle can buy time, and that kill certainly might. Oh my God, are they going to do this with the flank? We need someone to get on that bomb, but there's no kit right now. Magix picks it up. Donk gets aggressive, turns around, and reads the big flank for Snappy. Back-to-back rounds, Donk is the difference maker.
He is so freakishly aware.
It's crazy check.
Even in games where he isn't like dominating, he'll make plays like that where he just seems so cognizant of the timings that are open, the plays that are likely. It's what makes him such a force to be reckoned with. You throw in the great mechanics on top. Ugh. Have someone that's so good you just hate watching him. 5-1 on Donk.
I love watching him. Smooth POVs. Aesthetically pleasing. Good grenade for Zontic's high-risk move, but he gets out with a Molotov, and there's a flank from Pop. Nip do not get to rest. They get hunt down. Chopper in a cautious position now, might give it up. Because their job is done. 5v3. Nip's Hall's take shut down. Shiro's AWP. Perfectly placed. I also like that the desk brought up that change in Shiro going for opening jewels, right? And, you know, more. The thing we talk about with Spirit is like, maybe they need more entry power. Maybe they need more opening power on this team because Don can't always do it alone. And I think Shiro increasing that output on both halves, but especially the T side, is welcome results. More successful on CT. Well, this is a great map for your AWP to be looking for those early kills. And right now, Spirit come running at Nip and they break them in half. 5 alive, economy gone. No plant to talk about here for Nip. Does feel like a very good map for Spirit, just stylistically. Donk getting his nice open fights, playing behind Red Train. Very quick rotate available, can stay active. I like the pop B crunch there for Spirit. They got options. Ooh, Shiro. Getting wild, Magic's flashing, and in we go.
Claire and Ivy proper can feel pretty grimy. There's a lot of these little cubbies.
Oh, they don't know about it. Yeah.
That smoke only sells Arastos on a lie. He thinks he's fighting Magix. Really, it's Shiro up close. Oh, Ujo's fighting Magix, and Wrinkles killing Zontix. Suddenly, NIP have turned this one around. A man down right off the rip, but these Deagles have provided a bit of a solution. Can they take it any further?
Shooting hard right now, Nip. There's no denying that. Hitting some nice Deagle shots in this game. Bomb is making it down, though. Donk from afar. Pressure on. You don't get to rest when this guy's in the server, and they just get cleaned up. It was only an eco, and a successful one at that. But Spirit in control right now. 4-1 up. Nip are going to have to earn this in gun rounds. Snip with a timeout. Exist on the mic. Not just shush from that old heroic roster.
I mean, there's nothing that's wild. It's like we talk about how Spirit don't get to play this map a lot, right? For the most part, a lot of the top squads are pretty neutral on train, right? It's been one that kind
Second ban.
Yeah, it's been one that like teams on the come up have looked to explore a hell of a lot, as is often the case with new maps that come into the pool. But
also,
I worry, you know, we use this term a few times, but like the Cobra effect, right? Like where something designed to remedy a problem actually ends up making it worse. Spirit do get a couple of reps in here and there versus these teams that they should be able to beat, and I feel like as a result, Spirit keep getting better and better on this map. It feels like the punishes and the stat lines that come with them have gotten worse over time. Still the best impression ever made on this map versus Spirit was Fnatic playing them on train right at the top of the year.
Yeah, it was the first train game. Okay, a couple of entries, but this can go wrong very quick. Magix is in the bomb site. Nice clear for you, Jerks. Just like that, Nip seemed to have found an answer. A second round on this T side. Nice early util, softened up Spirit, made them uncomfortable in E-Box. We had a Molotov landing over there. Typically teams throw HEs to stop the pop cross. That Molly limits position Spirit can play, and Nip just explode on these A splits. It does feel like this map can feel like just an A-pop simulator, going main and pop dog as quick as you can. BXX feel really obvious because of the lack of T-main control. And Ivy underutilized is the issue right now. So let's see how Nip incorporate that into their T sides, given their success, because it's not just that they've been playing it a lot, it's that they've been winning it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you imagine with all these reps comes a deep playbook, maybe deeper than the teams that Spirit have had to face so far on this map. And so nice to see NIP get on the board early with one of these A-pop plays. As you say, we'll see a few more of them before this half is all said and done. Nipbrinkle with his AWP.
Can he chafe up this CT side, going for a quick B pick? That's a way to do it. Zontic's going for this deep nade, finally punished, as Nip path very aggressively to his position. Donk through the main smoke as well. After seeing a B play that quick, probably not expecting New Jerks in that position, and Wally won't be able to survive. Oh wait, 3v5, flipping on its head in an instant. Bomb getting planted now. Nip have the manpower, Spirit have to make the call. Too far away.
Some great pathing from Wrinkle and, you know, exploiting something that does feel exploitable. Zontic's going for this like deeper nade up through the ramp and often fighting. There is that window where as he tries to retreat after lobbing the nade, right, he's going to be open, and Wrinkle's aware of that, so takes all the space on the AWP and nets NIP this round.
Yeah, that's going to probably stop Zontix from going for that play now. He's done it a couple times. It works better in tandem with that pop push that we saw from Chopper. See how aggressive Spirit decide to play on this CT side. Whether they can take a main control back. Donk ran into the train, but no one in main to speak of anyway. Run boost AWP. But info getting gathered in this position anyway. Smoke is annoying because Magix just has to pick a side and hope it's the right one. Nip could be coming through either way.
Yeah, they're really hoping as well that with this smoke down, they're going to be able to kind of bait Magix into looking for info, and in doing so, leave himself in the prying eyes of the Wrinkle AWP. That smoke would allow players to creep up close. This is a nice reaction from Spirit, though, feeling some pressure down in Ivy. They try to alleviate that by gaining ground through Pop Dog, and Donk will provide. Snappy gets his head ripped clean off. And Donk doesn't bow out of the Pop Dog either. He hangs around. He's got Shiro in here with him. Holding on to the wrap out through main. Magix also never took the bait and played into the hands of the AWP over in Ivy, so none of these openers come through for Nip. There's that Shiro cover. Now Zontix joins the fray. It's 3 guns on as you try and get out through A main. Not easy for Aros DOS and not meant to be.
Even with some missed nades in this CT side for Spirit, it has not held them back. Fighting everyone towards that main position. And even though the flash was good from Nip, Shiro covered by the wall, and Nip have to save their guns. Pop already looking to be a problem here for Nip, not even getting that default control. As Spirit are sending players very fast towards it. A good counter, of course, is playing your spawn and trying to hold that pop cross from main. But it does leave you very open to utility, to a player peeking back red. So can Nip find a remedy for Spirit's aggression right now? Seeing nice util from Nip, at least, right? That's the reps. And after a Nip timeout, to rewrite this ship. An important gun round. Instant A main smoke, so you're not gonna stop that pop cross. Look how quick that lands. Donk tucked in behind Olaf, and MIBR allowed pop control, but it's just going to get cycled with smokes here for Spirit. And relegated to spawn in many of these rounds. It's a great peek. If there's an AWP on the line, like, you're done for. Could be a prep thing for Spirit, right? Perhaps they aren't AWPing this position because of that run boost. Very hard to stop.
I mean, also, like, there's limited contact points, especially if you're playing with, like, the early CT util that you can even look for, right? And, like, Spirit don't want to burn all their util and block everything, because then they, you know, then they have no block for later in the round. As a result, though, they haven't really been leaning into, like, peeking Ivy. They're down to give you the room. This is the only spot that's left open. And they only play once you actually try and get out through that Ivy position.
Donk dead. I repeat, Donk dead. Magic saw the bomb on the map. And so the bomb actually reroutes B. Sontix burns his Molotov. Chopper feeling pressure from Ivy, but will he read it as a B hit? Right now it is just Sontix. And this is a clearable position. Noise made on the ramp. Sontix gets one, but this should be a trade from above. It is. Snappy comes in. Ujux gets that instead. Bomb planted. Spirit a long way away. And so is Wrinkle.
I mean, they know that someone is late to the bomb site here. It's Wrinkle that was over towards Ivy. And he only lobbed in that smoke but 10 seconds ago. And so they know that right now they have this 2v2 still open in the B site. They catch Ujux on a jump. Wrinkle has a lot of gaps still to close, and so kind of needs Snappy to buy him some time. The bomb is not planted for Wrinkle either. So Snappy is the guy that's going to win this round. There's the backstab. Spotted Wrinkle now. Volley called, but the defuse is stuck. Shiro ain't losing this. Wrinkle arrives too late. That's a nice realization from Spirit that they had that window. And a rough one for Nip, who felt like they did the hard part in the round. They got that B control. They found the openers. They had the map control how they wanted it. But Ujux getting caught, unable to buy even a second, dies as soon as Team Spirit arrived to the site.
Shame he's jumping up there, right? He threw a smoke, so he's trying to get behind it, but he jumps up before it fully blooms, so they see him. That is the difference maker. That is the detail that doesn't give Wrinkle time. Okay, Chopper back for more, I see. Another pop push. Finally denied. Nip have not had that kill in this game, so a lot of space and a man advantage. Donk trying to dodge a flash from above. And Nip still spread out. Probing B, denied by the AWP. Will force them out A main eventually. Shush has had a nice recovery. He was 0-5, now 5-7. Found Chopper, can he get more done?
Nice shot for Magix, but Donk still lies in wait at the back of the site. Will have his work cut out for him. 4 players on the other side of this smoke. Donk swings out, takes out the first man. Wrinkle fed to him. Damage done as well from the Magix AWP. Softens up Aros DOS towards the back of main. This is far from comfortable for Nip. They've got that bomb to play around, but Spirit are aware of this and try to close the distance, try to make a play to stop Nip playing around this bomb. That's a nice reposition from Ujux, and that's going to bait them forward into Shush. Nothing for Magix to do here. He's relegated to the save. NIP, that's a round they can be very happy with.
Huge round for Shush, man. Love that pathing. Gets on top of the bomb train to kill the AWP he knew was B after it took down Snappy. Catches him in the connector, goes on to find 3 kills in the round. If Nip can scrap for this pop control again, they're going to have a lot more room on this A site. It's been an exciting game, really, to watch this back and forth. And this one could really tie up at the half if NiP win this round. It's Spirit's money on the line. They have an AWP, they have an M4, and 3 low buys. A huge opportunity presented to NIP. Wrinkle back on the rifle. Very blocked on NiP. That's one way to spot upper. It's got a little hole there to see through.
That's the type of player that plays B on train, and like no A player would ever think about doing this. But
nice.
If you're a B anchor, this is like just your nature. It's in your nature. You look for all the grind.
Ooh, Shiro's on it though. 13 and 5. He's not been missing very much, if at all. Magic's on the flank. They're already out, so time will have to be bought, and time that Spirit can't afford with no kit in this round. Can they stall this out anymore?
Plants coming in. Chopper caught out in the open. Magic's with this backstab, but Arostos is waiting for it. That kill comes for free. And the thing that Spirit had really put a lot of stock in, hoping to turn this round on its head, gets shut down without doing anything. That flank doesn't come through. And NIP look to tie up this game as they bounce back late on this T half, now breaking the money of Team Spirit.
I like how, you know, one of the complaints of this map is it feels like Ts don't get much map control for free. They have to play on the really far side, stay in spawn, stay back on Ivy. Ooh, and it's what's nice, what's showing, oh my God, how did he get that? What? I mean, he dies to bomb, but that's a crazy kill for Shiro. 4 kills exit, and sadly, none of them matter because NiP can buy and Spirit can't. But what I was saying is, it's cool to see how NIP aren't afraid to play this back spawn. They sit outside main, they flash take it late. They will play patient. They will let Spirit burn their util before they even make a move. NiP aren't in a hurry to get these rounds going. Yeah, this buy is as bad as it gets. 5-7 galore.
Just rewatched the Shiro kill,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
still don't know how he got that. Like, just literally didn't look right. Ooh.
He's feeling it, 16 and 5. It's a real shame we don't get the AWP in the last round. I think that
Yeah.
could have been a piece to win the round here for Spirit. Instead, NiP looking for 6.
I mean, all game long, they've looked to keep main smoke. That's very much what Spirit do on this CT side. They dump almost all their smokes into this position, but this time they hang around, they play up close, they try to fight through it, and it works to their favor. Now needing a 1v3 at a Wrinkle.
Oh my God.
And they've got him trapped in a box. He's gonna fight and die on the hill that is this main control. Bomb out in no man's land, and Team Spirit count down, and they swing together. Shiro continues this hot game, 18 and 5. As Spirit from nowhere, low by round, pick up a 7th.
Yeah,
that tied half is denied.
Surprising call for NiP, maybe just thinking they want to completely change the pace, but they play right into the Spirit handbook there, popping out through the main smoke into 5-7s. I mean, where else could Spirit be but right up close behind the smokes? Crazy round for Zontix as well, who just leaves B completely open. Spirit playing 5 outer. And they find a 7-round half. I feel like that's a wasted opportunity for NiP, but albeit a good T side against the event favorite. That being said, Spirit, despite the lack of officials, 3 played ever on this map, do not look uncomfortable. Like, they have a hard band of Inferno, so you know they're cracking this map. It's not like you can get away with not playing Train. And maybe they don't love it. Maybe they don't want to pick it. But they seem just fine playing it. It's the T-sides that we often don't like for Spirit. Let Donk off the leash, I say.
Sneaking full 5B.
I feel like you want to clear pop. Just for your peace of mind.
Nipper actually doing a really good reaction here, right? It's all creepy and quiet, and with Chopper breaking the glass, they don't really know what that means. Is that going to be, you know, A util getting lobbed in? Is that more guys towards B? So they go and collect the info by pushing Ivy. It's going to leave them with long rotates, but they have the info. This is the full B assault. Shush trying to just stay alive. He's the one guy actually in the site for Nip, and he's doing a good job of wasting time. But when Donk is put on you, there isn't too long you can hope to live, and Donk continues this aggression, running it down all the way through the spawn. It's another great pistol round from Donk.
How does he do it? 4 kills, just hunting, and that was a final bullet headshot on Shush. If he loses that one out, Spirit are down 3 on 5. Instead, you see the result. They run over Nip, unable to rotate. I like that pistol, right? Just smoke from Con, but they break the windows, which makes you think it's going to be an A play, right? Like you would typically break that window to smoke Ivy, smoke site. But it's still a beacon smoke with a Molotov in front of it, so no one can swing through it. You are relying on your anchors, and Nip only get 1. Wide sandwich smoke for Spirit that blocks Hell, and they throw another one on top of the train. Saltic's flanked, but it's a great flash. U-Jerks popping in to take down Donk. There's still rifles in the site. Oh, just spamming smokes in this position.
Yeah, Aristos is so locked out here. Smoke's all around him. He's leaving it down to spam and chance, and he will land a tag. Ooh. But in amongst all these shots, Shiro made his play and came through this smoke. Still, that leaves Magix in the site alone. Shiro's going to be in the back pocket to try and win this one a little bit later, and he should have this kill on Aristos, almost guaranteed, but it's been checked, it's been cleared, and now they know Shiro wounded, Shiro dead. It's just Magix left up in this one, 1 on 3. Scout closes the distance, Scout falls first, now they're off the bomb. Time is a big problem for Nip. They can't go hunting here, they can't win this round. Magic's going to take it to time. 1 versus 3. As he dances round that big red train, they're left in awe. That's the side of his big red brain.
Nice. That was good. That was good. Wow, what an ice-cold move for Magix. Just knows they're going to get off the bomb. Snappy had half of the 10-second stick in, and then Aristos dying, and Snappy just gets off thinking, I'm going to be peaked here. I've already tapped it. If he sticks that bomb, he wins the round, but Magix, too cool in the clutch. Keeps Spirit up, 9-5 as they convert on their pistol. Still a rebuy. Couple of safe guns for Nip. They put everything in. Lacking util, not lacking firepower. Donk missing another Molotov, but the team flashes are expert. Fold blind, doesn't matter. Nip, it fades first, and so does Spirit. They get massacred. Donk put down the nades. Felt like he's missed 3 different bits of utility in this game.
I don't want him to know any nades.
Don't buy him.
Don't burden him with that knowledge. You know, your brain
only has so much room.
Like a jar, it can only hold so much.
Yeah. For some reason, I have song lyrics from the early 2000s.
Yeah, I know.
What a waste.
Why do I know like every TV intro from shows ever in the 2000s era? Oh, there's a train. Maybe that's why they called this map Train.
Nah. I don't want to say it's winnable.
It is.
But it's plantable. Just walk in. Just put it down. Snappy's holding nothing right now. Oh, he could see, but I think he just missed it. No one's moving. Chopper's taking space. Choo-choo.
Oh my god. Oh, Snappy too clean with it.
Snappy's been playing great individually, right? 10 and 10. But he's had his moments. He's made the right moves. Known when to be sacrificial. Can Nip find a way back into this game now? CT side train. They win the 4-buy. And Spirit, costly win in the previous, has left them with nothing here.
Nip do love losing a round of pistols. Don't underestimate that.
Okay, really?
The call to adventure, it's there. Ooh. What are you cooking, Snappy?
He's doing the Zontics on the other side. Spirit late group towards B. 3 smokes and a flash. Not much of an exec.
Man, I mean, the two players on this side of the map have both been very, very solid for NIP. It's Wrinkle and Shush in this B site. They both looked good. Wrinkle had some real nice moments in that first half. Shush feels like a safe pair of hands in this position as well. So this won't be easy for Team Spirit. At bare minimum, the rotates are like pretty darn far away. No one's near connector. Instead, you might be looking at like a fast pop flank, but that is going to give you site control if you can get past the duo of Shush and Wrinkle. Snappy's actually hit the go button early on this pop flank, so he's going to get there as Spirit is still setting up. The timing on that is perfect. It's right as they were ready to go in. Flank gets uprooted.
Nice.
And only Chopper left up against all of NIP. They'll overrun him.
Clean round is a reassuring, and it will get easier here as Spirit have just 2k per player. They can't even get upgraded pistols. So Nip are back on the train yard here. Sorry.
You good?
Yeah.
Headbutt the desk.
Yeah, a little bit. Drop something.
But as you say, they're back on the train yard.
Yeah.
Famous saying.
Choo-choo.
Here we are.
Back.
On the train yard. Donk. He trained hard.
And he came far.
Let me be clear.
And time wasters.
Yeah, but this is important. You want your opponent to be having as horrible a time as possible at any moment in time, really.
Yeah, very true. Util wasted here.
Yeah, they're doing this so when they drop down the pop ladder, they throw the aim off for the guy holding pop.
Oh, I actually missed that. I don't miss Cobblestone Drop. I think Cobblestone Drop sucked and wasn't fun, but I missed the pop thing because it actually had like way more layers to it, like the fake flashing, throwing a molly on the outside, the double drop, the single drop, the fake ladder to show your legs. So many varieties of plays. I feel like that would have just kept evolving. I actually missed that, if you couldn't tell. Ooh, we're all Ivy. Look at Ivy. They're not all Ivy.
Come on, Snappy, let's go. Make that money, baby. Oh, Shush has been hung out to dry, but don't worry. He dries himself off. Yeah, that's Shush for you. Oh, God.
Oh, wait a second.
No, full control, never a moment. Oh,
doesn't need to die. Plant will do.
No.
Oh, Plant would have done.
He doesn't plant.
Okay. Yeah.
And so he does not win.
He would have.
He are closing the distance here.
He would have had that plant. I know he died to Aristos, but that's because he stood up. He would have been crouched. He would have got the bomb down. No one could have stopped him. So, shame. Because the util's not perfect here, but you know, it's fine. Potato, tomato. Will Spirit make a meal out of this game? They had the lead. Nip are back in control. We haven't really seen a gun round for Spirit. We've seen one. Oh, through the molly. Uchux eats it.
This is like the real eye test for NIP being able to close this out. Right now, their CT sides felt real good, but as you say, we've been lacking the buys for Team Spirit. They finally bring one back out, so they want to make an impression, but they don't have a say in the matter. It's NIP bringing the heat, the aggression through the B site in tandem with Uchux pushing up Pop.
That's so sick. I think Nip threw that Pop molly, not the outside one, but the one on the stairs to stop Spirit from getting that quick control, like how Zontix was throwing his B-nade. And so Uchux just goes, okay, I'm committing to this call. Like, we're crunching B, I'm going through this molly. And Spirit are not ready for it. They do retake this area, though.
Shush is still floating around on upper, though.
Okay.
And he's going to get that one for free. Now, he doesn't have to repeat this. He can wait for his teammates. It's still a problem, him being alive in upper. Spirit are never going to feel comfortable. They're never going to rest easy. And so Shush just keeps harassing, but he's never trying to go down. He wants to buy time.
Donk and Shiro, careful here.
It is the dynamic duo for Team Spirit. But Donk gets deleted. Shiro has to do this all alone. First kill comes through for Shiro. His backstab is very, very late, and he seems aware of it. Attention turned back round for Wrinkle, but he won't get got on in time. And so Shiro and Donk cut down in the 2-on-3. NIP have tied this game up.
Shiro and Donk, more like you, Arrows, Doss, and Wrinkle, the real duo we never knew about, coming together with a clutch round. I love that round opener for Nip more than anything. Just the commitment to go through that pop molly, take the damage, and full send up the ramp at the same time. We saw Spirit doing similar things, but the fact that Nip do it through Spirit's own util is even cooler. Not afraid here.
This is an NIP that have been hungry to get back to land since the rebuild.
And very
picked up the trophy of Philadelphia. Far from the most illustrious win in the career of NIP, but an important stepping stone nonetheless. Now they get their truest test yet versus one of the best teams in the world. Home of the best player in the world. And they have tied us up on their punish pick of train, a feat that three other teams have tried and failed against Team Spirit on this map. Could NIP be the first to take them down?
A 9-5 lead for Spirit with both conversions off of the pistols, and Nipper doing it in merit on gun rounds when it's hard. Aros does, they're getting very close, but he's patient. Pays off. Him and Shush fire off 3 kills in the blink of an eye, and this one drips dry for Spirit. There's no surviving the post plant. It's just about finding damage, playing for later. And Shiro might be already saving. Nothing to do as Nip stick that bomb. And they don't even get the orb. Punishing game right now from Nip as they take the lead in this map. Gotta feel amazing right now. 5 alive round. They said they were comfortable on train coming in. That is absolutely showing. They have the track record. And they are on track to take this map.
Yeah, this is the final timeout burned for Team Spirit. They're not going to have any more moments to cool off here or to refocus. This is the last time that Halley gets to be involved. And so he'll say his piece, hoping that that can tee up Spirit for one hell of a turnaround, but it's not feeling that way. The wins have been convincing for the most part here from this NIP squad. They've kept Spirit on the back foot throughout this entire second half.
They've always looked calm. That's the coolest part, not just in, but out the server as well. They've never looked flustered. When Spirit have won crazy rounds, when Donks hit his deegs, Nip have squeezed everything they can out of this game. They need 3 more. Oh, more aggression, this time tempered. I was again through the Molotov, but an HE lands on top of Shush, and he gets sprayed down. Another player in position. If Snappy dies, the round is over. He's waiting for Wrinkle. He's got a lot of attention on him right now. Wrinkle might have that backstab. Hits his shot. There's another player on the corner. It's Donk, and he scopes too high. Donk keeps Spirit in the advantage. Donk keeps Spirit in this map. Can they close this 4v3? NIP are completely split up.
The bulk of their forces are lying in towards this A site, though, and right now that's where the bomb is heading. It's Magix and Chopper on this jaunt out through Ivy. And now the rest of Spirit look to link up through Pop. They are going into the stack. 4v2, but a good clear on Arostos. Are they ready for Ujerks? Magix is gnarly double opener from someone who's been quiet here for Team Spirit.
When Magix is on entries, it's a different beast. When he's not burdened by utility as well. He was sharp yesterday on Nuke, got Spirit over the line in a tough game versus GamerLegion with some late T-side entry rounds, and he has just bailed Spirit out of a sticky situation as well. Snappy on the save, plenty of money for NIP. But Spirit get back to their winning ways after a 5-round hiatus. And this is now an exciting game at 10-10 because both teams have plenty of money, NIP more so, but Spirit don't get pushed to eco if they lose this round. And there is the final timeout of regulation for both teams. Both AWPers donning their primary weapon. And Arostos joins the fray. Been playing Ivy on the CT side. Wrinkle will be floating. Might even start B.
Yeah, it's not super uncommon to see that Ivy player pick up the second AWP, right? Magix did it as well in that first half for Team Spirit. Suddenly gives you a kind of extra option. Able to fight the long line for Ivy control, able to assist the A site. And so Arostos will take this second AWP, Ivy bound.
Again, this deep nade, players really risking their life early on the B side to get that in. First proper main take of the game. Shocking to say that at round 21. NIP go in. They get Pop as well. This is a potent setup. Are you really going to push? That would be too far.
I mean, they're fighting and dying on the Pop control, right? And these next two fights might decide everything. Wrinkle gets deleted. Snappy's best decision might have been that he ran away, but he's gone back in and fished the AWP out of there. Snappy, what's going on? He throws himself down on the altar of Donk. Another sacrifice to this man in the Pop Dog as Donk continues his reign of terror. Snappy is super wounded, super low. Was it worth it just to get his hands on this AWP?
He had it and he re-peeks. He jiggles with a pistol. What info are you looking for? So high risk, so minimal reward, and his teammate pays a price at the same time. 3 on 5. Spirit. Unpressured in the map. 40 seconds to find the answer.
Arostos going to look to try and cut them down. I mean, if he could show us the versatility of this second AWP here and now, that would be great. The bomb is the last thing crossing in through main, but he's not on the angle, not holding for it. Instead, they've lobbed in smokes of their own. They're going to try and play through this, but Chopper's holding, and he won't let Shush play his hand. Low HP on Snappy from that earlier skirmish, and a double AWP in a 2v4 retake. This isn't happening for NIP. It's not worth the risk.
I mean, that entry for Donk, we need to see it. On to Wrinkle, who is a very quick finger on that AWP. And Donk just deletes him through the wall. Will be finished by Snappy. So it looks like the AWPs might make it out. And yeah, Spirit for a second looked like they wanted to challenge there, but forget about it. They know it's a double AWP saved. Will that send them into a B play next round, perhaps, you wonder? But this is a crazy game where Spirit have just taken the lead back after a sick comeback. Look at this. I mean, that looked horrifying from Wrinkle's POV. Felt like he had no time to react.
I mean, you got to think what's going through Spirit's head right now, right? With the double AWP save, it's like, you know, one of those AWPs likely just going to find its way over towards Ivy, and that second AWP on Wrinkle likely to try and make a play in a round like this, right? Get involved early so he can be mobile on the AWP. And so it wouldn't surprise me if we get another one of these slow rounds out of Spirit where they try to piece together the intention of that second AWP, see if they can catch Wrinkle in an aggro position like they did last time. And both AWPs are actually kind of battening down the hatches over towards Ivy side and Bomb Train.
Some quick pop control here for Spirit as well. Can shoot through this gap.
They wouldn't go back to the pop setup after it let them down in the last round. But Arastos has a calling, wants to try and take this pop control, wants to try and do what Wrinkle couldn't.
The bomb's up a B, but we still have 2 players in the T-spawn. What is the end goal in sight for Spirit? This execute on the B site, a bit limp, but still 2 players remain here. It's going to be up to the AWP. Smoked at 40 seconds. That is a big problem. Spirit might have to just go through.
There's even more util still on Wrinkle to take the pace out of this round again. Missed shot though from the Arastos AWP. Wrinkle will hit his, and Arastos finds it the second time around. Still, Chopper's in. Takes a lot of space. Donk has to try and get the bomb planted.
No, that's fading.
Now the smokes fade as well. This is getting real claustrophobic, and in the blink of an eye, it's only Donk left. Bomb on his back, but he's a dead man. And so NIP tie up this game at 11-all.
They hold so much util late in the round, and look at the difference it makes. The pressure of that molly on the bomb site, the smoking pop that forces the main player to go first. That's 2 AWP picks coming out for NIP before Spirit even get the space that they bargained for. Great util usage for NIP. And the goal to hold onto it that late in the round is snappy with the impact flank. They didn't sit still on that double B setup. They played aggressive. They came in on the back line.
And it's a really nice adjustment. But hang on a second. This is a fast-paced round for Team Spirit. Haven't had one of these yet, right? They've been slower, more methodical rounds. Well, Shiro looks to change that now. So does Chopper. Throwing himself up into the kill feed, and the rest of Spirit just carry that confidence forward. They get 2 openers, and they don't stop. NIP don't even get to enjoy the win of that last round because already the pressure is back on. And a change of pace in round 23, the penultimate round of play. That is when Chopper calls for the fast A hit. NIP were not prepared.
No, and I think that comes off the back of last round. What did NIP do? They held on to util. They didn't use much towards A early, and Spirit realized that, and they go, hey, if they're going to do that again, we can punish, get a player out main quick. Chopper got deep. Shiro commits to that opening kill and finds the red train player, and Chopper sees another going over the ladder, sprays him through the smoke. That's the Glaive Atlanta call right there. The rush A at 11-all. Game on the line. Chopper is not afraid to throw Spirit into the danger zone.
Just a perfect time for that pace change.
Hadn't done that once.
Terrorists win. In the previous round, NIP were using this double AWP as almost a counterpoint to smokes, right? Just holding sight lines instead so they can keep that util for the late round. You're dead on. And that was great for Chopper to realize he could use that against them. The fast hit works, and it works wonders. NIP at least get out with some saved guns. They have a proper buy here to try and get us into overtime.
Wrinkle's had such minimal impact on this AWP when you compare it to Shiro across this whole map. Sure, he rifled a lot of the T side, but he's not really been at the forefront on this AWP in the second half. Going again for this setup. It didn't work last time, and that's because they were hesitant. They didn't want to push. This time they say screw it. Nip go all the way. Wrinkle looks for Zontic. Shadow gives him a warning. He finds his shot. Abandoned ship for Nip. 5-1-4.
Problematic now because they have to kind of completely give up all of this B control. Zontic was the only guy there. He had Shiro with him holding for an upper swing, but Shiro is the bomb, and so he has to go back and rejoin the rest of his team. This shrinks the playbook down in terms of what's possible for Team Spirit. Going back B involves clearing way too many angles, way too many positions. They are now hard dedicated into this A play. That's info that we have. NIP don't entirely have that yet, right? Even though they got away with the kill on Zontix, they didn't pressure further. And so for the time being, they'll stick in a 3-2 setup.
Huge smoke forces Wrinkle forward here, and he's actually just missed that timing. He made a step, a scope. They're right behind. And Team Spirit, wait, they don't play. They know he's there. They let him get away with it. Deagle pulled out. The Molotov will answer the call. 20 seconds left for Spirit to make this work. Are they really wrapping B round the world? With 20 seconds, that entry might change things, but they've got to get their running shoes on. There's a player in the site. Shush could win this game.
Shush could do it all. Silent, as the name suggests. Shush creeps under the crosshairs of Chopper. They lose their sight player. This bomb, if it gets dropped, if it doesn't get planted, the round is over, but Magix prioritizes getting that bomb down. Will that be the fighting chance as Shush continues to shut up Team Spirit? It's just Shiro, but the bomb is planted for him. Armed with his AWP, he'll creep forward. Doesn't know the whereabouts of Snappy. Doesn't know the second player is now the one on this bomb.
Bad smoke.
Snappy can't quite find it. Tap won't draw a reaction yet, but Shiro's spam might give up the aim of the game. Shush puts on a clinic with that 3K hold to keep NIP on train that much longer.
Oh, and he almost got found by Donk as well. He hit a couple of tags. They landed a nade on his face. He still sneaks in and finds the 3K to save this game for Nip. Right when you were ready to write it off, Shush steps up and we enter overtime. This game deserves it. Nip take us all the way on train. Showing great face in their debut at a Tier 1 LAN with this roster. Years since we've had a Nip worth cheering for, and they come in and flex their muscles. They have something to say here in Astana. This is what the grind was for, the opportunity. And Nip will not waste it. Wrinkle doesn't stay on the angle. Swaps with a rifle instead. Ujug's given a second chance as Chopper, who's picked out main. They have to just go through into the blind scope. Wrinkle fires off. He will miss one shot, and that's given Zontix a double entry. With smokes down, there's a path to success for Team Spirit. Okay, sure. Forget that plant.
Forget that path to success. What can Shiro even do? Oh, gonna get off with one for free, and the trade comes late, right? The spacing there doesn't allow Shush to immediately pick up this trade kill. Shiro is able to duck back in a main, and he's iced out these fights into a series of 1v1s. This does make Shiro that much more deadly. He hasn't felt like he's had to win a 1v3. Thus far, it's that one heads-up fight, but backing up here, he will go right in a Shush, and he's played this very smartly. He heard the util come out, and he's going to catch Shiro knife pulled. Shush continues to be the difference maker for NIP.
Dude, he is so reliable, isn't he? What a play for Shush. Yeah, I think he must have heard that pin pull on the bomb site and realized that he was just going to go through connector there. Great reset for Shush after getting spotted in pop. And Nip come out with the first of overtime. Double kill for Wrinkle as well. Said he'd been fairly quiet on this AWP. What a time to show up. And it would almost feel desperate to expect Spirit to go back to that 11-11 call where they just charge out into the A site. It can so often just not even be down to you, but down to the util that Nip throw in and how many HEs Oh.
That's a real donk desk slam. That is real frustration setting in for the star of Team Spirit. He was all smiles at the top of this game.
One round two of that Deagle 3K.
And when Donk gets fired up, does he get more dangerous?
That's an angle.
Will he be more prone to taking fights out of frustration?
I think I like the sound of that.
I mean, Donk knows who he is and what he's in this team for, right? He's supposed to be the difference maker in games that get as close as this one. Well, right now it's Shiro very much leading the way.
The whole way.
And the longest time, Donk was up there alongside him, but in the last few rounds, you've been seeing Donk get silenced more and more, struggling to get the ball rolling. And as is often the case, Spirit can't really win these games without big performances from Donk.
This is scary for Shush. Two players on the other side of that smoke. They could just line up. This is a horrible lineup. Yeah.
Oh, still Zontic's quick on the trigger. Will pick up the kill, but look at Arosdos. Shrunk down in the sight. One man in from ramp, but it's Shiro with that AWP coming in a little bit late. A bomb away.
Ooh.
Quick turn for Donk.
Crazy.
Now is to go back and retrieve that bomb. There's no window for anyone to find him in this downtime. 20 seconds, it's Zontic sent back to get it.
Yeah, a little paranoid about this flank here, but you just have to hope for the best. Get that molly down, get it open plant. And Ujux is on such a late rotation. They're both playing for it really, really slow in this 2v3. If Spirit offer up a kill, that might entice Nip in, and that's that frag they needed.
Oh, that's clinical. Donk really wants this game. Slam the desk coming into this round. Slams the gauntlet down here with a 3K. That's big stuff from Donk, as his frustrations spur him on to make some very aggressive moves in this round.
Yeah, but nothing crazy, right? He's still tempered. He doesn't swing pop on his own when he could have early in the round. He waits to play with Zontix, who gets that entry, and Donk with this turnaround was the key kill to get that bomb control back at 20 seconds against the sneaky Arosdos. Donk doing what he can as these teams trade rounds in overtime.
Saw Chopper congratulating the guys on a job well done in that last round, but he knows the battle's not over yet. Donk's still feeling fiery. That's the thing, Cap. He's always angry. Arosdos, and Ujux in tandem soar through Donk and Magix over towards Ivy. Wrinkle, who was feeling some pressure, now doesn't anymore, right? He doesn't actually need to hang around here and take this fight. A 5-on-3, it's already fantastic for NIP, but he wants to keep pressing these advantages. Gives up one to Zontix. They're hoping that Snappy can be here to get that trade, and he will. A big pickup for Snappy, who's had a mixed bag of results on these pop pushes. This one works wonders. Shiro at 25 kills deep. Could give Spirit some hope here. Catches Snappy on the reposition. Shush spotted up in the heavens. This is a position he's played time and time again. Oh God, bro, stop surfing. Put the board away. Chopper's gonna find him. Spirit making money moves. As they don't take trains, they take choppers. He gets aggressive, pushing up. Shiro holds the long sideline, and Arosdos is dead. One hell of a turnaround from Shiro and Chopper to salvage this T-half for Team Spirit.
2v4 when all is said and done from Shiro and Chopper, and it really does feel like it comes down to some awkward pathing for Shush, getting stuck on the edge of the train. He wanted to go over. He wanted to go fight for that bomb. Instead, falls off, makes sound, gives Spirit that hunt. And it just comes unraveled in the final round of that half. Spirit take the lead. in a neck-and-neck game where these tiny details are making all the difference. Shiro playing a phenomenal game of Counter-Strike from start to finish. He was, what, 18-5? Yeah, he's definitely cooled down, but comes up with a huge impact round. Barely a whiff of Snappy there. I don't know how he gets that kill. So clean. This was what it was for. The chance to close it. Here and now, fast out the pops, just denied. 2 players there. Thought he caught a player throwing nades. Chopper had the cover. Zontic's at B, 1 kill would do, and that's the bomb loose. Down the ramp. Couple of crucial trades here, keep Nip even. Oh no.
Oh, that's awkward for Magix, but he will be allowed to back out. There's this backstab from Chopper. Donk, meanwhile, plays his hand through the con smoke. Wrinkle at range on that AWP is the first kill to bring them back in. You had Shiro stick the landing in a huge 2v4. Let's see if Donk's able to match up to that now. Magic's in here alongside him. Donk has to provide the cover. Donk has to be gun on. Right place, right time, and he gets back onto the heavens. That is wild from Donk. He looked away. He had to reflick back to that position. He had like 4 shots in the M4, and he sticks the landing. Another one of these brutal 2vx's, this time a 2v3 coming up in favor of Team Spirit, and this time it gets them onto map point.
I mean, this answers the question of, you know, how hard a Spirit to beat when Donk and Shiro are performing at the same time, and these guys have had a flurry of incredible rounds. Look at this one. Like you said, turns back. Brutal. And that hurts to lose. You feel like the round and the game might fall behind it. And as I say that, double entry out of nowhere. Nip 5v3, they're just playing with pace right now, playing like they have nothing to lose. It's all on the line, and they're standing up tall. Shiro hits a double out of nowhere. Zontic as well, not again. Another 2v5 to close the map. A brutal exit for NIP, who went all the way, and now Wrinkle.
Trigger discipline. No, you've seen this cost them before. Shiro will turn, and a 2v5 to close. Brutal scenes here. As Spirit close out train, NIP's pocket punish pick to try and pull the wool over their eyes. That is now 4 of these underdog squads that have tried and failed to take down Team Spirit on this map.
Punish pick indeed. That one is going to leave a mark. So close, but so far for NIP.
Do you know what is worse than being stomped on a map? Is getting that close. Taking it to OT. Believing for a moment, believing you can do it, believing that you as a team that has not been on these big lands can take Spirit down, and then to have Donk and Shiro just shit all over those dreams. Ouch, that has to hurt for NIP.
There's a famous line, when you come for the king, you best not miss. And they came for Spirit, and they looked good. It was a nice little crafty
They weren't
map
missing
pick.
though, they weren't, and then it got to OT and Donk
But that
was like,
king was
oh.
Donk, and they gave him just enough breath of life in that overtime to carry his team over the finish line. And credit where credit's due, Shiro played a great game, really all game long, and came up critical, particularly in the final round that we watched played. Those op kills is what saved the day after they kind of went down early in that round. So many missed opportunities for NIP is kind of what I'm getting at.
Too much player quality. In the scramble of things, Spirit's players were able to put the pieces together. NIP, they had great openers, they had entries, they even had the space sometimes, but the Spirit players were able to upset the odds repeatedly in man deficit situations, 2v4, 2v5. NIP, they're not going to be mad about their game plan in that one bit. They're just going to say, we needed to stand a little bit stronger in those moments of transition where we lost our heads.
Snappy caught such a good CT side for them though. It looked so good. Let's take a look at that first and second half where it really, NIP was taking it to Spirit and they were abusing them a little bit. If Spirit made a mistake, Snappy had his boys there. He knew how to shut them down.
Yeah, I think, first off, I do think that they should have gotten more out of their T side, so I will say that. But when we get to that CT side you're talking about, Sam, it is true. I thought they played really well. Shush, for one, was locking down Inner. Just one of the better Inner anchor performances I've seen on Train in some time. Really well done. They were playing not like they were the underdog. I think is the other big thing. They were bold. They were getting forward. They were pushing pop halls with Wrinkles Op or with Snappy's rifle or both. They were getting in the faces of people in Ivy. They had that one round where Ear Jerk just swings out and sprays down 2 Ivy, but they still lose the round. So they had these little things going for them defensively with some of the aggression and forward positioning and just, again, good anchoring from Shush that really made you feel like they could win this game. But then when rubber hit the road and the going got tough, they just kind of crumbled, and it was just kind of what Maui was talking about, individual performances out of Donk and Shiro in magical moments to get them back in.
Let's talk about Shiro. He looked mad good, Maui.
He was just so consistent in getting at least one. I mean, I feel like every time they contested the outside position, he was getting that one shot to hold down the line. Again, we saw a bit more of the aggression than we're used to with Shiro, playing around the utility of opponents. I thought that he was going to be perturbed by flashes, but you could even see some of the positions that he took up on Train dodged the flashes that Snappy and company were throwing at him his direction. So he was able to net quite a bit of impact, even though it wasn't all the flashiest plays. I would argue that the end of the game showed his quality where he wasn't able to, I don't think he won necessarily a 1v3 or 1v4 situation, but he definitely helped win a 2v4 and a 2v5.
I love this version of Shiro. We brought it up pregame how we have noticed at the Blast Rivals event in Copenhagen and their first game here that he is going for more openings. You kind of mentioned him being willing to dodge and weave against utility and play forward against it and still try to find the opportunity. We saw that yesterday on Mirage as well, multiple times in a connector where when he's in chaos, he is now looking for the play as opposed to retreating. He'll still backpedal sometimes. He's still not overblown aggressive, but he's going for the plays where he feels like he can make them happen. And he did multiple times. And then look, let's be real. Donk had some of the most ridiculous little individual moments in overtime, in the final rounds of regulation, that really kept Spirit afloat because there were multiple times where like Nip was going to put that game away, multiple times where they had advantages, and then Donk would just make some crazy play that just most people can't make.
There's a reason Donk's the best rifler in the world. The ability to pivot on a dime and with pinpoint accuracy, nail people with a rifle across the map is something that nobody else is doing right now. Zywoo and Monesi are both great riflers, but Donk is in a class of his own. He does surpass Nico in that regard. And I'm going to even just say, like, on the mechanical level, I don't think Nico can do some of this stuff because Nico just has low sense. I don't think he can actually whip around 180 and actually just nail people as consistently as Donk does. Yep. So, I mean, seeing some of these kills and the way that he also uses the crouch button to make him such a difficult opponent to kill, it was the difference between life and death in multiple situations, one of which when he's playing that retake situation on top of the Thomas train and he's whipping between lower and upper and he still is able to just nail the guy before he's able to get shot.
He also got the 180 in Inner as well, where he's dealing with the guy that's pressing back calls, and he's able to flick around and 180 the guy that came down lower ramp, and he gets both those kills too. So there's multiple situations in this last stretch of the game where Donk is basically pulling off either crazy flicks from 2 dangerous positions, as you mentioned, or pulling off a crazy 180 where he's getting pressed from front and back, and he still gets both the kills. That's the kind of like cheat code button that you have. Like when you look at that, everyone's got these bundles of strat papers. Now, one of the things that's on that page now is just Donk is going to pull off a crazy play eventually for us. Like when is it going to happen? It happened when they needed it most.
Let's deep dive into what we got a chance to see here. We'll go all the way back to the first half. I know that we have round 12. Maui, there were certain moments here in the half bar that you wanted to walk us through.
Round 12 is the only round from regulation that I really care about because it's one where NIP definitely could have gotten to a 6-6, but they just went head first into the stack. This is one of the few dangers of the Snappy style that is sometimes so rush dependent. It's a little bit quicker. You're not defaulting. You're not feeling out the map. You're just going right away for the pop A main split. And Spirit played all 5 guys there. Like there was nobody on B for that entire time. They just had all of their 5-7s playing around E-box, around the wall, close to T main. Like if you're gonna gamble like that in your Spirit, I mean they chose right there. So good prep work on Spirit in that round.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a couple of moments in that first half where you feel like Nip could have got a little bit more out their T side. They weren't able to do it. And even when they didn't, they bounced back really well on their CT side. Again, we went through how they played really well on forward and aggressive positions, how Shush anchored and entered. I mean, they were up 10. I can't remember what the other score was, but they had a pretty good gap to work with to try to go ahead and get this across the line without overtime being required. And then it was just multiple blunders on rounds where they had advantage. And then when it comes to an overtime, things change all of a sudden. You know, all of a sudden Spirit has the edge because they've been here before. They've been through this. NIP hasn't. You know, this is their first time playing a top 5 team in the world on LAN. And yeah, it's, you know, in a more intimate setting. We're not at the stage yet, but this is still a different test for them that they haven't had to face yet.
Maui, round 27 though. This was pretty magic.
Oh, yeah. This is the 2v4 way to just kind of send NIP to an early grave. Sure, it doesn't necessarily win the game, but the way that Donk and Shiro are able to just hold the line, and the members from NIP are kind of, I'm not really going to complain too much about NIP, how NIP played that. You know, they're trying to retake, so they have to go through these choke points. Some of the players are on the bomb site, but it kind of just showed the resolve. It showed the way that Spirit was going to stand up regardless of the fact that the odds were stacked against them. That's not even, I mean, even the last round of the game was a 2v5 also, so we could have picked either of those ones to show just how ridiculous it was when Spirit were in these man deficit situations.
I do feel like overtime isn't a good indication of what the rest of what relegation looked like. Because for me, NIP put up such a good fight in the regular match, and they looked so damn strong. And then obviously Spirit just found that next gear, which they are one of the best teams in the world. It's guaranteed. But on the side of NIP, there's a lot of positives that they can take away, least of all Shush.
I think the positives that they could take away is that they were able to make some of their aggressive CT maneuvers work. I think that, again, Shush continues to look like one of the best performers on this team. Wrinkle had his moments as well. I think the big issue for me that I'm kind of wondering about, and it's way too early to complain about this, by the way. They've only played a couple of big LAN games here, but EU Jerks and Aerodose made such a big name for themselves on Saw last year when they had, I think it was that top 4 finish at, was it Cologne or Dallas? One of the IM.
When they had Snap Tap.
Yeah, okay. That too. But the point is that they had multiple events. They even won a Challengers event, I think, as well in Katowice, if I'm not mistaken, around that same time period. And they were what drove Saul forward. They were what made Saul notable last year. And it was this star combo, Ear Jerks, Entry Fragger, and Aerodose, kind of the extremity player. And I just haven't seen that same level of play yet from them so far this year. Obviously, you know, they're moving away from a Portuguese team to an international team. You know, they're playing, you know, with different people. So maybe it's an environment thing. But I just haven't seen the same type of flair from them that I'm used to.
I just, when I say the Snap Tap thing, although that was available to them in their best performance ever with Saw, but regardless of that fact, I think it's more just the transition from a domestic team to an international roster. Also, given the fact that Jax was standing in for one of them for a good portion of this season, so they couldn't all kind of catch up to speed there. I think NIP is already showing me greater signs than many people would have expected. I myself, I mean, actually, that's not entirely true. I actually said that they were going to be good with this roster, but I thought fighting through the gauntlet, once I realized how tough VRS is, that's when I thought, oh, this is going to take a long time. So to put up fights against a team like Spirit in this capacity already, that's a bright sign, even if some of the guys aren't completely bedded in yet.
We are talking, though, as if this is a guaranteed 2-0 to Spirit now as we move to their map pick. Is that the case?
It looks frighteningly so. I mean, Spirit might be the best Dust2 team in the world besides Vitality right now. Falcons would be in the argument, but they're 13-2. Their only losses are the Vitality and Falcons. They are dominating everyone else they play. They're so good at just gathering and going. Again, just being super aggressive. Obviously, Donk's going to be the tip of that spear. But what I like about their aggressive play is that they do vary their timings just slightly enough that it makes it a little bit hard for them to read. They're also very good at just transitioning between a B-pop, a mid-B split, and a cat swing on a dime. And so you never quite know exactly how you should rotate defensively. They have some great set pieces for B-side as well from tunnels. They're just really well versed on this map and have explosive players that can make magic happen all across the board. And
yesterday, watching NIP play against VP on this map, I feel like the Aerodose snappy combination at A, sometimes they kind of swap between long and the A player, and honestly, it's just not the greatest combination of firepower. And against a Spirit team that is so built on cat swings and just setting up for that strat, I just feel like you need world-class riflers and an opera that's going to shave 1 or 2 off to really stand a chance because, my God, Magix has just humbled so many operas. If you miss your first bullet, he just nails you across the map with his AK.
This is also the map where Ejerks has to come up because, I mean, he plays such a pivotal role. He is kind of the Donk role on his team on the T side. You know, yeah, Shush is one of their best players, but he's an extremity guy. And yeah, he can make plays sometimes on spawn-based moments, but if you're going to go in and out and try to make things happen on your attacking side, that means that your Jerk has to be involved in it to kind of go along with your defensive, you know, things that they need to look at as well.
If you're listening to what the boys are saying, it would seem that Train is the moment you got to see NIP shine, but that sparkle was very quickly swiped away. It could be a 2-0 for Spirits. We'll find out after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on my
window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
The Spirit Seance able to topple Nip Magic on that opening map. Now we get ready to head to Dust 2. Team Spirit had to dig deep for that win. Nip did push them to their very limits. But Hugo, as we get ready to head to this one, Spirit's map pick, should we expect a different story?
Well, in terms of result, probably not, but I think it might even be more dominant for Spirit. You'd expect that was Nip's pocket pick, their home map. A team that has grinded for 4 months online just to get the chance to play Tier 1, and this is what it's all about, up against the world's best. Let's get us so close as well. Missed door smoke for Team Spirit. It's not optimal. Gives the option for Ujux to find a pick. But he won't overdo it. I mean, this is Spirit's go-to. This is the map they take down the best in the world on. So Nip would have to do somehow more than they did on Train. Some harrowing rounds lost towards the end of that map. 2v5, 3v4, 2v4, everything. The worst possible outcome. That's a good start. 2 kills from Ujux in the window. The mid to B is on.
Shush. Ducking down, stealing himself away, but will get sniffed out, found out. Zontix and Chopper coming through with a killer piece. Shiro now bomb planted, backs up with this P250, trying to bait them right in his Zontix, and no one's even considering it. It's another one of these dreaded man advantages going against NIP.
What a stall for Shiro. I can't believe he stays in the doorway there for like 10 seconds, not entering B, not giving Shush that pick, and waiting for his team to come out mid, Zontix to get ready upper so they can play off each other. It's a 3v5 technically from Spirit, but trades were hot. Shiro doesn't stop. Him and Donk, unbelievable previous map, especially Shiro at the start, Donk at the end. He starts this one off with 3 kills in the pistol, so great sign of the times here for Team Spirit. Great block on that one. Spirit into the stack. Snappy commits to middle. I've seen some great games from Wrinkle on Dust 2. Scouting the second round with Kevlar could be a good opportunity if they don't mid to B. And well, what do you know? They mid to B.
Oh, that was a good chance for Shush. Gone away now. And with it, the B site. The bomb still here on Shiro.
He's like, nah, I want these. You can plant.
I like a cocky Shiro that wants to.
Yeah. He has
on
been...
the hot, arid environment of Dust 2, you will see Nips Wrinkle. He's going to get shot or stabbed. Actually, it's kind of a... Yeah.
So BM.
Yeah.
That's so BM.
Yeah, Magix. There's another knife kill available long if you're brave enough.
It's a bit much. Good molly, yeah?
Come on, Magix. Pull the knife. Pull the knife, bro.
You want him to die?
Pull the knife. You won't.
You're right. He won't. We are seeing a more cocky Shiro. We are seeing a Shiro playing some pretty aggressive CS in this tournament. He was doing the same yesterday against GamerLegion, especially on Train as well here. He's throwing himself in first a lot of the time on both halves. Des talked about his increase in opening kill attempts. More success on the CT side than the T side, but still a significant jump in the amount of early fights he's been taking for this team. Very welcome, I'd say. We know how potent he is on the sniper. Snappy's going to give it a go.
Freestyle up through catwalk. Ooh. Do it again. Come on, do it again. Yeah, screw it. Why not just keep going at this point?
Site's clear. They're just going to kill everyone, aren't they? No rest for the wicked.
Yeah, they have A, but they're going B.
I have
for the aura.
I have a scary feeling that Spirit are just going to run over this map right now. Like, with... Nip posed some interesting questions. They actually had some really impressive rounds, individual moments, set plays, team play. I think Snappy held his own as far as being a strong individual player can be concerned for an in-game leader. And Nip played a really impressive trade. There's no denying that. But this is Dust 2. This is the Aimer's Paradise. This is where Donk and Shiro feast. And Shush, who is such a rock of that previous map, is going to have a lot harder of a time doing it on B in this one. But let's see. Some aggression. And Doc kills 2 players. Like it's nothing.
Yeah, but Wrinkle on the board.
Through the mid-smoke.
And what makes itself known?
Around the world. They know the AWP is A. This is the issue. So re-going long. Well, Wrinkle's already taken that space. Donk lurking, which we've seen more of lately. Not always been a player with a pack. Been seeing Chopper go in first a lot more. Donkey either trading or on the other side of the map. Window boosted on Mirage. So I want to say he should die here, but it is Donk, isn't it? Let's see. Go on. What have you got? What have you got, Donk?
Oh, I'm nervous.
Not this.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine. It went how it should.
Reality.
Yeah. Take that, Donk.
Wrinkle, great reposition. He's read it.
Humbled. Here we go. Wrinkle. Oh, God.
That's my AWPer. They know they've got it split. You can presume Shush B. Spirit walk the walk. And this is a round that Shush can win on his own.
He just has to pick a right timing to check the window. Luckily enough, they will make noise before they play in, and so Shush able to reposition. It's going to come down to this 1v1, but Shiro, he's not having a quiet series. This guy has been lights out. Trapped in, but they've given him a second chance. Shiro's not the guy you want to give second chances to, and that's why.
So smooth. Up over the top as well. The perfect reposition. Just plays it. Perfect. This guy's feeling pretty unstoppable right now, Shiro. Felt like Shush had to get the double kill there. Had ample chance to, but run down by a pistol. Shiro is not in a giving mood. 4-0, 7-0 on Shiro.
7-0, 666 damage at Mark of the Devil, and then he hits the kill on Wrinkle, passing through mid.
Yeah.
Shiro is a man possessed.
Exercising his right to frag right now. A 1 damage shot by the scout.
Literally,
that was a scout
Shiro
shot
is the main character.
for 1 damage, Harry.
Shiro is
armor.
the video game protagonist. No one can match it. No one can beat it.
Woo!
Donk's like the AI sidekick that's actually just really sick, like never dies, runs out of ammo, just wrecking everyone. And Shiro's got the game set to easy mode. And then, you know, there's the rest of like the MPs running around, which is cool. Here we are. Shiro and Donk, though. Oh, Chopper dead.
Didn't look sure about that, Molly.
Shiro also tagged. It's actually getting a little bit nerve-wracking here. Now, they still have the man advantage. They still have kind of all the cards and everything to play for in this round.
So why are you worried?
It's just Shiro and Donk are the two that are wounded.
Oh, hello. Had a chance. Spraying and then one tapping. Makes it look like he never missed. All part of the plan. Donk drops in.
Okay, lower health.
Yeah, you know,
okay.
Get him.
Humbled.
Not really. Not at all. And Shush is dead.
Oh,
later.
Shush 1v5.
Shush dead later.
All starts with Donk, because Shiro ain't moving a muscle. Shiro's on B's, a 1v1 for the A control. Now, if Shush reads this, I think he should get backbanned, just as a precaution. But he doesn't read this.
He did check B.
And he will die to the backstab from Shiro, who is still flawless at 9-0.
That lurk is cringe, just for the record. I want that to be known. It's a cringe lurk. And Nip with attack. Probably for the best. Because Spirit aren't really doing anything, Harry. That's the sad part. They're just getting their mid-door smoke in, mollying lower, clearing it slowly, and then they just farm in middle. Be it Flash clearing the doors, getting Donk up catwalk to multi-kill. They haven't long rushed. They haven't B-rushed. It's just been Spirit's old default.
I don't think... No, I can't say it. Because if I say it, it won't come true. That's how dreams work.
What, flawless game?
No. Don't. Why would you say it?
He's dead now.
Bro, he's 9-0. He, like, literally hasn't... He's going to die in this round.
Yeah. It's
like the worst way.
You thought it, Aaron.
The saddest way.
You thought it. That's all it takes. No one has a flawless game. That doesn't happen.
Oh my God, he might actually just keep it going.
All right.
Yeah, Shiro. Excellent.
Yep. Just rubbing my hands together. Yes.
You do have like a Mr. Burns vibe about you.
Smithers.
Donk out through mid. He smothers. Shush will hold the line. Oh, but not for long.
NT.
Yeah, there's a limit to how long you can hold the line.
Look, you ain't going to have a forced game if you're breaking smokes with your AWP.
It makes it more impressive. He's hunting with the AWP, 10-0.
Like that, yeah, that is crazy, isn't it? Like giving them AWPs.
Going full Cyclops. Look at him. Come on, Shiro.
There's nothing to get here.
Big Shiro 6.
Wrinkle ain't walking through that door.
Wait, but
Snappy.
3 words. Snappy, ninja, defuse.
He could have.
He could have.
He didn't. I feel bad for Nip.
Oh my god, wait.
They looked so good last map.
Oh, Snappy's just... Dude.
Oh!
No! You had to say it! In the worst way imaginable.
Yeah, that is actually the worst way. 10-0, humbled, as you would say.
No, he's not.
Shiro humbled. Dude. Shiro in his head. Full tilt.
Hate you.
Full tilt. GG.
Hate's a strong word, but as far as I'm concerned, it's not strong enough.
Ooh.
In this instance.
I like
10-1 now for Shiro. It's kind of pointless.
Who cares?
Kind of pointless from here on out.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Formality. Yeah, now he's in his head.
He's missing every shot. Oh my god.
Oh! Run, Wrinkle, run! Wrinkle's been very mobile, right? He's all over the place. Firing the AWP. Different map. Can't keep track of him. He was lower, now he's long. Read this. As far as things are concerned, this is looking like a better round for Nip. We've got Shush tucked in at Goose. He won't be cleared because he's expected to be B. So can he stay tight? That smoke goes out. Now they know he peeks as well. Donk ahead of the smoke behind the Molotov in a nice little cubby, but he will get caught. That's Chopper instead, in fact. Wrinkle in the sight. Hop, skip, and a jump. He's going to go for the kill. Will Donk get caught off guard? Wrinkle. That one's smooth. Donk shouldn't win this. And he doesn't. Nip on the board, right?
I'm seething, bro. You
right?
happy?
2v5?
What you wanted?
Nip on the board. Right?
Yes. Oh, but,
right?
You know, Shiro's still really good.
I heard that.
But he does have the bomb and it's too far away.
Oh,
so he literally can't win this.
Oh, he's in his head, Harry. He's in his head.
And now he is getting like, you have a point.
Oh.
Well, looks like we have a game on our hands, thanks to you.
Look, I didn't want the humbling of Nip just yet. Like, they just got here, man. Let them play.
Couldn't just have Shiro, like, with a life game, set a record, maybe. Would have been cool.
Oh, my God.
Well, there you go. Another strong start here from the GOAT.
Couldn't write it.
Once 10-0, now but a man.
Humbled. Yes, he's back.
You just arbitrarily get to decide when he's in his head, when he's back.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Vibes.
Okay, Shiro. Yes, he's back now.
He's back for a moment. Nip gonna fight mid.
This is Shiro versus Nip. Donk's here too.
Oh yeah. What do you do now? Do you just gamble, eh? I like the call for Nip. They're down a man. They don't think it's a B hit. Mid-break on the smoke just hangs around, but they are just trying to draw their players into A. And this is a good timing. 25 seconds-ish as this smoke begins to fade. Blocked by Snappy. One player forced out. They need the kill clean. Chopper doesn't give it away. Oh dear, Chopper doesn't give a thing. Donk doubles up with him. And Shiro's moving in as well. Everyone dead. Celebration does not last long for Nip. Even with a stack in the A site, Spirit don't lose a man. Apart from that one man they lost.
You're right, it's not about the end result, it's the friends you lost along the way.
They will be remembered.
You think to yourself, on the upside, it was only Magic's.
Wow, disrespect.
I mean, it's not real, is it? Just saying things. Here we are, NIP.
What a vibe change from Train.
It is a bit of a vibe swap, isn't it?
We have fun. Nip on. I'd hate to be this right now. CT side Dust 2 against Team Spirit. Shiro having a average day in the office. Donk having a normal 9 to 5. Everyone else presumably here as well. And Shiro is back. Shiro is so back.
Shiro's so good.
He never left.
13-2. Once again, looking at outfrag Donk.
Go on, Wrinkle. They jiggle that. Donk jiggles that. He's like ready for the AWP boost. Doesn't let him have it. Up cat they go. This is a mid to B though. Aros DOS. What's he got? No one in the B side. Uh-oh. That's probably the round. Unless, nope, the bomb's going back up. And Magix is entering A. Like, 2 sites at the same time. Spirit can't have enough fun.
Done this in a lot of these rounds where they're just kind of going wherever they want and winning. It's not like...
They walked out B and A. And it kind of works, because once you're Nip and you realize you lose B, you reposition, and you get caught by the cat player. Hello! Spirit just stomping right now. A far better look than yesterday.
Oh, Donk is now out-fragging Shiro.
Oh, he won't like that.
Okay. I'm asking everyone watching, playing along at home, who finishes first, Donk or Shiro?
It's a big question.
There's a 1 kill difference between them right now.
Magix.
Shiro's been looking... No. He will not be finishing first. Something would have to go really, really, really bad all of a sudden for that to happen. Donk or Shiro, who you got? Shiro the GOAT? Donk the humble king. The humbled king.
Humbled. Don't know if Donk's been humbled this game, actually. I think he's been kind of nailing it. Just throwing this molly every round. Oh, Zontix.
Zontix is having such a different... I mean,
different experience.
Everyone else is having such a different game. Donk and Shiro just running around the map and the rounds are ending. Oh, it's really good.
A's free, Nip make a gamble.
Yep, no one A. It's a big problem, what with Spirit going A.
Dude, how is Shiro meant to outfrag Donk when he's doing this, though? Like, he's just running. Like, look at him go.
Yeah, Shiro's got to get some running shoes on himself. You've seen him hunt on the AWP. He doesn't have a flawless scoreline anymore. So, like, what's the point in even pretending? Come on.
It's usually Donk planting, hilariously.
I'm trying to eyeball...
It's called looking.
There's a lot of... Whoa. There's a lot of Shiros and a lot of Choppers.
Fair enough. Donk in the lead right now. 9-1 to Team Spirit. It's just feeling like deathmatch.
Yeah, no, look, the game's over. Make no mistake about it, okay? Like, this is so done, and it kind of has been that way for a long time now.
Oh.
NIP, I love what you guys did on Train, and I like what you're doing here on Dust, honestly. There's something admirable about it.
Which part?
Just going down in an entertaining fashion. That's really all you can ask for.
Yeah, you know, rating padding for Team Spirit.
And so, The real competition is who hits harder, Donk or Shiro. 30 kills, 16 of 14 between the two of them. Two-kill lead. The margin is starting to widen.
Does Shiro's lack of deaths?
Well, they would have made a huge difference
if he had none.
Some annoying prick hadn't have cursed it into existence.
Don't call Snappy that.
No,
he was just trying to kill him, man.
It was you.
Oh dear, they've done that molly every bloody round.
Donk is widening that lead.
And they got the James Smoke up on the hinge that blocks.
The name's Smoke. James Smoke.
Smoke him if you got him. Donk gets up Cat. That AWP did get the kill. Wrinkle found the shot off the boost this time, but Donk snuck underneath it, and he just sneaks into this side.
Widening.
Yeah, it's Donk's taking the lead, man. There's no denying that. I've seen a 30-5 Donk game on Dust 2 before, don't you worry. Bombs outside long. If Nip pushed, maybe, but they're not gonna. So Spirit taking their time. Solo B.
Here we go. Have to let the others have a try. Such a gentleman is Donk.
No, he's making them plant so he can have hold the cross.
No, Magic's going to take a little peek here.
Oh, I think, yeah, that's fine. He should be able.
They're saying, go on, man, try it.
Yeah, give it a go.
I promise you, it's easy. And then Magic's instantly tagged. Has to hide.
I'll be disappointed. Oh,
a chance
Shiro.
for Shiro to die in the tunnels.
Oh, he got hungry, man. Can't blame him, really.
Where's Donk? Oh, he's still in the same position.
He's been doing this for a minute now. I can't believe they let them save
crazy,
at 9-1.
Just standing still. AD. That's what he has anyway. But here we are. Donk. Absolutely nailing them in this game.
Yes, 18-6, 3 KD, 19-6.
Another
he
one.
Found the AWP.
That's sick and sad for NIP.
I do want to see that. Shush had like the headshot angle with the AWP at the back, I think. Donk just bops him. He doesn't give a shit right now. He is just locked in. This is so boring for Donk.
Is like,
anyone else would be cheering
it's like
right
we're
now.
watching a death match. It doesn't even have like the ebb and flow of a counter.
He just wants to go play a pub. He wants to go. He wants more challenge, Harry. Playing with randoms. That would be more of a challenge. 19-6. Get them out. And again, like you said, Harry, no disrespect to Nip. That first match was
they
great.
played fantastic.
That was great. But you just don't, it's not up to you. You don't have a choice. This is just the reality. This ain't Fragadelphia anymore, boys. This ain't North America. It's Donk doing ridiculous stuff. And a humbled Shiro.
I still don't think that's fair.
No, sorry, you're right. He's back. I forgot. How long they go? Haven't even seen long control. They're 10-1. They haven't gone long, Harry.
Oh, here they are.
Oh, no, Wrinkle. Good luck. Good luck. They're all blind. Oh. See, Shiro got the supportive flash. Give him that. You jerks with a chance. Sides turn, takes one. Where's Donk? He's waiting for Donk on the catwalk. He's holding the flank. You jerks has a shot. He's found 2 kills to find maybe a second round right at the bitter end. Donk denies it. Of course he does. 20-6. Snappy.
What are you doing?
Hello, says Donk. Face me. Peek me. And that's it.
This is so unfair. It's just so unfair.
This game will be studied
21-6
forever.
Donk. Love this. Love that.
This is maybe my favorite game yet of the tournament. Maybe of the year. Nice try, you jerks. Nice try, Nip. Really?
28 kills on all of NIP. 21 on Donk.
Donk and Chopper match Nip's kills. I mean, obviously, you know, it's 11-1, guys. Let's be realistic.
Well, look, if you said you thought Donk would finish first, you have kind of killed it. You crushed it. I know Shiro looked like a god in the start of this. But Just a guy, as it turns out.
You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to...
Guy, but just a guy.
89! What the hell do the desks talk about after this?
Yeah, they're just...
What do you say?
I mean, if I'm them, I've been there since like round 4, waiting for this to get over and done with.
Yeah. Like, what do you say? Yeah, man. Donk happened.
Chopper fighting mid, feeling the confidence. It's like this in MM too. Like if you're having a really good game, like your whole team just start trolling, and then it's like, no. Like I'm the one playing good. Stop making it hard.
Yeah. Okay, come on, Nip. What do you got? Fast out long. Magic's giving it up, falling back into the site. Shiro nearby. You're not Alexi B. Don't even try. Smokes makes it in. Nip.
They're raining flashes through for him, but Wrinkle will find him. Hold on, something might be happening here. Shiro, though.
Shiro.
Not a god,
smoke.
a man, a bloody good man at that, but he's dead. It's Donk, 1v4, and the game's on rails for Donk, but he will get cut down. NIP get themselves a pistol.
They're back. It just took 12 rounds. They had me in the first half, not going to lie. Did think Donk was going to 1v5.
I also did
think that was going to happen. Kind of already is, in a way. Nice bit of chaos for Nip. They deal with the flash as well. Like, the one thing I've enjoyed about Nip, and we've not really seen it in this game, we saw it, you know, that's an example. They have, like, cool set plays, you know?
Yeah, I don't think now's the time.
No, okay, you're right. Donk just wallbang, Snappy. Yeah, let's not. Poor Snappy, what do you do against that? He did this last map. Nip on pistol on train, and then Don got 3 Eagle headshots, and they won second round. Did he see him? Oh. Run! They don't know there's 2, but Magic's, unfortunately, the molly spreads. Cool lineup.
This feels like we're watching a MOBA.
Why?
Like all the minions are fighting each other, but then you're really just waiting for like the big guy with the sword or whatever. I don't know MOBAs.
I don't know MOBAs. Nip won a round, Harry.
Oh, but Donk's ganking them. Is that the phrase?
Yeah,
it sounds really horrific.
Yeah, it sounds like a slur a little bit.
Yeah.
Doing the ganky leg. Yeah. Team fight and T-spawn. Donk humbled. Shush shuts him up.
Snappy wrote nice shots, but...
And Donk wrote from Shush, yeah.
Shush is the Donk is the humble king.
And there's, oh my god, so many ones.
There's so much fighting at the end of the round.
Snappy wrote, you double dinked me through that box. Haha.
Donk then said, that was juicy.
Dropping juicy?
Did he hit them with the juicy?
Nip getting squeezed. Pulp, Harry. But this one ain't fiction. This is happening right now. 11-3. Nip on the comeback arc. Are they back, chat? Yeah, I'd go for that shot too.
If you land it, you go down in infamy.
Or the infirmary.
Triple short aggro. But it's the Donk Deeg Kevlar in mid that I'm excited about. Because when these 3 take contact, you hope that everyone's so busy looking at them that this guy is allowed to swing and fight. That's a nice response from Wrinkle. Oh, but maybe not enough of a response, as it still gets a little bit awkward.
I do like how...
pick up on Magic's.
Like how everyone's playing deathmatch. Wrinkle runs down suicide with a USB.
They're all down to clown.
Yeah, let's have fun with it.
Now, I
want a third map, not going to lie.
NIP are going to win this map.
Yeah, I do want a third map, just to see.
I'm worried that the guardrails have gone down too much on Team Spirit. Like,
I thought you meant the cast.
No.
Like, how would we lock in for map 3, Harry? I don't think we could.
No, I don't think we could either. I don't think I have the facilities for that.
Boss man.
Boss man.
Donk falling asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, but he's going to get a mean gank off in this run.
Sounds gross.
It does sound horrific, bro. Okay, gang.
I wish I knew anything about MOBAs to like join this joke we have here, but I played 8 minutes of Dota, my game crashed, and I uninstalled it.
Yeah, but
that was 10 years ago. Yeah, true. Crash didn't help. All right, Nip, what you got? Fool? Jump on the boost. Donk fighting mid. He's going to go back to the bomb site. Just wants to end it, play it safe. Chopper on the uncrouch. It's all about timing here. Donk, unrelenting. You jerks v Donk. Back to the bomb site. Chopper still waiting. They're going to have to re-smoke this soon. It's fading. Nujex has a smoke. It's the only smoke left. Oh, one's already out. Double smoke. That's smart for Nip, so they don't get HE through it. Donk dinked. Chopper catches his. Donk follows up. Out the B smoke. They're gone. Nip wasted. Ooh. Shush is just in form. Like, no denying that. Across both maps, been the standout player.
Yeah. For Nip, obviously.
For Nip, yeah.
Not actually this.
Shiro and Donk are here too, yeah. Thought that was implied.
But no, like, Shush has been looking really, really good. Sometimes you're the pigeon, sometimes you're the statue.
Yeah.
You go. You know that. I know that.
I do know that, yeah.
And right now, Nip are the statue.
Counter-terrorists win.
Get shit on.
Exactly.
12-4.
This has been nice, though, hasn't
It's been fun. Have we enjoyed this?
You know,
I've enjoyed this.
I know we all love a close game, and like it's really competitive and down to the wire, but also sometimes it's just nice to sit back in awe of the skill gap between two teams on this.
Or between two players and then 8 other players.
Yeah, it's sick. I've had a great time. I hope everyone else had.
Yeah.
I'm talking like it's actually already over. It's not. Well, actually, that depends.
I mean, you called this game after like 6 rounds, so I don't think now you can walk that back. No, but you can't walk it back now.
No, you're right. You're right. But no, this has been cool. We're just kind of appreciating, you know.
It's a fun look at Spirit at their peak.
This is like when you watch people do, like, they like climb really tall buildings or whatever, or like jump off of a cliff with a wing. Like, you're not going to do it, but like, it's damn cool. And so you just watch, you know, you just sit there and you go, damn, all right, that's sick.
Yeah, but you get those feelings in your fingers, you know,
yeah,
the height. Like, I don't know, I'm not getting that. A beautiful game from Donk. I mean, just watching the demo is a waste of time. You can't do this. Only Donk can. Here in the B site, Donk and Zontix are ready to shut it out as Nip just try and punch a card into B. Zontix rock solid hold with 3, and Team Spirit have arrived in Astana with a statement. NIP back on train, showed us a lot of promise, and I still want to see more from this team, but this was not the matchup. This was not the head-to-head. This was Donk and Shiro.
Yeah, I think Nip can feel very, very happy to an extent with just how hard they pushed Team Spirit on train. There were many times where they could have won that, right? And to do that versus this Team Spirit squad, you know, this second map only served to show the distance between these squads. This is a Nip that is rebuilding, but it's clear their specialized pick of train is the real deal. And so I hope we see more of that from Nip going forward. For Spirit, this was just a sick day in the office for Donk and Shiro. A phenomenal game from both of them. I don't think you can say much more than that.
I mean, Harry, as you said, you can't say much more than that, but we will have to because that is our job. That was painful for NIP to go from having it so close to train to come here and just get stomped by Spirit. It was It was exactly what you would have expected from one of the best teams on Dust 2, but hard to watch nonetheless.
I mean, if Harry's right, and he oftentimes is, then I should just put the mic down right here, right now. Spirit didn't even look really that interested in that victory, actually. But Train was hard fought, and that's why we're still hopeful for NIP moving forward through the rest of this tournament. Spirit did what they came to do on Dust 2. They accomplished that in spades, and at this point, I'm not really expecting NIP to be a tournament contender or anything like that, but we were still kind of in the process of familiarizing ourselves with them. So this was one that showed us if you put them on a map like Train, probably some maps like Nuke, things like that, they have a lot to give, but on maps where it's really just about pure brawly gun duels, then they're going to be outclassed by some of the teams that have been stuck in that top 5 for quite some time now.
I don't know what you want me to say. You can just roll the first half highlights with Donk and Shiro alone, and that basically won Spirit the half. I mean, again, it's just more aggressive Shiro that we're seeing. Donk doing Donk things on Dust 2. It's just the classic Spirit, you know, and not many teams have been able to figure them out on this map. Again, their only 2 losses are to arguably the other top 2 teams in the world, which would be Vitality and Falcons. I mean, they have amassed a massive record on Dust 2 across this year. Very strong map for them last year as well. When you have performances like this out of your individual players, I mean, it's hard not to win.
Let's just shake this up a little bit, Dust. You mentioned there, obviously, like it's hard to shut Spirit down on this map. I mean, there's not really a tactical thing you can bring to the table. It's raw firepower at the end of the day, and you just have to accept that they have more of that than you.
At the end of the day, Dust 2 is going to come down to certain situations. Spawn-based plays out long, or, you know, a B-pop, or a mid-B split, or a cat swing. And you have to eventually read which one is coming and defend against it, or learn how to play for retake, which we know B retakes are one of the hardest to do in the game. And so the reality is, if your mid-B defense cannot hold up against the splits that Spirit throw at you, and if you can't hold off the cat swings that they're throwing at you, then you're going to lose. At the end of the day, Dust 2 does come down to defending those very key little pivot points, and if you're unable to do that, the game's over with.
Hit the nail on the head right there, Dust. If you're a team that's stuck in the mud on...
What do you do against that?
Yeah. I mean, the kill feed, right, we're going to see right here, the highlights between Donk and Shiro are with blistering speed. Not many people in the world can compete with their time to kill, and that's why Spirit are so ferocious on this map. But if you're an NIP team, that is kind of one of the problems with Dust 2. It's very hard to change up what you do on the defense. I feel like the only real answers that top teams have come up with are double off. Like, double off.
We're going to stop you there, Maui. Apparently, it seems that NIP didn't like what you were saying, neither did Spirit, so they've switched off your mic. Don't worry about it. We'll figure that out. I do actually think that I have a spare mic here for you. You want to try that one? Let's see if that one works.
No. He's gone this room.
You're good? I think we might need to try the other one. We're just going to play around
We're back?
with mics.
Oh, this one works.
There we go. We got you. And you don't even have the special PGL.
Host and IT specialist. That they don't call her tech girl for nothing, folks. Look at her just doing it big.
Just randomly had a spare mic under the desk.
And I put the PGL cover on it.
And then look at you, marketing specialist, brand specialist, making sure that the PGL is getting in there more. I mean, the combination, this was better than what we saw in NIP on Dust 2, the team play that's going on right here.
Ouch.
Visit Astana.
Visit. It's been nice. It's
okay,
been nice.
let's try. I want to try something new for me. I want to be nice. We've seen NIP now.
Yep.
What do we think?
I'm going to say something nice, and this is true. This is not just me making stuff up. I was pleasantly surprised by what they brought to the table on Train. Yes, I know Spirit doesn't play Train very often. Yes, you know they have won the 2 games that they have played, but it's not they haven't played a lot. And Nip, despite that, still look good. Like they still showed us positive signs. Again, some of the players that have been strong for them online have brought that to the LAN environment as well. So there's definitely some good moments individually. And I like some of their initial game planning. I like that they played bold. Sometimes when people play against Spirit, they play scared when they're the underdog, and they didn't. You know, they tried to put their best foot forward. Just wasn't quite enough to get over the line on Train. And obviously Dust 2, they were just never really in that one, you know?
The biggest positive for me by far was Shush. He was the only one that was holding his own when he was tasked with the site defense. He was able to, on T side, at least show a little bit of form in terms of getting into the fray on some of the attacks. And back on Train, he was so mobile. I mean, if you're a B anchor on Train, you need to be a little bit more mobile nowadays, and I think Shush is a case-in-point example of what that can do to upset a T side by just getting in their faces, rotating in very unique ways, not just playing a very standard angle. And if I want to even draw a comparison to somebody else that is under some scrutiny on another team, like Magisk, for example, just kind of stands in the same spot a lot of the time, kind of dies in the same way a lot of the time, eats flashes the same ways a lot of the time. Shush was very unpredictable, and he's definitely had to rethink what he's been doing in Tier 2. And I honestly think that sometimes the Tier 2 meat grinder is harder than Tier 1 because you are seeing more unique plays, and you have to be more airtight as an individual. You have to dictate what it is that you're doing a little bit more so that you can take fights on your own terms. Because if you're just sitting on your heels all the time, like Magisk does, then you're just going to get clobbered. And Shush doesn't let that happen to him.
There we go, though. We've now seen Spirit move into the 2-0 bracket alongside Na'Vi. Let's take a look at all the results from the A stream as they happened here today at PGL Astana. You can see that I would say no real surprises for me, boys. I don't know about either of you.
No. I mean, this is what we expected to see. The favorites of MongolZ, Na'Vi, and Spirit getting the job done. And then Astralis playing against like a wounded Pain, right? Having to play with their coaches as stand-in. DGT, I think, is supposed to be here tomorrow, is what the original report was. I'm not sure. They're going in the 1-1 pool, so they still have hope here. There's no doubt about that. But it is also cool to see Astralis finally doing something. You know, that like that meme, like poking them with the stick, like do something. They are. Like they made this roster movement.
Respect Tuxie.
Yeah, respect.
Tuxie.
The Giga Chat's back.
Yeah, respect him.
Getting it done.
And then, of course, we need a little update on the B stream. Maui, do you have that for us?
Yeah, we got right now HOTU on that thing, spitting on Aurora. Well, they're trying to, at least. I mean, Anubis was a little bit competitive at the very beginning of this one, but Aurora are up 1-0. Still got a whole game to go there between G2 and ODDIK. We'll see if Taz is able to actually frag out versus these buddies.
I'm pretty surprised that FURIA beat GamerLegion. Good for FURIA, concerning for Ash and his boys.
That is a tough one, yeah. I mean, again, I was kind of hyping them up because they were kind of coming off a high for me at Melbourne, like making their first stage playoffs, seeing a positive trajectory all year, you know, PR Res playing really good Counter-Strike. They look like a team to look out for. So this new look FURIA with Maladoy, who was kind of farming them, to be honest, like that's really cool to see. Like if you're a guy wanting to see what can Maladoy do in Tier 1 competition, that was a pretty good first test for him that he passed today. And Fallen Rifling actually performed well against GamerLegion. So kind of neat. I don't think we expected that.
GamerLegion in the 0-2 hole right now, man, I didn't see that one coming, actually.
Same.
They have played themselves out of deficits like this before, but man, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it this time.
Hone your Shanghai RMR cells back in.
Yeah, but that was BO1 loss, BO1 loss into 3 BO3 wins. This is losing 2 BO3s in a row to kick it off.
I was trying to link.
It doesn't really change. I mean, to me, that changes it a little bit.
I was trying to create like some type of spiritual.
I get the narrative though. I get your building.
The thread I was trying to weave.
You're building, and I kind of crashed it right there.
Yeah, you did. As you often do.
I kicked your sandcastle.
But I still like working with you on the desk for some reason. I'm not sure why.
It's good. I mean, you're a masochist.
Stop.
I guess so. That makes perfect sense.
Sam,
you gotta
stop.
Yeah. Okay.
Stop.
You have the. You can do this. Like you're the host of the desk. You can make it happen.
You can stop.
You gave him the mic back. You had your chance.
HOTU, it's 9-7 to them.
Now you've crossed into the dark Sith world of Maui.
Maui is such a bad influence on me. It's all his fault. We've had enough fun here. There's some awesome Counter-Strike going on. Head on over to the B stream. You can come back here tomorrow to watch more of PGL Astana. We'll see you then. Goodbye.